In the early days of the Empire, Darth Vader was a young and vengeful Sith Lord, still enthralled to his emotions and fueled by his hatred of the Jedi. After a coup almost killed Palpatine, Vader searched the secrets of the Jedi Council looking for a place to hide his wounded master, and it was this mission that led him to uncover the Jedi's greatest secret, something they had kept from him even when he was one of their own. This is the story of the Jedi Council's secret prison from the Legends comic Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison. The Jedi Temple sat silent, its vast halls, once echoing with the footsteps of Padawans and Masters, now stood as hollow monuments to a fallen order. Darth Vader walked the corridors of the temple, but this time he hadn't come to destroy the Jedi. He had come looking for a place to hide the Emperor, because Palpatine had been poisoned by a virus. The Empire, still in its infancy, had been shaken to its core. A coup led by Headmaster Gentis, a respected veteran of the Clone Wars and commander of the Imperial Academy, had nearly succeeded in killing the Emperor. Under the guise of a ceremony, Gentis released a deadly viral agent into the air, targeting the Emperor and all Loyalist officers in attendance. Palpatine had no real defense against the toxin besides the dark side of the Force. He was quickly hidden and secured by Darth Vader and close allies. His body was weak. The greatest Sith Lord the galaxy had ever known was now clinging to life, and the burden of the Empire rested on Vader. As Gentis' loyal cadets tore through Coruscant to find the Emperor, Vader moved fast. The Emperor was hidden away, but time was against them. Every corner of the Imperial Palace was being searched. Rebel sympathizers within the ranks were rising. Vader and Palpatine had to disappear. And so, Vader turned to the last place anyone would expect, somewhere he knew there were secrets that no one knew about: the Jedi Temple. The Jedi Council had always kept things from him. Even during the war, even when he was their greatest general, Anakin Skywalker had always sensed there were locked doors he wasn't allowed to open. Now, as Vader, no lock would stop him. The Jedi Council chamber lit with blue light as the hologram sparked to life. There, in the center of the council chamber, was a younger version of himself, Anakin Skywalker. He stood before the full Jedi Council, delivering a report. Anakin explained that he had captured numerous dangerous individuals, Force-sensitive operatives, war criminals, and separatist agents, but he'd begun to notice a pattern. Every time he handed them over to the Jedi Council, they disappeared. None were sent to trial, and none were ever seen again. Anakin had started asking why. He demanded to know what was happening to the prisoners. Why were they being hidden away? Where were they being sent? And more importantly, why was he, a Jedi Knight trusted with so much responsibility on the battlefield, being kept in the dark? The Council's response was evasive. Obi-Wan tried to lighten the tension, suggesting that Anakin might be looking for a promotion or praise, but it came off as dismissive. Mace Windu was irritated by what he saw as a recurring issue. He told Anakin this line of questioning was becoming repetitive and warned him to drop it. He made it clear that the Council's decision on these matters was final. Yoda, ever cautious, expressed vague concerns about the dangers of such prisoners, but even he refused to directly answer. The other members of the Council echoed similar thoughts, vague acknowledgments that the threats were being handled, but no real answers. They danced around the truth, and Anakin's frustration grew. He wasn't angry for himself. He was angry that he had risked his life, captured enemies the Jedi themselves had deemed dangerous, only to be told that what happened next wasn't his concern. And even worse, he could see it in their eyes that they did not trust him. That was what hurt the most. The Jedi Council had always held him at arm's length. They praised his victories, but never brought him into their inner circle. They made him a general, but not a master. They used him, but never truly accepted him. The recording of Anakin left the council chambers, and Vader continued watching, seeing what was said after Anakin had left. This is when the Jedi Council revealed that they had a secret prison that only they knew about. Not even Chancellor Palpatine or any senators knew of its existence. Mace Windu believed that some of the combatants recruited by Dooku and the Separatists were so dangerous that only the Jedi could handle them. In the recording, Obi-Wan seemed uncertain about keeping the prison a secret from so many people, and Mace Windu instructed him to visit it to find the answers he was looking for, but he told Obi-Wan to go alone. Obi-Wan agreed, saying that Anakin belonged on the battlefield, and this was where Vader lost it and began to destroy the entire council chamber. His fury surged. In that moment, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. The council hadn't just mistrusted him during the Clone Wars, they had actively kept critical knowledge from him. There was a secret prison that they were hiding. Vader screamed that they were fools and traitors as an explosion ripped the council chamber apart. Debris showered the floor as glass and stone shattered around him. Vader's wrath echoed through the chamber like a storm. The Jedi had a hidden facility off the books designed to contain powerful Force users, political threats, and prisoners too dangerous to execute or release. But now Vader knew everything, including where the prison was. Officially named the Prism, it was also known as the Ghost Prison, and now Vader would claim it for himself. The Ghost Prison was never meant for the Sith, but now it would serve the Empire as a place where they could shelter and heal Palpatine. However, for Vader, this mission was no longer about the safety of the Emperor. It had become personal. The Jedi had kept the prison from him because they had never seen him as one of them. He was their weapon, their project, their tool, never their equal, not someone to be trusted. Even as Anakin Skywalker, he had been alone. But as Darth Vader, he would make sure no one withheld the truth from him again. The Ghost Prison would serve his needs, a place to revitalize the Emperor and prepare to deal with the coup. Vader believed that the prison still stood as a monument to the Jedi's hypocrisy and their failure, and he was the Jedi Order's final judgment. Thank you guys for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Honestly, this full comic, Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison, is now one of my favorite Star Wars comics ever. I didn't want to go over the entire story here just yet. I am going to work on a video about how the coup and the virus almost killed Palpatine, but in terms of the full story from start to finish for the entire comic, there's great character stuff. It's amazing. I love what Vader does throughout the comic. I don't want to do a video that's just a recap from start to finish because I think you should read it for yourself, but this video and the Palpatine video will basically be explaining the gist of what goes on. If you did enjoy this video, make sure to like and subscribe, and as always, may the Force be with you. In this video, we're diving into one of the most pivotal but lesser known moments in Darth Vader's life, when he traveled to the secret Sith world of Exegol and attempted to overthrow Emperor Palpatine. This event is told in issue 11 of the Canon 2020 Darth Vader comic series written by Greg Pak, and it's expanded upon in the official Star Wars character encyclopedia. It reveals the full scale of Palpatine's long-term plan, and why Vader, after seeing the truth, was forced to kneel once more. After surviving the Red Nebula and enduring a brutal gauntlet of pain, betrayal, and dismemberment, literally, at the Emperor's command, Vader arrived at Exegol. The journey to the Sith world was intended as his final trial, meant to either break him or rebuild him. Accompanied by the cowardly Ochi of Bestoon, who had failed to assassinate him and was now dragging behind in servitude, Vader descended toward the surface of this mysterious world buried deep in the unknown regions. As their ship crash-landed onto the dark terrain, the two were immediately greeted by an unwelcome presence, the same massive, nightmarish creature that had haunted them in Red Space, the Summa Verminoth. But this time, Vader did not cower or flee. With no reinforcements and barely functioning cybernetics, Vader relied solely on the Force. Reaching into the depths of his rage and suffering, he crushed the creature's will. The Summa Verminith, once a force of fear and chaos, now bowed to him. Vader mounted the creature, using it as a steed to storm the planet's surface in an act of absolute defiance. It was not just theatrical, it was symbolic. He declared himself the true Sith Master, a direct and unprecedented challenge to the Emperor himself. Palpatine, however, was far from impressed. From the towering citadel on Exegol, the Emperor watched Vader's rebellion with eerie calm. He didn't rise to meet him, didn't address him as an equal. Instead, he summoned two monstrous crimson bioengineered beasts from the deep, a nightmarish blend of crustacean, Sith spawn, and abomination. These were creatures bred in the dark laboratories of Exegol, shaped by alchemy and cruelty. But the Summa Verminoth, under Vader's control, proved dominant. The creatures were torn apart in mere seconds, crushed beneath its strength. For a moment, it seemed Vader might actually succeed in forcing his way through. Then, without a word, Palpatine reached out with the Force. He twisted the Summa Verminoth's body, crushing its organs and snapping its limbs in an instant. The massive beast died screaming, and Vader was hurled across the barren landscape, his body smashing into the rocks below. The Emperor's message had been delivered, not with words, but with raw, unrestrained power. Yet Vader got up. He limped toward the citadel, wounded but unyielding. The gates opened, not in welcome, but an invitation to a final reckoning. Ochi followed, trembling and whispering that none who entered returned unchanged. Inside, they found corridors that echoed with shadows, filled with twisted experiments and horrors sealed away from the galaxy. Glass tubes lined the walls, each containing partially formed creatures, deformed test subjects, and failed attempts at replicating life. Many bore human-like features, but none looked truly alive. As Vader pressed deeper, he was ambushed by crimson-cloaked cultists wielding electrified staffs and axes. They moved in coordinated silence, driven by religious fanaticism and dark purpose. But even in his weakened state, Vader cut them down. Their weapons cracked his armor and jolted his circuits, but he continued forward, driven not by ambition now, but grim resolve. Ochi looked on, more horrified than ever. What he thought would be a path to power had become a journey through death itself. Then they reached the chamber. Vader entered a massive hangar carved into the stone beneath Exegol, and what he saw shattered his understanding of the Empire. Rows upon rows of Star Destroyers lined the depths, each one equipped with planet-killing super lasers, far more powerful than anything the Empire had deployed before. It was not a fleet, it was a force of extinction. The ships stood dormant, but the power they represented was undeniable. Each vessel was a symbol of Palpatine's secret empire, built in the shadows while the rebellion and even the Imperial bureaucracy remained unaware. Palpatine had not only prepared for Vader's betrayal, he had built a future that did not include him. And at the heart of it all, suspended above the chamber, was the source of power. A mountain of kyber crystal, bleeding, fractured, and bound in agony. Cultists hacked into it with vibroblades, and every cut released a psychic scream that tore through the Force like an echo of suffering. Vader staggered as the crystal's pain invaded his mind. He reached out instinctively, but the Force answered with anguish. He had felt agony through the Force before, but never like this. It was as though a living wound had been made permanent. Palpatine stood beside him now, calm and cruel. He explained that the kyber crystal was alive, and its torment was not a byproduct, but a requirement. Its agony powered the Star Destroyer's super lasers. This was the price of domination. This was the core of the Final Order. It was not just about weapons or victory. It was about control through fear. Control that lasted even after death. As Vader writhed, he saw visions, not hallucinations, but Force-induced revelations. He saw Luke standing defiant, urging him to reject the darkness. He saw Padme's death. He saw the Emperor laughing, always laughing. These were not just memories, they were warnings. The pain of the kyber had become a mirror, forcing him to confront the choices that had led him here. Then Palpatine gave him a choice. Join him, submit fully, or die. There was no illusion of partnership anymore, only ownership. Palpatine reminded Vader that he had been rebuilt from ruin before and could be replaced again. Palpatine mocked Vader's earlier declaration of mastery and reminded him that the Sith did not tolerate weakness or sentiment. Vader's body trembled. His mechanical limbs sparked. The Force churned inside him. But he understood something now. Palpatine's power wasn't just immense, it was institutional, built over generations, layered in secret fleets, cults, genetic experiments, and ancient rituals. This wasn't about strength in combat. This was about control. His master had built a fortress of legacy, while Vader had remained chained to a single ideology, revenge. And so he knelt, not out of loyalty, not out of defeat, but because he understood that resistance here and now was meaningless. Exegol had shown him a truth more terrifying than death. He was not necessary. He was a servant, a weapon, and Palpatine had an entire galaxy's worth of replacements in the making. The clones in the vats, the weapons in orbit, the cults ready to die for their master. Vader saw them all and knew his rebellion was already over. When Vader returned from Exegol, he said nothing. His rebellion had ended, not in fire, but in silence. The spark was gone. The fury was hollow. He had touched the edge of the Sith's greatest secret and come away broken, and Palpatine, ever the patient spider, simply welcomed him back to the web. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed it, and as always, may the Force be with you. Before Mustafar, before the slaughter at the Jedi Temple, before the true rise of Darth Vader, there was one important moment at the Battle of Jabiim. Buried in the storm-soaked trenches of the Clone Wars was a battle that few know of, but that changed Anakin forever. It was here in the endless rain and mud that Anakin was forced to make a choice that no Jedi ever should, and where he first reached for the dark side ability that would become his signature as Vader. This is the story of the Battle of Jabiim from the Legends Republic comics, issues 55 and 58 specifically. This is the moment where Anakin, still a Padawan, first used the Force to choke another man in his rage. It was another step on a slow fall that would one day reshape the galaxy. Jabiim was a disaster from the start. The world was plagued by constant storms, turning the battlefield into a mud-choked death trap. Anakin and Obi-Wan and a unit of clone troopers arrived to support the loyalist Jabiimi. But when a devastating attack seemingly killed Obi-Wan, Anakin and other Padawans were left in a war zone without masters. Anakin wasn't ready. He had training, power, and instincts, but none of the experience. The Jedi High Council had sent these apprentices into combat far too early, and now they clung to each other, calling themselves the Padawan Pack as they desperately tried to make it back to the main Republic base. Despite their hopeless situation, the Padawans refused to give up. As the Separatists closed in, the surviving Padawans regrouped at Cobalt Station. Captain Gilman, who was the leader of the Jabiimi loyalists, informed them that all of the surviving clones and loyalists were falling back to Monsoon Mesa, just south of their location. The Padawan Pack was the only thing standing between them and the enemy force of 10,000 soldiers and droids. Transport ships were on their way, but they'd only be able to evacuate once the weather broke, a rare and unpredictable event on Jabiim. The Padawans all knew that they had to slow the enemy's advance to protect the Mesa, which was likely suicide for all of them. Each of them believed that staying behind to buy time for the others was the right thing to do, and it's what their fallen masters would have done. Some were barely more than children, but none of them hesitated. They understood that holding the line meant certain death. However, not long after, Anakin received a direct transmission from Chancellor Palpatine. The Chancellor told him that his presence was no longer required on Jabiim. The evacuation needed leadership, and he would do more good ensuring the withdrawal succeeded rather than dying with the rest of the Padawans on the front. Anakin pushed back. He insisted that his friends would die if he left, but Palpatine said they would die anyway. Anakin was more valuable to him alive. Faced with a direct order from the highest office in the Republic and someone he trusted deeply as his friend, Anakin relented. He agreed to lead the evacuation. The weight of leaving his friends behind crushed him. Aubrey Wynn, one of the Padawans, handed Anakin her fallen master's holocron and asked him to take it back to the temple. She wanted her master's legacy to live on, even if she didn't. Anakin didn't argue, he just took the holocron and turned away, knowing he would probably never see any of the other Padawans again. As he left on his speeder, Aubrey wished for him to live a good life in honor of the Padawans who were about to die. What followed was a bloodbath over the next few days. The Padawan pack mounted a desperate defense of the mesa. They held out in the rain, the wind, and the fire of battle. But they were too young, too tired, and one by one they fell. The defense of Monsoon Mesa became their grave. By the time the Republic transport finally arrived, none of the Padawan pack remained. The only Jedi left alive on Jabeam was Anakin. When Anakin arrived at the landing zone, he was met by Captain Gilman. Gilman had spent the last month fighting alongside the Republic, losing soldiers and ground inch by inch. He believed in the Jedi, believed in the Republic. But now, as the evacuation began, he realized that belief had been misplaced. The Chancellor had sent only one ship, which could not carry both groups of clones and loyalists. As the only remaining Jedi, Anakin was left in charge, and the captain of the vessel asked for his orders. Anakin told Gilman that the Republic's forces were stretched thin across the galaxy, and although he and his followers had been very loyal to the Republic during the fighting on Jabeam, he could not leave the clone troopers to die. The clones were the ones that needed to be evacuated. Gilman immediately accused Anakin of betrayal. The Republic was abandoning Jabeam, and the Loyalist forces were being left behind. He demanded answers. Anakin tried to explain that they would have to fight for their own home now, but Gilman saw it for what it was, the Republic choosing its own survival over the lives of Jabeimi citizens. In a fit of rage, Gilman lashed out. He punched Anakin and shouted that he had proven the Separatists right. The Jedi were cowards. The Republic was just another occupying force. Gilman raised his blaster, and Anakin ordered him to stand down. He reached out with the Force and closed Gilman's throat. Gilman dropped his weapon, fell to his knees, and began to suffocate in the mud. Anakin stopped just before killing him and apologized, but the damage was already done. The Jabeimi soldiers had watched their supposed ally nearly kill their commander without hesitation. After the confrontation, Anakin gave the order to begin evacuation. The wounded were loaded first, and clone troopers formed perimeter lines, but the local soldiers refused to comply. Gilman struggled to his feet and told his men to stand down, but the message was clear. Jabeam had been betrayed by the Republic. As Anakin boarded the last transport, the Jabeimi loyalists stood in silence, watching the Republic abandon them to the enemy. Some shook their fists and shouted. Gilman, still coughing from the Force choke, said they would not forget, and they didn't. Years later, long after Anakin had become Vader, Jabeam would again rise in rebellion, and Luke and Leia would be forced to deal with it. As the transports broke through the storm and left Jabeam behind, Anakin was quiet. A clone officer informed him that they were receiving a signal from Coruscant, and the Chancellor wanted a status update. Anakin didn't respond right away as he stared out the window, watching Jabeam vanish behind the rain and clouds. Then, he simply responded that the battle was over and they had lost. What happened on Jabeam would stay with Anakin forever. He had abandoned allies, he had followed orders, and he had learned to use the Force to choke a man. That moment, as brief as it was a crack in the wall, a fracture in the Jedi code he had sworn to uphold. From that point forward, Anakin would become more defensive, controlling, and fearful of loss. Although Anakin would try to use the same ability as Force Choke to massage a dying Jedi's heart and resuscitate them, it failed. He could not use that dark ability for something good. Palpatine would one day tell him that the dark side held the power to save those he loved, and Anakin would believe him, because back on Jabeam, he had already tried the Jedi way, and it wasn't enough. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and as always, may the Force be with you. The fall of the Republic gave rise to the Galactic Empire, and with it, the birth of one of the most terrifying regimes in galactic history. But what many fans don't know is that only months after Palpatine declared himself Emperor, a military uprising almost ended his reign before it truly began. This story is one of deception, vengeance, and near triumph, which unfolded in the Darth Vader and the Ghost Prison comic. It remains one of the most dangerous threats that Palpatine ever faced. In this video, I want to break down exactly how the Gentis coup nearly succeeded in killing the Emperor, and how it was ultimately brought to a brutal end. The story begins in the early days of the Empire, as the galaxy was still reeling from the Clone Wars. Headmaster Gentis, a respected military officer and war hero, had served loyally throughout the Republic era, but he had also lost nearly all of his sons to the fighting, leaving only one alive, Call Gentis. When Gentis visited the Imperial Crematorium and watched the ashes of young Imperial cadets being incinerated, he realized the Empire's appetite for death would never cease. Though the Clone Wars had ended, the senseless slaughter of the Empire's youth continued, and Gentis, filled with grief and rage, saw Palpatine as the source of that pain. He believed that unless drastic action was taken, the galaxy would remain trapped in a cycle of war. So Gentis set into motion a plan to overthrow the Emperor from within, and he would use the very cadets he had trained to do it. The perfect opportunity came during the graduation ceremony of the newest class of Imperial officers, young cadets trained at academies across the galaxy. They were meant to be the backbone of the new Imperial military, and Gentis had spent months filling their heads with propaganda and loyalty, not to the Emperor, but to his cause. Among them was a promising but disfigured cadet named Lorita Tom, whom Gentis promoted to lieutenant. Though Tom believed he was simply being honored for his loyalty, he was being manipulated as part of a larger plot. The night of the graduation, as the cadets were presented to Emperor Palpatine, the coup began. Explosives planted around Coruscant detonated in key Imperial installations, killing many officials in minutes. Chaos erupted in the streets as the cadets, now rebels, attacked loyalist forces, including stormtroopers. Imperial Plaza became a battlefield, and despite being outnumbered, the cadets fought viciously. Gentis personally met with Palpatine in the Imperial Palace, pretending to present his top graduates, but it was a trap. As the explosions went off, Gentis released a deadly virus that came to be known as Aorth-6 into the throne room, a necrotic toxin that liquefied the victim from the inside out. Dozens of officers and royal guards died immediately, and Palpatine himself was infected. The Emperor survived only by drawing on the dark side of the Force to sustain himself. Barely alive, he was rescued by Darth Vader, Moff Tracta, and Lorita Tom. Together, they extracted the Emperor and fled through secret tunnels beneath the palace. Gentis believed Palpatine had died in the attack, but in truth, the Emperor was evacuated to a secret location that only Darth Vader had uncovered, an ancient Jedi prison buried deep in the Diab system called the Prism. Using intel recovered from a Jedi holo recording, Vader, Tom, and Tracta smuggled the Emperor aboard a stealth transport, hoping to use the prison's medical facilities to save his life. Also known as the Ghost Prison, this facility was not ordinary. It was built centuries earlier to hold the most dangerous Force-sensitive individuals the Jedi had ever encountered. It was kept so secret that not even the Chancellor or any senators knew of its existence. But now it would serve a new purpose. As Palpatine slowly recovered in isolation, Vader and Tom used the opportunity to recruit a strike force from among the prisoners, hardened warriors who hated the Jedi and owed no loyalty to the Empire. Back on Coruscant, Gentis seized military control. He told Imperial Moffs and generals that the Emperor had died and placed the planet under lockdown. All communication was severed. He claimed Vader and Tracta had vanished, implying they too were killed. Gentis used the Emperor's absence to declare himself the de facto ruler of the Empire. He tried to recruit others to his cause by appealing to their grief and sense of loss, showing holograms of the Death Star as a symbol of the Emperor's unchecked ambition. With Call Gentis holding senior officers at gunpoint, they pressured them to join the new regime. Gentis promised peace, an end to senseless death, and a return to moral governance. But he failed to understand that without Palpatine's sheer dominance and power, his new empire would not survive. When Tarkin arrived on Coruscant with his forces, Gentis personally greeted him, hoping to force the old Moff to acknowledge his new rule. He explained that his sons had died for the Empire and that the Emperor's policies had murdered them. But Tarkin was unmoved, telling Gentis that his sons had died in service and that he would soon join them. At that very moment, Vader emerged from Tarkin's shuttle, with Tom, Tracta, and a deadly force of prisoners from the Prism. The strike team, though outnumbered, launched a devastating assault. Vader unleashed a shockwave of force energy, toppling dozens of cadets at once. Blasters and grenades flew in all directions. A demolitions expert named Ko tried to strike back, but was taken out by sniper fire before he could launch his explosives. Amidst the chaos, Call Gentis saw Tom and ran toward him, overjoyed. But Tom, knowing he had been used and betrayed, shot Call in the stomach, killing him. Gentis collapsed in grief, holding his son's lifeless body and begging for mercy. That mercy never came. Emperor Palpatine arrived at last, weak but fully healed, and executed Gentis with a brutal onslaught of Force lightning. In the aftermath of the failed coup, the surviving rebels were rounded up and executed. Moff Tracta was promoted, and Lorita Tom was given the rank of Admiral. The Ghost Prison incident was erased from the record. The Emperor had survived one of the most serious threats to his rule through sheer force power, loyalty from a few trusted allies, and the terror he inspired in his enemies. Though the uprising was crushed, it revealed just how vulnerable the Empire could be when its leadership faltered. It also showed the growing dissatisfaction among the ranks, something that would fester in the years to come. The Gentis coup wasn't just another failed rebellion, it was a near-death experience for Emperor Palpatine. Had just one more detail gone wrong, had Vader arrived a few minutes later, had Tom not defected from his other cadets, had the virus spread faster, history could have changed. But, as always, Palpatine's grip on life, power, and fear was just strong enough to survive. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and as always, may the Force be with you. When audiences first met Princess Leia in A New Hope, she appeared fearless, even while being held captive on the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star. But what really happened to her behind those cold steel doors has long remained a mystery. Her strength never wavered on screen, but in the shadows, Darth Vader had already begun his ruthless interrogation. And the horrors she endured weren't just implied, they were made explicit in canon. In this video, we're going to explore the full, harrowing story of what Darth Vader did to Leia while she was imprisoned on the Death Star. Everything that happened off-screen, straight from the canon book A New Hope, The Princess, The Scoundrel, and The Farm Boy. After being captured over Tatooine, Leia was transferred from the Devastator to the Death Star. As she disembarked the shuttle, she kept her eyes wide open, memorizing every hallway, every turn, every stormtrooper she passed. She counted her steps, noted her path, and made mental maps of possible escape routes. Even in chains, Leia was thinking like a soldier. She was escorted to the detention block by 8 stormtroopers, a number chosen by Vader himself. To Leia, it was almost insulting. Not because she wasn't dangerous, but because Vader clearly saw her as a threat. That meant she was doing something right. When she entered the detention block, the guards were startled. They immediately recognized her, not just as a prisoner, but as a known figure, as someone who had consistently been a thorn in the Empire's side. But all of that didn't matter now. Her rank, her identity, none of it could shield her. She was no longer a senator, no longer a princess. In the Empire's eyes, she wasn't even a person anymore, just a number. Prisoner 2187. Leia was thrown into a cell with no ceremony. Her binders were removed, but the message was clear: she wasn't going anywhere. She took in her surroundings, a cold, sterile room with a small metal cot and barely enough space to stretch her legs. But her mind stayed sharp. She searched the walls and floor for panels or vents, anything that could serve as a means of escape or a weapon. That's when she noticed the ceiling vent, just wide enough for her head. It wasn't much, but it was something. A detail to file away in case an opportunity ever presented itself. But any thoughts of escape were interrupted by the sound of the cell door hissing open. Vader had arrived, not just to command, not just to observe. He came in person, to interrogate her himself. Leia sat still on her cot, refusing to show fear. Vader entered the cell like a shadow come to life, his breathing the only sound, deep and mechanical. Two security officers stood by his side, silent and imposing. Without a word, an interrogation droid floated into the room behind him. Leia had heard of these things. Illegal across most of the galaxy, they were used only by the Empire, and only when someone needed to be broken. The droid released a sharp, high-pitched sound, like static, like a scream that never stopped. Silver arms extended from its body, ending in syringes, saws, and cruel instruments. One syringe in particular, filled with a glowing fluid, caught Leia's attention. She recognized it immediately. Truth serum. Vader gave her one last chance. He asked her where the rebels were hiding, where the stolen plans had been taken. But Leia didn't answer. Not with fear, not with submission. She stood her ground. So Vader gave the order. The needle plunged into her arm and the serum coursed through her veins. It hit fast, like fire and ice crashing together in her bloodstream. Her muscles locked up, then released. Her mind clouded over, not with sleep, but with pressure, suffocating and disorienting. The walls around her twisted. She could feel her memories being stirred up, manipulated, pulled toward the surface. But she fought it. She remembered her training. Not just the physical conditioning, but the mental preparation. Her instructors had taught her how to resist. If she couldn't lie, she could mislead. If she couldn't stay silent, she could speak in riddles. The voices around her pressed harder, demanding answers, demanding locations, demanding the names of rebel leaders. But Leia said nothing they could use. Each time, she drew on the memory of her father, of her duty, of her people. She held onto her identity even as the drug tried to erase it. She collapsed against the wall, dizzy, her heartbeat roaring in her ears. But still, she didn't break. What followed wasn't just physical. Vader changed tactics. He let the drug weaken her defenses, then tried to manipulate her emotions. He spoke softly, dangerously, pretending to show care, suggesting that her father wanted her to cooperate, that if she revealed the rebels' plans, the pain would stop, that he wanted her to come home. Leia could barely tell what was real. The cells spun around her, her memories distorted, her thoughts blurred. But one thing remained clear: she could not break. She heard voices, some real, some not, all of them drilling questions into her. She lost track of time. Was it hours, a day, longer? Every time the pressure lifted, it came crashing down again. Eventually, her training took over. When the voice asked where the rebels were hiding, she gave vague answers, partial truths, things that sounded helpful but revealed nothing. She disconnected her mind from her body and slipped into a place where Vader's words couldn't reach. By the time Vader left, she was barely conscious, but she was still herself. Still Leia, still a princess of Alderaan, still a rebel. She had survived the worst the Empire could throw at her. When she awoke again, time had lost all meaning. Her stomach ached, her mind still foggy, but her spirit hadn't been broken. And when Vader returned to take her from the cell once more, she didn't tremble. She stood tall. He took her to the Death Star's control room, not to free her, but to show her what would happen if she didn't give up the rebels. The target was Alderaan, her home, a warning, a punishment. And even then, as the Death Star's super laser powered up, Leia gave them false information. A fake location, one last deception to protect the people she loved. The torture Princess Leia endured on the Death Star was more than just physical pain. It was psychological warfare. Vader used everything, drugs, threats, manipulation, to try to break her. But he failed. Through it all, Leia resisted. Not just with stubbornness, but with strategy, with resilience, with hope. This is the full canon story of what Darth Vader did to Princess Leia off-screen, and it shows that true strength isn't about power or fear, it's about the courage to endure, to resist, and to never stop fighting for what's right. Thank you guys for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and as always, may the Force be with you. To the galaxy at large, Anakin Skywalker died with the Jedi Order. The Clone Wars ended, the Jedi were hunted to extinction, and from the ashes of the Republic rose the terrifying Empire and the figure of Darth Vader. Many Imperials questioned where Vader came from, but none dared to ask. Behind that black mask was the truth. Vader was not some secret warrior summoned from the shadows. He was Anakin Skywalker, once a hero of the Clone Wars, and almost no one knew. In this video, I want to go through every single person in canon who knew that Vader was Anakin. This includes people that knew the entire time from Revenge of the Sith, or discovered at any point during the Empire's reign that Vader was Anakin. We're going to pull from the movies, the canon comics, shows like The Clone Wars and Rebels, and novels like Thrawn Alliances, Bloodline, and Tarkin. Let's jump in with the one person who always knew Vader's identity: Palpatine. Darth Sidious, the mastermind behind the fall of the Republic, was the one who turned Anakin into Vader. He didn't just know Vader's identity, he created it. From the moment Anakin turned against the Jedi, knelt before Sidious, and was dubbed Lord Vader, Palpatine wielded his identity like a weapon. He used it to chain Anakin to the dark side, corrupting his former Jedi persona into the perfect tool of fear and obedience. Throughout the Empire's reign, Palpatine kept this secret from almost everyone. Only his closest subordinates like Mas Amida ever knew. It was a secret that Palpatine preserved out of strategy, because revealing Vader was once a Jedi would expose too much of the truth behind the Jedi Purge and the fall of the Republic. He saw Vader as both a tool and a symbol. To Palpatine, Anakin was a failure of the Jedi, and Darth Vader was a triumph of the Sith. Up next is Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan obviously learned that Anakin had taken the name Vader after watching the security footage in the Jedi Temple. He then confronted his former apprentice on Mustafar. For years, Obi-Wan believed Anakin had died there. He had left his former apprentice burning and broken, and assumed his death was assured. But 10 years later, in the Kenobi series, he learns the horrifying truth. Anakin survived the duel, and was now the black-armored Sith Lord terrorizing the galaxy. The realization comes as a shock, delivered by Reva, the third sister, who cruelly reveals it to him. That revelation haunted Obi-Wan. He lived in hiding to protect Luke Skywalker from Vader, and discovering Anakin still lived made everything feel like a failure. He confronted Vader again, but even though he thought that Anakin was completely gone, he could still not bring himself to kill his former apprentice. Next is Yoda. We see Yoda sense Anakin turn to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith, and he seemed to already suspect that Anakin was responsible for the attack on the Jedi Temple. When Yoda and Obi-Wan returned and accessed the temple's security recordings, Obi-Wan asks to review the footage, and Yoda warns him that what he's about to see will only leave him with pain, implying Yoda had already sensed or discovered that Anakin was responsible. After confirming the truth and learning that Anakin had taken the name Vader, Yoda instructs Obi-Wan to confront him while he himself goes to challenge Sidious. Later, following the birth of Luke and Leia, Yoda assigns Obi-Wan to watch over the boy and prepares for his own exile on Dagobah, fully aware of what Anakin had become. Yoda recognized that Anakin had fallen. He sensed it in the Force, and while he didn't witness the rise of Vader directly, he understood the transformation. It was part of the larger darkness that had clouded the galaxy. Next is Bail Organa. Bail witnessed the fall of the Republic firsthand. He saw the devastation at the Jedi Temple, and though he didn't learn Vader's identity right away, once he helped Obi-Wan and Yoda, they filled him in on everything that had happened. Out of caution and duty during the time of the Empire, Bail chose not to reveal what he knew. He adopted Leia and then eventually helped build the Rebel Alliance, but even then, he kept the truth about Anakin's secret. His silence was a matter of survival, not just for himself or for Leia, but for the entire rebellion. Up next is Luke and Leia. Luke learned the truth during one of the most iconic scenes in the saga. In The Empire Strikes Back, Vader confronts Luke and reveals he is his father. The moment shattered Luke's perception of the Force, the war, and his own identity. How could it be possible that he was the son of Darth Vader? By the time of Return of the Jedi, Luke was fully determined to redeem Vader. Luke's understanding of Vader's true identity shaped his actions for the rest of his life, even influencing his behavior with Ben Solo and the future of the Jedi Order. Luke saw the man beneath the mask. He believed there was still good in him, because he had once been Anakin Skywalker. Leia didn't learn anything about Vader until much later. Luke told her the truth in Return of the Jedi, but her reckoning came years later, decades into the New Republic era, in the novel Bloodline. When the truth about her father was exposed to the galaxy, it nearly destroyed her political career. Allies abandoned her, the media turned on her, and though she never met Vader as her father, Leia carried the burden of that truth forward, privately and with resolve. She chose not to dwell on the connection. To her, Bail Organa was her true father. Next is Ahsoka. Anakin's former apprentice spent years not knowing the fate of her master. In Rebels, she finally comes face to face with Darth Vader and senses the horrifying truth. The man she once trusted had become something monstrous. Her heartbreak was visible. She chose not to tell the Ghost crew what she'd learned and walked her own path forward. Her connection to Anakin and Vader lingered as a scar. Even during the events of The Mandalorian years later, Ahsoka still carries that pain. It defines how she sees the Force and how she chooses to live, like when she refused to train Grogu. Up next, R2 and 3PO. R2 didn't have his memory wiped at the end of Revenge of the Sith. He had served Anakin through the Clone Wars and then later served Luke during the time of the Rebellion. R2 witnessed Anakin's fall firsthand, and he always knew Vader was Anakin. He simply chose to remain silent. 3PO, on the other hand, did have his memory wiped at the end of Episode 3. So for a brief time, he did know what happened to Anakin, but it's unclear if he eventually came to learn the truth in later years. Grand Moff Tarkin. Tarkin worked closely with Anakin during the Clone Wars, and later with Vader during the time of the Empire. In the Tarkin novel, it's stated he suspects Vader's true identity, and he's about 99% sure that Vader was Anakin. His familiarity with Vader's tactics and presence hints at a deeper awareness, but Tarkin keeps his suspicions to himself. Next is Thrawn. Thrawn met Anakin during the Clone Wars and later worked with Vader in the novel Thrawn Alliances. He never confronts Vader directly, but subtly acknowledges the truth. Thrawn sees patterns, and he sees through the armor, yet he never challenges it, preferring to keep the secret for strategic reasons, but he too was sure that Vader was Anakin. Up next is Maul. Maul seemed to have discovered that Sidious planned to make Anakin his next apprentice sometime during the Clone Wars. In Season 7, he tried to warn Ahsoka. Though Maul never meets Vader in canon, he understood who Anakin was destined to become. He was one of the few to foresee it before it even happened. His insight added weight to his warnings, even if they were ignored. Jocasta Nu. After surviving Order 66, Jocasta Nu returned to the Jedi Temple to retrieve important data. When a security droid scanned Vader's biometrics and identified him as Anakin, Jocasta discovered the horrifying truth. She tried to expose the information to the clone troopers that arrested her with Vader, but Vader simply killed all of them and then executed Jocasta. Next is Farron Barr and Verla. Farron Barr was a Jedi survivor, and he hired a slicer to find information on the Jedi Purge. Barr then watched security footage from the Jedi Temple and saw that it was Anakin who had led the attack. Later, Farron Barr trained Force-sensitive disciples on Mon Cala, one of whom was Verla. Farron was eventually hunted down and killed by Vader, but Verla survived, and years later, she learned that Luke Skywalker was Vader's son. She nearly killed Luke out of fear, but then decided to help him in locating a new lightsaber after The Empire Strikes Back. Up next is Reva, the third sister. She was a youngling who survived the attack on the Jedi Temple by playing dead. She knew that Anakin had become Darth Vader and led the attack on the temple because she witnessed it with her own eyes. So she joined the Inquisitors later not out of loyalty, but to get close enough to kill Vader and take her revenge. Reva's knowledge set her apart from the other Inquisitors. It gave her clarity, and a mission that nearly reshaped the course of galactic history. Baylan Skoll. Though not explicitly explained, Baylan refers to Anakin with knowledge that suggests he knows the full story. His tone and context imply he's one of the few characters aware of what became of Anakin. It's unclear how he learned it, but whatever his source, it added gravity to his perception of the Force. And last but not least is Sabe. Padme's former handmaiden, Sabe, led a secret movement to learn the truth about her queen's death after Revenge of the Sith. Eventually, she found evidence on Polis Massa suggesting Anakin's true identity when she watched footage of Padme's last words. She ended up serving Vader directly for a time, hoping to prove that Padme was right and there was still a trace of Anakin inside the Sith Lord. Though they eventually parted ways before the events of Return of the Jedi, her knowledge remained intact. She saw what few others ever did, that even in the heart of darkness, a trace of light might remain. From the moment Anakin became Vader, only a handful of individuals ever learned the truth. Some carried it with honor, some tried to exploit it, others died with the secret. Each person who learned the truth had a choice to make, whether to keep the secret, or act on it, or seek redemption, or revenge. In the end, the identity of Darth Vader was more than a secret. It was a tragedy, a weight, and for some, like Luke, it was a chance to bring the light back into the galaxy. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and as always, may the Force be with you. Darth Vader's transformation into a cyborg was more than just a surgery. It was a rebirth fueled by the dark side. Although Palpatine arrived on Mustafar just in time to recover his apprentice, Vader's condition was critical. Even with the Empire's most advanced medical technology, he should not have survived the brutal reconstruction that followed. Vader's own power had kept him alive on the lava bank, but how did he really survive the surgery? What no one knows is that Vader's survival was not due to medical science alone. Beneath the very facility where he was rebuilt, Palpatine had a hidden Sith lair, a vast reservoir of dark side energy. The artifacts and relics stored within this secret chamber were so powerful that they radiated Sith energy into the med center above, directly into the room where Vader's broken body was being repaired. Without this unintentional connection to this dark side reservoir, Vader may not have lived. This video is going to explain Palpatine's secret Sith lair, the ancient relics inside of it, and how they played a role in sustaining Darth Vader during his painful rebirth. All of this lore is coming from the brand new 2025 version of the Canon Encyclopedia Star Wars Complete Locations. So the Grand Republic Medical Facility was one of Coruscant's most advanced hospitals, specializing in cutting-edge biomechanical reconstruction and life-saving procedures. During the Clone Wars, it served as a vital medical hub, treating wounded clones, senators, and other high-ranking officials. However, as Palpatine consolidated his power, the facility became more than just a place of healing. It became a mask for something far more sinister. Following the near exposure of the inhibitor chip conspiracy by Fives, the facility temporarily shut down for security reasons. During this time, Palpatine took the opportunity to repurpose parts of the building for his own secret operations. Directly beneath the med center, Palpatine constructed a vault, a Sith lair where he could store his most treasured artifacts. This area was completely off limits to the medical personnel. The only individuals allowed to access it were Palpatine himself and his elite Red Guards. The Sith Lord had spent years collecting ancient relics, holocrons, and powerful Sith artifacts, and this chamber beneath the medical facility became the perfect hiding place for them. On the surface, it was a facility dedicated to saving lives, but beneath it, the dark side pulsed like a beating heart, growing stronger with every object Palpatine placed within its depths. Palpatine's Sith lair beneath the med center was far more than just a collection of relics. It was a concentrated source of dark side energy, a place where the power of the Sith could gather and grow. The artifacts stored within radiated a constant aura of darkness, influencing everything around them. Among the treasures stored there were some of the most potent Sith artifacts in history. A massive Sith holocron, retrieved from Korriban, sat at the center of the lair, pulsing with ancient knowledge. The Great Crystal of Antennae, a corrupted kyber crystal, glowed with an eerie red hue, its energy twisted by centuries of Sith influence. An ancient altar from Ziost, once used for blood rituals, stood in the shadows, still carrying the echoes of long-forgotten sacrifices. In addition, Sith scrolls, weapons, and multiple holocrons filled the room, each one a conduit of power, feeding into the dark nexus that had formed within the lair. These objects did more than just sit and collect dust. They radiated power. Over time, the concentration of darkside artifacts created an ambient aura of Sith energy that flowed throughout the surrounding area. This unseen force field of darkness extended into the upper levels of the med center, subtly influencing those who worked there. But its most profound effect would occur when Darth Vader was brought to the facility in his most vulnerable state. When Vader was rushed to the Grand Republic Medical Facility after his defeat on Mustafar, his body was on the verge of collapse. His skin was charred, his last 3 organic limbs were gone, and his organs were failing. Even with cybernetic replacements and intensive care, his survival was nearly impossible. The pain alone should have killed him, but there was something else at work besides his own power in the Force. As the medical droids worked to replace Vader's shattered body with cybernetics, the dark side energy from the Sith lair below seeped into him. Unbeknownst to the surgeons operating above, the power radiating from Palpatine's artifacts was acting as an unnatural force of preservation. Just as the cave below Vader's castle on Mustafar was a dark side nexus of power, this hidden Sith vault created an environment where Vader's suffering fueled his survival. The pain that should have weakened him instead became a source of strength. The dark side thrives on suffering, and the intensity of Vader's agony created a perfect conduit for its power. His hatred and rage, already building after his betrayal and defeat, were magnified by the dark energy flowing from the depths of the Sith lair. This was not a passive force, it was a living presence, binding itself to him, feeding his transformation. As Vader drifted between life and death on the operating table, his connection to the dark side deepened beyond anything he had experienced at that point. each vision twisted into something darker, manipulated by the energies around him. The whispers of the Sith seemed to call to him from the artifacts below, pushing him to let go of his past and fully embrace his new identity as a Sith Lord. It was not just the machinery or the droids keeping him alive, it was also his sheer will, amplified by the force that surrounded him. The hatred kept him breathing, the suffering kept him conscious, the dark side itself refused to let him die. By the time the operation was complete, Vader was more than just a broken man in a suit. He was a vessel of the dark side, reforged through pain and Sith power. The connection to the dark energy below had not only sustained him, but had ensured that his transformation was absolute. He had been remade, not just in body, but in spirit, bound eternally to the Sith legacy that now pulsed through his very being. The Sith lair beneath the Grand Republic medical facility was not built with Darth Vader in mind. Palpatine had established this hidden stronghold long before Anakin fell to the dark side, using it as a personal vault for Sith knowledge, artifacts, and rituals. He had originally hidden most of his collection in the dilapidated towers of the Works District, but as he solidified his power, he moved his most valuable relics to a more secure location within the very heart of the Republic. The medical center, once an advanced healing facility for the Republic's elite, became the perfect disguise. While on the surface it remained a place of medicine and recovery, deep below it housed some of the most dangerous and forbidden Sith artifacts in existence. This means that when Darth Vader was brought in after his duel with Obi-Wan, his placement above the Sith lair was entirely coincidental, but the effects were undeniable. The sheer amount of darkside energy stored within the lair acted as a reservoir of unnatural power, one that Vader unknowingly drew upon in his most desperate moment. It was not a calculated plan, but a fortunate accident for Palpatine. The lair's power played an unexpected but crucial role in sustaining Vader's life, allowing him to survive a transformation that should have killed him. Without the presence of Palpatine's Sith artifacts just below, Vader may have perished on the operating table. This is a bit of lore that almost no one knows about. The dark side itself played a direct role in Darth Vader's survival through those relics in the lair. His transformation was not just a reconstruction of flesh and bone, but a spiritual rebirth in the shadow of the greatest Sith power the galaxy had ever seen. Thank you guys for watching this video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and as always, may the Force be with you. As the final battle of the Galactic Civil War loomed, the galaxy saw Darth Vader as the Emperor's most loyal enforcer. But inside the armor, Anakin Skywalker, the man who had once dreamed of saving lives and freeing slaves, was waking up. On the forest moon of Endor, while rebels fought stormtroopers, Vader was waging a different war, a private one within himself. The canon book Return of the Jedi, Beware the Power of the Dark Side, reveals that during the final hours before Luke surrendered and the confrontation with the Emperor began, Vader was unraveling inside. He wasn't calm, he wasn't at peace, he was torn apart. Long before he stepped onto the moon of Endor, Darth Vader was already spiraling. The moment he sensed Luke's presence aboard the Rebel shuttle, something inside him stirred, a mixture of purpose, dread, and memory. He should have confronted Luke immediately, put an end to the bond between them. But the Emperor ordered him to wait, and that waiting became a torment. Each hour spent pacing aboard the Death Star brought back memories he had buried for years. Thoughts of Padme crept in. Her smile, her voice, her death. He had destroyed the woman he loved, and now her son had returned to stand before him. He tried to force the memories away, tried to lock them behind the discipline of the Sith, but Luke's nearness made that impossible. Even Vader's immense power couldn't suppress the echo of Anakin Skywalker. In his frustration, he remembered Yoda's voice too, calm and steady, reminding him to be patient. The irony burned. Yoda, the one who had trained him to resist attachment, haunted him now. And as he finally received the Emperor's summons, he didn't walk calmly to the throne room. He marched, fueled by anger and a need for action. When he stood before the Emperor and delivered the news of the rebel landing, the Emperor dismissed it coldly. Vader's true concern wasn't the rebels, it was Luke. He announced what he already knew. His son was with the rebel force. And when the Emperor questioned whether Vader's feelings on the matter were clear, Vader affirmed they were. But underneath his obedience, he bristled. Why had he been kept waiting? The Emperor, always 10 steps ahead, insisted that Luke would come to Vader. He had foreseen it. Vader's mission wasn't to hunt his son down, but to wait, to be patient once again. With no choice, Vader obeyed. But inside, his purpose was sharpening. As he rode the shuttle down to Endor, more memories surfaced. Memories from a lifetime ago, when he was a boy in Watto's scrapyard. He remembered scouring the junk piles for parts to repair a droid, asking Watto for permission to take a broken servo motor. Watto had grunted a yes, then muttered that nothing was free, that he'd work Anakin harder the next day. Vader didn't know why that memory surfaced. It was supposed to be buried. The past was supposed to be dead. But the presence of Luke had cracked something open. And in the silence of the shuttle descent, the boy he once was flickered in the darkness. Now, as he touched down on the forest moon, all that mattered was the confrontation ahead. The shield generator, the bunkers, the tangle of wires and machinery, all of it faded into the background. His true focus was Luke. He could feel him in the Force, a presence as familiar as his own. And Luke could feel him too. The bond between them hummed like a wire strung too tight. Vader felt compelled to act, to go after Luke now. He could summon his troops, burn through the trees, search every inch of the forest, but he didn't. He obeyed his orders, waiting at the Imperial base, even as every instinct screamed at him to go. Eventually, the call came. A rebel spy had been captured in the woods, and it was Luke. Vader didn't hesitate. He stormed down the corridors, brushing aside underlings and soldiers, his fury barely contained. And then he saw him. Luke stood bound, dressed in black, unarmed. For all his power, for all his training, he looked so young. Vader could have ended it then, struck Luke down, silenced the turmoil. But the Emperor's command still rang in his mind. His job was not to kill, but to deliver. As he took Luke's lightsaber from an officer, Vader turned from his son, but not without pain. There was no victory in this moment, only wait. The two finally spoke. Vader questioned Luke's resolve. Luke challenged his father's identity. The name Anakin Skywalker returned to the conversation like a ghost refusing to stay dead. Vader tried to reject it. He told Luke that name meant nothing. But Luke insisted otherwise. He spoke not with fear, but with compassion. He reminded Vader that there was still good in him. When Vader examined the weapon Luke had built, he was stunned. It was not the saber he had once constructed as a boy. It was new, refined, elegant. Vader admired the blade's green glow, felt the craftsmanship, and realized how far his son had come. Luke was no longer a farm boy. He was a Jedi. But the lightsaber wasn't what unsettled Vader most. It was what Luke said next. Luke asked Vader to leave with him, to abandon the Emperor, to return. That suggestion pierced deeper than any blade. Because Vader finally understood something that terrified him. Luke wasn't dangerous because of his power. He was dangerous because he made Vader doubt. Not just doubt the Emperor, but doubt the truths Vader had built his life on for decades. Luke's words stirred emotions Vader had long denied. As Luke pleaded with him to turn away from hate, Vader felt it, a storm within his mind. Luke's compassion reached the parts of him no blade could touch. The voice of Anakin screamed louder than it had in years. And for the briefest of moments, Vader wanted to believe. But belief was hard. The dark side was easier. Its certainty numbed the questions. Its promises masked the pain. And in the end, Vader pushed Luke away, not with violence, but with words. He declared it was too late, that the Emperor would reveal the truth. But even as he ordered stormtroopers to take Luke away, the conflict had not vanished. As he watched his son disappear into the shuttle, Vader stared out at the trees of Endor and something inside him shifted. Luke believed that there was still good in his father, and he was right. The battle between them on Endor was not about lightsabers or power, it was about identity. About a father lost in the shadow of Darth Vader and a son trying to remind him who he once was. In the final confrontation aboard the Death Star, those cracks would burst open. But it all began here, in the forests of Endor, where Darth Vader, the Emperor's right hand, first began to remember the man he used to be. One of the most interesting parts of the prequels, in my opinion, is Palpatine's manipulation of Anakin, and specifically how he was able to finally convert Anakin to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith. I do have a separate video detailing how Palpatine manipulated him between The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, so check that out if you want even more backstory. But for this video, I want to take a look at Anakin's horrifying thoughts as he became Darth Vader. I'm not talking about when he was built into the armor after Mustafar, because I know people like to say that's when he fully became Vader, but I'm referring to the scene where Anakin and Palpatine kill Mace Windu, and Anakin finally pledges himself to the Sith. I'm going to pull directly from the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, which is honestly one of the best Star Wars books ever written. Not only does it really flesh out Anakin's deteriorating mental state over the course of the story, but it's also just flat out better than the movie, in my opinion. Now, let's take a look into Anakin Skywalker's mind as he finally became a Dark Lord of the Sith. Anakin knelt in Palpatine's office, looking down at a hand with brown skin that he had just severed with his blade. What had he done? Another hand, warm and alive, laid itself on his shoulder. A familiar, gentle voice told him that he was fulfilling his destiny, that the Jedi were traitors, and that he had just saved the Republic. Anakin realized that Palpatine was right, and wondered how he hadn't seen it sooner. Palpatine replied that the Jedi, including Obi-Wan, hadn't trusted Anakin, not even enough to tell him of their plot to overthrow the Senate. Treason echoed in Anakin's memory, as he remembered the Council ordering him to spy on Palpatine, an assignment that had been kept off record. Palpatine continued, saying that he did not fear Anakin's power as the Jedi Council did, he embraced it. Since Anakin was the greatest of all the Jedi, he could also be the greatest of the Sith. In his perfect method of manipulation, he told Anakin that he believed in him, and he trusted him completely. Anakin looked up at Palpatine, and what he saw choked him like an invisible fist crushing his throat. Palpatine's face was no longer human. His eyes were a cold and feral yellow, gleaming like a predator, and the bones of his face had melted and distorted. The skin had become gray and coarse. Looking into that face of absolute darkness, Anakin saw his future. Palpatine asked him to join him, to pledge himself to the Sith as his apprentice. He told Anakin to look inward, to see himself as he truly was, observing his emotions that the Jedi had sought to repress. As the shadow beside him spoke, its words became true. Anakin handled his emotions, he dissected them, he reassembled them and pulled them apart again. He still felt them, if anything they burned even hotter than before, but they no longer had the power to cloud his mind. Palpatine was pleased, and said that he had found the first key to the power of the Sith. Anakin opened his eyes and turned his gaze fully upon the grotesque features of Darth Sidious. As he looked upon the face of Sidious, he felt a powerful revulsion that interested him. Within himself, Anakin weighed Padme's life against the Jedi Order, and he pledged himself to the teachings of the Sith. Sidious stood over his new pupil, placed a hand on his brow, and inducted him into the Order of the Dark Lords of the Sith. Anakin heard Sidious say his new name, Vader. He repeated it to himself in his mind. Sidious instructed him to rise. The Sith Lord who had once been a Jedi hero called Anakin Skywalker stood, drawing himself up to his full height. He looked not outward upon his new master, nor upon Coruscant beyond, nor out into the galaxy that they would soon rule. He instead turned his gaze inward. He unlocked the furnace gate within his heart and regarded with new eyes the dragon that had haunted his life. "I am Darth Vader," he said within himself. The dragon tried again to whisper of failure and weakness and death, but with one hand the Sith Lord caught it and crushed it. "I am Darth Vader," he repeated as he ground the dragon's corpse to dust. "You are nothing at all," he told the dragon as he finally destroyed it. He had become, finally, what they all called him, the hero with no fear. He was Darth Vader. When Anakin returned from the Outer Rim sieges and learned that Padme was pregnant, his emotions were a mix of joy and fear. This development, which should have been a cause for celebration, pushed Anakin fully down the dark path he had been approaching his entire life, as he was then haunted by premonitions of Padme's death in childbirth. Anakin's mental state, his emotions, and his thoughts were incredibly complex, especially in Revenge of the Sith. His trauma, his repressed rage under the Jedi teachings, and his compulsion to possess his loved ones were his undoing. Thankfully, the canon book SKYWALKER, A Family at War gives us a look into Anakin's thoughts about his unborn child and his fear of losing Padme. Unfortunately, as Anakin drew gradually closer to the dark side than ever before during this time period, his thoughts are disturbing. When Padme told Anakin that he was about to become a father, he immediately began to obsess over the ramifications and complications of such a development. Padme could only conceal her condition for so long, masking her pregnancy under cloaks of fine Naboo velvet. Anyone who had previously suspected a deeper connection between the Senator and the Jedi would have more reason than ever to believe that he had cast aside the Jedi's strict code and consorted with a woman he was clearly in love with. And even if he and Padme managed to maintain their deception, once the child arrived, the Queen of Naboo would relieve Padme of her post, and it would be impossible for Anakin to remain a Jedi, except as an absentee father. For Anakin to allow his child to grow up fatherless while he stood by, cast in the role of a caring family friend, was unconscionable. Moreover, a child could hardly be trusted to carry the secret without disclosing, by a slip of the tongue or betrayal of their feelings sensed by the Jedi through the Force, to keep the truth quiet for long. Anakin's Jedi training temporarily helped calm his anxieties, allowing him a moment to embrace what their future might hold. Amid the terrible destruction of the Clone War, they had created life. If he let his worries fall away, if he only focused on himself and Padme, on their commitment to each other, on the vow they had made, he could see her news for what it was, the happiest moment of his life. Anakin's joy was fleeting. Rapture over Padme's news was soon replaced by fear. Padme's transformation into motherhood stirred up emotions he had not felt since leaving Shmi behind more than a decade earlier. Superficially, the two women were very different, a slave and a former queen, one destitute, the other wealthy. One was his abandoned mother, the other the mother of the child he might well have to abandon. History seemed to be repeating itself in ways that Anakin found profoundly disturbing. 3 years prior, Anakin's nightmares had served as a portent of Shmi's death. Now, Anakin was plagued by visions of the future once more. He should have been at peace, finally sleeping at Padme's side. But through the Force, he saw only staggering loss, a vision of Padme crying out in pain and pleading for his help, while their child sobbed out of reach. When he told Padme what he had seen, her worries rested with the baby. She was prepared to give her life to protect her unborn child. Anakin's concerns were chiefly with his wife. And this is where Anakin's thoughts begin to become disturbing. Later, when Palpatine told him the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, Anakin disregarded the moral point of the tale and instead fixated on a glimmer of hope he found in it. He knew it was dangerous, but he was willing to give anything to discover this mythological power so that Padme might cheat death. He would willingly lay down his own life, lose their child, and destroy everything else he held dear to save Padme from his mother's fate, and save himself from enduring a life without her. In exchange for Padme's life, he was prepared to watch the whole galaxy burn. Anakin, or Darth Vader, suffered a brutal defeat on Mustafar at the hands of Obi-Wan Kenobi, leaving him with injuries that he had to endure for the rest of his life. The loss of limbs and being burned alive were the repercussions of his fall from grace and terrible atrocities he had committed against the Jedi Order. The moment itself is gruesome enough as depicted in the film, but the novelization, as well as the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, give further insight into Anakin's thoughts as he was burning, providing a painful look into his mind as he suffered. The duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan had carried them far from the landing pad where it had began, and now the duel was over. With a single sweep of his lightsaber, Obi-Wan had severed his former Padawan's legs at the knees and also his left arm. As his crippled body fell down the slope of the lava bank, Anakin scrabbled at the black sand, but struggling only made him slip farther. The sand itself was hot enough that digging the Durasteel fingers of his mechanical arm into it burned off his glove, and his robes began to smolder. As Anakin struggled to raise his head from the scalding sand, his eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Obi-Wan, thinking to himself that he would not die like this, that he was still stronger than his old master. As Obi-Wan bellowed down at him about being the chosen one, Anakin felt the intense heat permeating his torn tunic, and he spotted his fallen lightsaber lying a short distance away. He was too stunned and dazed to focus his powers, so he helplessly watched with rage as Obi-Wan bent down to pick up his saber, and carried it with him as he began walking up the slope. Anakin's long hair had blackened and was beginning to char in the intense heat. He screamed that he hated Obi-Wan, and as the Jedi Master turned back for the final time to tell him that he loved him, Anakin's clothes caught on fire, and he was instantly engulfed in flames. His screams were filled with anger as well as pain, not unlike that of any entirely helpless creature. His instinct was to roll and put out the flames, but because of his wounds and the burning hot sand beneath his ravaged body, the only thing he could do was burn and burn. As Obi-Wan walked off, leaving him to die, Anakin could somehow still feel one last flicker of Obi-Wan's presence in the Force before the Jedi receded from view completely. Anakin kept screaming until the flames finally burned out. When they did, he again dug his mechanical fingers into the sand, pulling himself a few millimeters up the slope. With each movement, hot volcanic shards scraped and tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration and willpower to shift his scorched remains up the bank and away from the lava river. Only his power in the Force kept him from blacking out. Only his pure hatred for Obi-Wan made him want to live. Yet his mind was still not fully convinced of what he had become, and as he heard the engine of an arriving starship travel over his location, he realized that he still thought of himself as Anakin, not Darth Vader. He had no idea how much time had passed before he heard the voices of clone troopers nearby, and then the voice of his master. As Sidious approached him, kneeling down next to his ruined body, Anakin went completely limp, and finally allowed the darkness to sweep over him. After his brutal defeat and immolation on Mustafar, Darth Vader, mutilated and severely burned, was transported back to Coruscant by the newly appointed Emperor. The Emperor took this opportunity to intentionally limit Vader with a suit of cybernetic life support armor that would both keep him alive and restrain his powers so he could never rebel. The process was incredibly painful for Vader, as he was given no anesthetic during the procedure, so that his agony and anger would fuel his strength in the dark side of the Force. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Vader's first thoughts inside the suit and his reaction to it are explained in detail. As the first flash of light registered on his scorched eyes, it brought him pain and burned him. He felt that burning and thought that a part of him would always be lying upon the black sand along a lake of lava while he burned. He could hear himself breathing, however it was hard and harsh and felt as though it scraped his nerves that had already been made raw. He couldn't stop his breathing or even slow it down because he didn't even really have lungs anymore. He felt the mechanisms forced inside his chest and working throughout the suit, breathing for him. As Sidious asked if he could hear him, Vader could, but not really, not naturally. Sensors inside his new shell of a helmet sent the sound directly into his brain. As he looked around with his burned eyes, optical sensors converted the light and the shadows into a hideous amalgamation of the world around him. Vader couldn't decide if his helmet made the world hideous or if it was already hideous on its own. As he tried to speak, asking for Padme, another voice spoke for him, out of the vocabulator that served his burned lips, tongue, and throat. As Sidious slowly, almost cautiously said that Padme had died, Vader felt as though his words burned hotter than the lava on Mustafar ever had. As Vader fell into his despair, thinking only of Padme, he swore that he could never hurt her, could never kill her with his own hand. And yet he remembered all of it. He remembered the furnace of his own fury, feeling venom in his blood and hatred rushing through him as he seized Padme by the throat. And in that moment, Vader finally understood himself. He realized that there was never any monster inside of him. It was only him, and he had done it. He had killed Padme. He realized that he had killed her because when he finally could have saved her and gone away with her, the only thing he thought of was himself. He then realized the clear and cruel truth of the Sith, because now himself is all that he would ever have. As he felt his rage and screamed and reached out through the Force to destroy Sidious, he felt that his power was now so much less. The power of Anakin Skywalker felt only like a memory, and he could barely manage to destroy the medical droids around him, while he couldn't even touch Sidious. In the end, he didn't really want to destroy his new master, because he was all that Vader had left. He felt as though Sidious understood him and forgave him, and now would teach him. Having no other path before him, Vader knew that the only purpose in his life was serving Sidious and burning himself within the furnace of his heart forever. Vader stood for a long moment with his sheathed arms dangling at his sides, his head mournfully bowed. To the galaxy at large, Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the hero with no fear, the chosen one, had died on Coruscant during the siege of the Jedi Temple. And to some extent, that was true. Anakin is dead, Vader told himself. And yet, if not for events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all: the war, the Republic, the fealty of the one Jedi Knight in whom the entire Jedi Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. While he retained his knowledge of the Jedi arts, he felt uncertain about his place in the Force. And while he had taken his first steps toward awakening the power of the dark side, he felt uncertain about his ability to sustain that power. How far he might have been now had fate not intervened to strip him of almost everything he possessed, as a means of remaking him. Or of humbling him, as Darth Maul and Tyrannus had been humbled before him, as indeed the Jedi Order itself had been humbled. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including, for the moment at least, the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. Vader turned and began to move from the room. But this is not walking, he thought. Long accustomed to building and rebuilding droids, supercharging the engines of land speeders and starfighters, upgrading the mechanisms that controlled the first of his artificial limbs, he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids responsible for his resurrection in Sidious' laboratory on Coruscant. His alloy lower legs were bulked by strips of armor similar to those that filled and gave form to the long glove Anakin had worn over his right arm. What remained of his real limbs ended in bulbs of grafted flesh, inserted into machines that triggered movement through the use of modules that interfaced with his damaged nerve endings. But instead of using Durasteel, the medical droids had substituted an inferior alloy and had failed to inspect the strips that protected the electromotive lines. As a result, the inner lining of the pressurized bodysuit was constantly snagging on places where the strips were anchored to knee and ankle joints. The tall boots were a poor fit for his artificial feet, whose claw-like toes lacked the electrostatic sensitivity of his equally false fingertips. Raised in the heel, the cumbersome footgear canted him slightly forward, forcing him to move with exaggerated caution lest he tumble or topple over. Worse, they were so heavy that he often felt rooted to the ground, or as if he were moving in high gravity. What good was motion of this sort if he was going to have to call on the Force even to walk from place to place? He may as well have resigned himself to using a repulsor chair and abandoned any hope of movement. The defects in his prosthetic arms mirrored those of his legs. Only the right one felt natural to him, though it too was artificial, and the pneumatic mechanisms that supplied articulation and support were sometimes slow to respond. The weighty cloak and pectoral plating so restricted his movement that he could scarcely lift his arms over his head, and he had already been forced to adapt his lightsaber technique to compensate. He could probably adjust the servo drivers and pistons in his forearms to provide his hands with strength enough to crush the hilt of his new lightsaber. With the power of his arms alone, he had the ability to lift an adult being off the ground. But the Force had always given him the ability to do that, especially in moments of rage. What's more, the sleeves of the bodysuit didn't hug the prostheses as they should, and the elbow-length gloves sagged and bunched at the wrists. Gazing at the gloves now, he thought, this is not seeing. The pressurized mask was goggle-eyed, fish-mouthed, short-snouted, and needlessly angular over the cheekbones. Coupled with a flaring dome of helmet, the mask gave him the forbidding appearance of an ancient Sith war droid. The dark lenses that covered his eyes filtered out light that might have caused further injury to his damaged corneas and retinas, but in enhanced mode, they reddened the light and prevented him from being able to see the toes of his boots without inclining his head almost 90 degrees. Listening to the servo motors that drove his limbs, he thought, this is not hearing. The Medroids rebuilt the cartilage of his outer ears, but his eardrums, having melted in Mustafar's heat, had been beyond repair. Sound waves now had to be transmitted directly to implants in his inner ear, and sounds registered as if issuing from underwater. Worse, the implanted sensors lacked sufficient discrimination, so that too many ambient sounds were picked up, and their distance and direction were difficult to determine. Sometimes the sensors needled him with feedback, or attached echo or vibrato effects to even the faintest noise. Allowing his lungs to fill with air, he thought, this is not breathing. Here, the Medroids had truly failed him. From a control box he wore strapped to his chest, a thick cable entered his torso, linked to a breathing apparatus and heartbeat regulator. The ventilator was implanted in his hideously scarred chest, along with tubes that ran directly into his damaged lungs, and others that entered his throat, so that should the chest plate or belt control panels develop a glitch, he could breathe unassisted for a limited time. But the monitoring panel beeped frequently and for no reason, and the constellation of lights served only as steady reminders of his vulnerability. The incessant rasp of his breathing interfered with his ability to rest, let alone sleep. And sleep, in the rare moments it came to him, was a nightmarish jumble of twisted, recurrent memories that unfolded to excruciating sounds. The Medroids had at least inserted the redundant breathing tubes low enough so that, with the aid of an enunciator, his scorched vocal cords could still form sounds and words. But absent the enunciator, which imparted a synthetic bass tone, his own voice was little more than a whisper. He could take food through his mouth as well, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove the triangular respiratory vent that was the mask's prominent feature. So it was easier to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous and otherwise, and to rely on catheters, collection pouches, and recyclers to deal with his waste. But all those devices made it even more difficult for him to move with ease, much less with any grace. The pectoral armor that protected the artificial lung weighed him down, as did the electrode-studded collar that supported the outsized helmet, necessary to safeguard the cybernetic devices that replaced the uppermost of his vertebrae, the delicate systems of the mask, and the ragged scars in his hairless head, which owed as much to what he had endured on Mustafar as to attempts at emergency trephination during the trip back to Coruscant aboard Sidious's shuttle. The synth skin that substituted for what was seared from his bones itched incessantly, and his body needed to be periodically cleansed and scrubbed of necrotic flesh. Already he had experienced moments of claustrophobia, moments of desperation to be rid of the suit, to emerge from the shell. He needed to build, or have built, a chamber in which he could feel human again, if possible. All in all, he thought, this is not living. This was solitary confinement, prison of the worst sort, continual torture. He was nothing more than wreckage, power without clear purpose. When Anakin was struck down by Obi-Wan on Mustafar, brutally dismembered and left to burn alive on the shores of a lava river, he was forced to use his rage and pain to stay alive. Just as the corruption of the dark side had clouded his mind and fueled his arrogance, leading to his defeat in their duel, it was now all he had left to ensure that he survived. Not only did Anakin already believe that the Jedi were evil traitors, but he was now overcome with hatred for Obi-Wan after his former master had left him to suffer. In the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, we finally get to know what Anakin was thinking as he lay on the lava bank burning in agony and Obi-Wan left him to die. Anakin had never imagined that Obi-Wan possessed the strength to defeat him so brutally. His old master shouted down at him as he writhed in pain at the bottom of a slope of black sand. Their exhausting duel had carried them far from the landing pad where Padme's ship had arrived, but now it was over. With 2 quick strokes, Obi-Wan had severed his legs at the knees and his left arm at the elbow. As Anakin struggled to raise his head from the smoldering sand, his eyes blazed a bright yellow with the fury of the dark side. He glared at Obi-Wan, thinking to himself that he would not die that way, that he was still stronger than Obi-Wan even in his injured state. As Obi-Wan continued shouting down at him, Anakin could feel the intense heat of the lava beginning to permeate his torn tunic, and he spotted his fallen lightsaber lying nearby. He wanted to retrieve it with the Force, but he found that he was too stunned and dazed to focus his powers, so he watched helplessly as Obi-Wan bent down to pick up his saber, then took it with him as he began to walk up the slope. Anakin finally managed to speak, roaring that he hated his old master. Obi-Wan stopped in his tracks and turned one final time to face the ruined, seething monster below him, and softly replied that he had loved him. At that moment, Anakin's clothes caught fire from the heat, and his entire body was suddenly engulfed in flames. His screams were filled with anger as well as pain, as he was a helpless creature in agony. His first instinct was to roll and put out the flames, but because of his wounds and the red-hot sand beneath his ravaged body, all he could do was burn. His skin was destroyed, his lungs scorched, his eardrums melted, his entire body decimated by fire as Obi-Wan walked away, leaving him to die. Somehow, through his agony, Anakin felt one last flicker of Obi-Wan's presence before he disappeared from his view completely. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the flames burned out, and Anakin dug his mechanical right arm into the sand. He pulled with all his strength and slid a few millimeters up the slope. He willed himself to repeat the movement, and with each tug, hot volcanic shards scraped and tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration to shift his scorched remains up the slope and away from the lava river. As he moaned and gasped in pain, only his powers in the Force kept him from losing consciousness. Only his hatred for Obi-Wan gave him the desire to live. After some time, he heard the engine of an arriving starship travel over his position. He had no idea how much time had passed before he heard a clone trooper's voice call out above him, and then he heard the voice of his new master. As he saw Sidious approaching him, his torso went completely limp, and he finally allowed darkness to sweep over him. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I hope that you are all doing well. Today, I want to share one of my favorite stories from Canon. It's really beautiful, and it just explains everything that Anakin saw and thought and heard when he died and became one with the Force in Return of the Jedi. So let's jump right in. When Anakin returned to the light side of the Force, he found the strength to finally destroy the Emperor and fulfill the prophecy that the Jedi had envisioned so many years before. With the help of his son Luke, Anakin was able to turn away from the dark path he had stumbled down, sacrificing his own life in the process. With his suit of life support armor damaged beyond repair, Anakin accepted death, grateful to Luke for saving him from the dark side of the Force. After over 2 decades of pain and suffering, and his reign as a Dark Lord of the Sith, Anakin Skywalker finally died and became one with the Force. But what was he thinking during the final moments of his life in the physical world? How did he know how to maintain his consciousness so that he could manifest as a Force ghost? All of this is revealed to us in the canon book Return of the Jedi from a Certain Point of View, in the short story titled Brotherhood. Within the collapsing debris of the doomed second Death Star, the mutilated, half-machine body of Darth Vader fought for 1 or 2 more breaths. Vader's rage and consuming fear finally subsided, a gradual withering as he struggled to form the words, his organs and his cybernetic implants failing simultaneously. But he managed to speak, one last effort to express the most important things that Anakin Skywalker had ever said in his life. As he gazed upon the compassionate eyes of his son, the man who saved him, Anakin told him to tell his twin sister that he had been right about him. With that, Anakin sank into the void of the Force, guided only by a single flame within himself. But within the emptiness of that next place, he felt the flame within him, a growing intensity and radiance strong enough to break the darkness. Even as his physical body died, Anakin burned within the Force like the mythical sun dragon of Tatooine. His mother had once told him that he had the burning heart of the sun dragon, and years of living as Vader under layers of bulky armor and dead tissue had made him forget that. Ignored under the corruption of darkness, that memory was as good as destroyed. But the Sun Dragon could never be destroyed, not in the stories of myth, and not within the Force or within Anakin himself. And inside the endless landscape of nothing, he fought the ocean of the Force. It pulled at him and clashed against him as he fought to be stronger than the Force itself. And then everything snapped into place, a connection beyond time and space, beyond worlds, and Anakin heard the voices of his loved ones from years past. Padme on her deathbed, claiming there was still good within him. Qui-Gon dying on Naboo, making Obi-Wan promise to train him. Ahsoka never giving up on him, telling Maul he was wrong about Anakin on Mandalore. Words and images wove around and through him. He heard Obi-Wan's voice calling him a good friend. Anakin wondered when was the last time anyone had thought of him as a friend. In the Force, that thought brought calm to him, flames from his Sun Dragon heart collapsing into a steady rhythm. And in response, the strangest thing happened. Anakin had spent his life trying to control the Force, an aggressive tension that often lashed back in struggle. Here, this single drop of calm offered something different, a surprising tranquility that allowed him to drift. In the endless space of nothing, Anakin simply existed in the quiet. For years, he had been constantly surrounded by the mechanical thrums of his armor and cybernetics, noise that was often his sole companion. Anakin always wondered if peace might lie beyond the noise of Darth Vader, yet the absence of sound within this ether created anything but that, leaving him with one harsh truth. So many terrible things had happened in the galaxy, and he was the cause. He had brought destruction. He had brought pain to his apprentice. He had brought betrayal to his brother, and he had brought death to his wife. Then, a subtle shift occurred, a single intention that broke the quiet and rippled outward within the Force. Anakin would not stand for that. He would not accept that his story was over, that it ended on a single act of choosing light over dark. He had too much left to undo after spending decades as Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker simply refused, and he felt his Sun Dragon heart burn with renewed flames, and in the ether of the Force, nothing, not even the Force itself, could stop him. Because Anakin refused to accept that things should conclude that way. A determination grew within him, an intensity that would overcome any obstacle. He would not die. He was the chosen one, and he would make amends and bring justice to the pain he had unleashed as a Sith Lord. Then, suddenly, he heard the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi calling his name, observing that he was still trying to be a hero. Anakin replied sadly that he was not a hero, for he had caused suffering across all corners of the galaxy, and he felt the heat of Mustafar's lava as he spoke. He told Obi-Wan that he had failed him. Anakin spoke quietly, and said there was something he had never told Obi-Wan in life. When he had buried his mother on Tatooine, Anakin had sworn that he would become all-powerful, strong enough to save people from death. Instead, he did the opposite. He spread fire and pain to anyone in his path. Obi-Wan replied that one person alone could not burn down a galaxy. Together, the two of them existed within the Force, yet they did not. Formless and separate within the ether, yet still one with the Force. Somehow, Anakin felt Obi-Wan's hand on his shoulder, as real as it had been many times when he was a young Padawan. Obi-Wan told him that he did not bear the guilt of the galaxy, only his own choices. Anakin replied that he had made the choices to kneel to the dark side, to storm the Jedi Temple, and to fight Obi-Wan on Mustafar. Obi-Wan agreed, and said those choices belonged to Anakin alone, but his voice carried no judgment. He said that he had one final challenge for Anakin, and a sudden light broke through the nothingness, a beam piercing the darkness. Suddenly, Anakin was somewhere new, surrounded by a dense forest. In front of him, he saw a glowing funeral pyre, with Luke standing in front of it. Somehow, Luke had stared directly into the pain and rage of Darth Vader and managed to see past it, to recognize the part of Anakin Skywalker that remained buried inside. Now, he was just a son offering compassion to his dead father. Obi-Wan stated that Anakin had chosen Luke over the Emperor, chosen empathy over power, chosen a brighter future for the galaxy, and to break the rule of the Sith. He said that Anakin had chosen to bring balance. Anakin watched as the flames consumed the armor that had kept him alive for many years, and he wondered what Luke must think of the legacy burning before his eyes. Together, Obi-Wan and Anakin watched Luke join his friends and his sister Leia in the Ewok village. Anakin accepted that he no longer needed to find a way. Others already had. His children had found the way. Alongside Obi-Wan and Yoda, Anakin was overcome with a feeling of acceptance as he watched his children. Luke and Leia would outlive the legacy of Anakin and Padme. Anakin told Obi-Wan and Yoda that he had faith in his children, and those words seemed to unlock his whole universe. His corporeal body dissolved into the Force, and Anakin finally felt as though he was at peace. Perhaps the most pivotal moment of Anakin Skywalker's conversion to the Sith was when he learned of the ability to manipulate life and death through the midichlorians. In the Opera House on Coruscant, Palpatine planted the final seeds of his manipulation by telling Anakin the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. The very idea of controlling death, usurping the natural will of the Force, was something Anakin had been craving since the death of his mother. Heralded as the chosen one by the Jedi, Anakin constantly questioned why he would not then possess ultimate power through the Force. Since learning that Padme was pregnant and suffering through premonitions of her death in childbirth, Anakin had become even more desperate to learn how to save his loved ones from dying. While the whole scene about Plagueis has become somewhat infamous and memed into eternity, it really is one of the most important moments of the prequels. Thus, I want to take a look at the lore and go into what Anakin's inner thoughts were when he heard about it. We know he was obviously desperate and intrigued, but there's more to it than that in the books. So let's take a look at the novelization of Revenge of the Sith and the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, to learn what Anakin's true thoughts were on the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise. It's vital to understand Anakin's mental state at this point in the story. One of the things that the novelization does very well is portray the deterioration of his mind as the story goes on and Palpatine manipulates him. When Anakin learned that Padme was pregnant, his initial concerns were around the secrecy they were forced to adopt. Even if the two of them were able to maintain their secret marriage, the only way Anakin could remain a Jedi would be to become an absentee father. However, he refused to allow his child to grow up without a father as he had. Padme's pregnancy brought with it nightmares of her death. When Anakin should have been at peace, he saw through the Force only staggering loss. Those negative emotions weighed heavy on him when he joined Palpatine at the galaxy's Opera House. It was a crucial moment for the two men and their unshakable bond. There, Palpatine claimed that the Jedi Council wanted to oust him and take control of the Republic. Palpatine had sprung his trap brilliantly, disclosing this shattering revelation just hours after the Jedi Council had tasked Anakin with spying on him. He had expertly turned the Jedi's plot against them while preying on Anakin's conflicting loyalties. Palpatine claimed that the Jedi and Sith were simply two sides of the same coin, with similar sensitivities to the power of the Force but diametrically opposing viewpoints on how best to harness the mystical energy field. The Sith relied on passion for strength, accumulating power for their own devices, while the Jedi extolled emotional control and used their power to help others in need. The Jedi were selfless and benign, while the Sith were selfish and greedy. Anakin's unwillingness to let go of Padme and the child they had conceived flouted Jedi ways. In truth, he was neither acting as a Sith nor a Jedi would, although veering closer to the former in his conduct. Over years spent patiently grooming Anakin, Palpatine had seduced the young Jedi and his powers away from the path of the light, encouraging his fiery temper and making him feel special. Palpatine could see deep into Anakin's heart and sensed that he was tormented by visions of Padme dying, so he told the story of his own Sith master, Darth Plagueis. Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, able to manipulate the midichlorians to create life, and thus save beings from death, so Palpatine claimed. Eventually, Plagueis taught his apprentice everything he knew, and his apprentice killed him in his sleep. At hearing the story, a universe of possibility sprouted in Anakin's mind, and he obsessed over finding the legendary apprentice of Plagueis that had learned his secrets. Palpatine continued, stating that he was fairly certain that Plagueis did exist, and that anyone who possessed Plagueis' knowledge would be not only the most powerful being in the universe, but virtually immortal. Under the assumption that both Plagueis and his apprentice were real, Anakin knew that he needed to obtain the knowledge they had discovered. However, Palpatine claimed that it would not be possible to learn the power from a Jedi, thus introducing the possibility of learning the ways of the Sith for the first time to Anakin. Anakin disregarded the moral point of the story of Plagueis and instead fixated on the glimmer of hope he found in it. He knew it was dangerous, but he was willing to give anything to discover this mythological power so that Padme might cheat death. He would willingly lay down his own life and destroy everything else he held dear to save her. In exchange for Padme's life, Anakin was prepared to watch the entire galaxy burn. The duel between Dooku, Anakin, and Obi-Wan in Revenge of the Sith was one of the most important moments in the entire saga, a truly genius charade orchestrated by Palpatine. While Anakin and Obi-Wan believed they were simply doing their part in rescuing the Chancellor from the Separatists, they were actually falling directly into the Sith Lord's trap. Dooku, on the other hand, was the one who truly had no idea what was coming. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith does a fantastic job describing this duel, especially from Dooku's perspective. The duel itself takes up like a whole chapter of the book. Dooku was fed a false plan by Palpatine beforehand, and he was instructed to kill Obi-Wan before allowing himself to be captured by Anakin. Palpatine assured him that together the two of them would turn Anakin to the dark side and convert him into one of their acolytes, but this was completely a lie. Palpatine always intended for Anakin to kill Dooku and replace him as his apprentice. However, because Dooku was going along with the false plan, he also believed that Anakin and Obi-Wan posed no real threat to him, and the duel would simply be a formality, a futile attempt on their part. Since he considered himself to be much more powerful than both of them, he went into the duel very confident, which allowed Anakin and Obi-Wan to trick him in a brilliant way. The entrance balcony provided an appropriate angle, far above the Jedi looking down upon them, for Dooku to make final assessments before beginning the farce. The idea that he could be beaten by any Jedi was ridiculous. But thus was life. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. He called upon the Force, gathering it to himself and wrapping himself within it. Now the scene below subtly altered, though to the physical eye there was no change. Powered by the dark side, Dooku's perception took the measure of those below him with exhilarating precision. Kenobi was luminous, a transparent being, a window onto a sunlit meadow of the Force. Skywalker was a storm cloud, flickering with dangerous lightning, building the rotation that threatens a tornado. Dooku leaned forward, and his cloak of armor weave spread like wings. He lifted gently onto the air and descended to the main level in a slow, dignified force glide. Touching down at the head of the table, he regarded the two Jedi from under a lifted brow. Obi-Wan lifted his lightsaber into the balanced two-handed guard of Ataru, Qui-Gon style, and Yoda's. His blade crackled into existence, and the air smelled of lightning. Dooku allowed his customary mild smile to spread. Skywalker brought his lightsaber to a Shien ready stance. Kenobi moved toward him with a slow, hypnotic grace, as though he floated on an invisible repulsor plate. Skywalker mirrored him, swinging wide toward Dooku's flank. It would be quite simple in the end, Dooku thought. All he had to do was isolate Skywalker and slaughter Kenobi. Beyond that, it would merely be a matter of spinning Skywalker up into enough of a frenzy to break through his Jedi restraint and reveal the vista of Sith power. Lord Sidious would take it from there. The force crackled between them, and the ship pitched and bucked under a new turbo laser barrage, and Dooku decided that the time had come. He flicked a false glance over his shoulder, a hint of distraction to draw the attack, and all three of them moved at once. While effortlessly deflecting a rain of blue streaking cuts from Kenobi, Dooku turned to face Anakin and neatly sidestepped, cutting at the boy's leg. Yet Skywalker's blade met the cut as he passed, and he managed to sweep his blade behind his head to slap aside the casual thrust Dooku had aimed at his back. Dooku thought that this was truly pathetic. They were certainly energetic enough, leaping and whirling, raining blows almost at random, while Dooku continued in his gracefully methodical way to outmaneuver them so thoroughly it was all he could do to keep from laughing out loud. It was a simple matter of countering their tactics, which were depressingly straightforward. Skywalker was the swift one, whooshing here and there like a hawk bat, attempting a Jedi variant so they could come at him from both sides, while Kenobi came on in a measured Shicho cadence, deliberate as a lumber droid, moving step by step, cutting off the angles, clumsy but relentlessly dogged as he tried to chivvy Dooku into a corner. Whereas all Dooku needed to do was slip from one side to another, and occasionally flip over a head here and there, so that he could fight each of them in turn rather than both of them at the same time. He supposed that in their own way they might actually prove reasonably effective. It was clear that their style had been developed by fighting as a team against large numbers of opponents. They were not prepared to fight together against a single Force user, certainly not one of Dooku's power. He, on the other hand, had always fought alone. It was laughably easy to keep the Jedi tripping and stumbling and getting in each other's way. They didn't even comprehend how utterly he dominated the combat. Because they fought as they had been trained, by releasing all desire and allowing the Force to flow through them, they had no hope of countering Dooku's mastery of Sith techniques. They had learned nothing since he had bested them on Geonosis. They allowed the Force to direct them. Dooku directed the Force. He drew their strikes to his parries and drove his own ripostes with thrust of dark power that subtly altered the Jedi's balance and disrupted their timing. He could have slaughtered both of them easily. However, only one death was in his plan, and this show was becoming tiresome, not to mention tiring. The dark power that served him only went so far, and he was no longer a young man. Dooku taunted Kenobi that he needed to do better, and the Jedi's response to this friendly word was to regard him with a twinkle of gentle amusement. Then, the Jedi shot straight upward over Dooku's head so fast it seemed he'd vanished, and in the space where Kenobi's chest had been was now only the blue of Skywalker's blade driving straight for Dooku's heart. Only a desperate whirl to one side made what would have been a smoking hole in his chest into a line of scorch through his cloak. Dooku thought, "What?" He threw himself spinning up and away from the two Jedi to land on the table, disengaging for a moment to recover his composure. That had been entirely too close, but by the time his boots touched down, Kenobi was already there to meet him, blade weaving through a defensive velocity so bewilderingly fast that Dooku dared not even try a strike. He threw a feint toward Kenobi's face, then dropped and spun in a reverse ankle sweep. But not only did Kenobi easily overleap this attack, Dooku nearly lost his own foot to a slash from Skywalker, who had again come out of nowhere. Dooku realized that this was not in the plan. Skywalker slammed his following strike down so hard that the shock of deflecting it buckled Dooku's elbows. Dooku threw himself into a back roll that brought him to his feet, and Kenobi's blade was there to meet his neck. Only a desperate whirling block, coupled with a wheel kick that caught Kenobi on the thigh, bought him enough time to leap away again, and when he touched down, Skywalker was already there. The first overhand chop of Skywalker's blade slid off Dooku's instinctive guard. The second bent Dooku's wrist. The third flash of blue forced Dooku's scarlet blade so far to the inside that his own lightsaber scorched his shoulder, and Dooku was forced to give ground. Dooku felt himself blanch. Where had this come from? Skywalker attacked, impossibly powerful, a destroyer droid with a lightsaber. Each step was a blow, and each blow was a step. Dooku backed away as fast as he dared. Skywalker stayed right on top of him. Dooku's breath went short and hard. He no longer tried to block Skywalker's strikes, but only to guide them away. He could not meet Skywalker's strength to strength. Not only did the boy wield tremendous reserves of Force energy, but his sheer physical power was astonishing. And only then did Dooku understand that he'd been suckered. Skywalker's Shien ready stance had been a ruse, as had his Ataru gymnastics. The boy was truly a Gemso master, and as fine a one as Dooku had ever seen. His own elegant Makashi simply did not generate the kinetic power to meet Gemso head-to-head, especially not while also defending against a second attacker. It was time to alter his own tactics. He dropped low and spun into another reverse ankle sweep, since the weakness of Gemso was its lack of mobility. Thus, the strike slapped Skywalker's boot sharply enough to throw the young Jedi off balance, giving Dooku the opportunity to leap away, only to find himself again facing the wheel of blue lightning that was Kenobi's blade. Dooku decided that the comedy had ended. Now it was time to kill. Kenobi's master had been Qui-Gon Jinn, Dooku's own Padawan. Dooku had fenced Qui-Gon thousands of times, and he knew every weakness of the Ataru form, with its ridiculous acrobatics. He drove a series of flashing thrusts toward Kenobi's legs to draw the Jedi Master into an overhead leap, so that Dooku could burn through his spine from kidneys to shoulder blades. And this image, this plan, was so clear in Dooku's mind that he almost failed to notice that Kenobi met every one of his thrusts without moving his feet, staying perfectly centered, perfectly balanced, blade never moving a millimeter more than was necessary, deflecting without effort, riposting with flickering strikes and stabs swifter than the tongue of a ghost viper. And when Dooku felt Skywalker regain his feet and stride once more toward his back, he finally registered the source of that blinding defensive velocity Kenobi had used, and only then did he understand that Kenobi's Ataru and Shi-Cho had been ploys as well. Kenobi had become a master of Sorisu. Dooku found himself having a sudden, unexpected, overpowering, and entirely distressing bad feeling about this. His farce had suddenly, inexplicably spun from humorous to deadly serious and was tumbling rapidly toward terrifying. Realization burst through Dooku's consciousness like the blossoming fireballs of dying ships outside. The pair of Jedi fools had somehow managed to become entirely dangerous. These clowns might, just possibly, actually be able to beat him. When Anakin Skywalker became a Sith apprentice and turned to the dark side of the Force, his mind was corrupted by that darkness. Anakin convinced himself that everything he was doing was right, deluding himself into believing the Jedi were evil and he had to help Palpatine in order to save Padme. One of my favorite things about the novelization of Revenge of the Sith is how deep it goes into Anakin's mind throughout the book, something that the movie couldn't do very much. What I'd like to touch on today is one of the most interesting scenes in the book that doesn't appear fully in the film, where Anakin reports back to Palpatine after killing the Separatists on Mustafar. This scene is longer in the book, and we learn what Anakin was thinking as he spoke to his new master. It's revealed that he was already planning to kill Palpatine mere hours after becoming his apprentice, and it's truly fascinating. So let's jump into the novelization to get all the details of how and why Anakin was planning to murder his Sith master so quickly. And we'll take a look at the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, which also fleshes out Anakin's thoughts even more. Now enthralled to Palpatine, Anakin Skywalker once more took on a familiar role, one which had dominated his earliest years, that of obedient slave. For one who had struggled so much to bend events to his will, suddenly being stripped of all self-determination had an oddly freeing effect on him. In some corner of Anakin's mind, he managed to persuade himself that his actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, he had time to reflect. In the calm following the carnage, his rage subsided, to be replaced with despair and self-loathing. He had lost count of how many had died upon his blue Jedi blade, and he mourned the man he had once been. As he stood among the corpses of the Separatist leaders, Anakin gazed up through the viewport at the galaxy he would one day rule. He could feel his power in the dark side growing, and he knew he was already as powerful as Palpatine. As soon as his alleged master shared Darth Plagueis' secret of immortality, their relationship would undergo a fatal transformation. He would kill Palpatine, and everything was going according to plan. As Anakin spoke to the hologram of his master, he pretended to be respectful. Palpatine told him that he had restored peace and justice to the galaxy, and Anakin lied that that was his only ambition. Suddenly, Palpatine scowled and said that he felt a disturbance in the Force, warning Vader that he may be in danger. Anakin scoffed in his mind and asked how he could possibly be in danger from anyone. Palpatine told him to be mindful, and his words reminded Anakin of Obi-Wan's lectures when he was a young Padawan. He pretended to listen to his master's words and promised to be cautious, but when the transmission ended, he sneered to himself. He thought to himself that it was Palpatine who should be mindful, and that he was a disturbance in the Force. Anakin's mind was so focused on his power and obtaining even more that he completely ignored Padme's pleas when she came to meet him on Mustafar. That's why he even told her that he could overthrow Palpatine. The problem with coveting power is that no amount of authority or influence is ever enough. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and becoming the right hand of the newly crowned Emperor, heir to the legacy of the Sith, Darth Vader felt more insecure than ever. He was terrified of losing everything, just as Darth Plagueis had. Even staring into Padme's eyes, Anakin could only think of power. He believed himself stronger than Palpatine. Thinking that he had single-handedly brought peace to the Republic, blinded to the demise of the once great democracy, Anakin now craved dominion over the entire galaxy and the legacy of the Sith. Anakin Skywalker is arguably the main character of the entire Star Wars saga. Thus, his absence from the sequel trilogy, except for the brief appearance of his voice in Episode 9, came as a surprise. We know that he was considered to appear as a spirit multiple times throughout the development of the trilogy, but that never happened. It almost seems wrong that he never showed up, depending on your opinion of how it would have served the story. However, in order to retroactively add some context into Star Wars canon regarding Anakin's spirit, the book Shadow of the Sith actually gives us a reason for him not appearing in the sequels. As it turns out, due to the events of the book, Anakin may not have been able to manifest himself at all. This book explains why Luke Skywalker and Lando Calrissian were searching for Ochi of Bestoon and the mysterious Sith world of Exegol, as well as providing much-needed backstory for Palpatine's resurrection and the Sith Eternal. I know it's lame to need a book to retroactively explain details from a movie, but I'm a big fan of Star Wars lore, and while I was skeptical of this book when it came out, I can 100% say that Shadow of the Sith is my favorite canon book by far. When I read it, it basically made me eat my words. It's an incredible story, and it let me enjoy The Rise of Skywalker a lot more. Anyway, Luke was plagued by ominous visions of Exegol, though he knew nothing about the planet itself. After recovering a Sith holocron and the cracked pieces of a red kyber crystal from an archaeological dig, he was certain that they were connected to the dark world he had seen, and he traveled to the Seeing Stone on Tython to meditate and do research. This is the same location that we saw in The Mandalorian Season 2. Poring through ancient Jedi texts and learning of the Sith Wayfinders, Luke chose to meditate upon the stone, and suddenly found himself transported to the surface of Exegol. Whether he had physically teleported or if it was a vision, he was not sure, but he found himself being attacked by Sith wraiths, specters of dark power. Luke was certain that he was in mortal danger, since everything felt very real to him, and his lightsaber blade passed through the wraiths as though it were harmless. It took all of Luke's powers and mastery of the Force to be able to battle them. His blade meant nothing, passing through the forms of the wraiths like smoke. As the 9 wraiths prepared to deal a final blow with their dark blades, a pale blue light appeared. It was a lightsaber shimmering in the air, held in a transparent blue hand. Luke fell backward and gasped in surprise. The mysterious blue figure lifted his blade toward the wraiths, and Luke found it hard to concentrate on what he was seeing, the way the Force reverberated around the powerful figure. The wraiths continued to back away until they vanished into dust in the wind. The blue figure turned around, lifting his hood to reveal the young face of Anakin Skywalker. Anakin reached out his hand, and Luke took it, and everything went white. Luke awoke on the ground, back on Tython, in the shadow of the Seeing Stone. Anakin said that the Seeing Stone could be a powerful tool, but was difficult to master, and Luke was stunned to be face to face with his father's spirit. But before Luke could say anything, a change came over Anakin. His smile vanished, and his blue form seemed to flash, like a hologram transmission caught in a blind spot. The look on Anakin's face made Luke's blood run cold. His father appeared to be in agony, and Luke didn't know if that was even possible. Anakin was one with the Force, and yet he was somehow in trouble. His spirit flickered, faded, and flickered again. As Luke watched, another man seemed to appear between the blinks of an eye, superimposed over the vision of Anakin as a young man. An older face, the face revealed beneath Vader's mask by Luke so many years ago above Endor. And then the other face was gone, and Anakin reached out, calling Luke's name. Luke took a step closer, and then stopped as his father seemed racked by a new agony. When he looked up at Luke again, his face was dark. Anakin was afraid. He said that there was a disturbance in the Force. Luke replied that he had felt it too. Anakin tried to speak, but he faded out and in again. He stood tall and grimaced. He told Luke that there was a shadow upon the Force. Luke told him that he had felt it growing, and Anakin's form began to gradually disappear. He said that the Seeing Stone had taken a part of Luke to Exegol, and it had taken everything he could give, all of his power in the Force, to bring Luke back. Luke wanted his father to stay, to talk. There was so much he didn't know and didn't understand about the Force and this mystery of the Sith, but he knew that it was taking all of Anakin's strength to appear to him now. Anakin's voice sounded so far away that Luke could hardly hear it, but he told Luke that he was never alone, to let the Force guide him and use its power. And then he was gone, the blue glow of his spirit fading into the sky. Serving as Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Senate in public and Sith Lord Darth Sidious in the shadows, Palpatine was the true mastermind of the Sith Grand Plan. Through his machinations, he was able to manipulate the destruction of the Jedi Order, the fall of the Republic, and the rise of his galactic empire. However, one of Palpatine's most impressive achievements, arguably the most important one, was the manipulation of the Chosen One, Anakin Skywalker, who would one day become Darth Vader. Over the course of 13 years, Palpatine would groom Anakin, shaping him into a Sith apprentice. Due to Anakin's already present inner turmoil, fear, and conflict, Palpatine was able to manipulate him quite easily. How this was done, as well as the intricacies of their relationship, are explained in the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War. When the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon was gone, two very different individuals stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. The first was his new master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. The second was Sheev Palpatine. The Chancellor watched Anakin's journey with detached attentiveness. His exalted position gave Palpatine almost unrestricted political power and unlimited access to the Jedi Masters and their abilities. With a benevolent smile plastered across his wrinkled face, Palpatine could walk into the Jedi Temple at any time, and turn a kindly offer of helping to shape Anakin's future into a command that not even Mace Windu could refuse. Unbeknown to the Galactic Republic and everyone else, Palpatine was secretly a Sith Lord. A cloud of the dark side's making concealed this fact from even the most experienced Jedi Masters, who sensed something nefarious at work but could not trace its source. Thus, Palpatine enjoyed the protection of the Jedi instead of their enmity. Well aware that Anakin had helped end the Trade Federation's blockade and invasion of Naboo, the devious Sith used this knowledge to insert himself into Anakin's life just as the young Padawan was questioning his place among the Jedi. Because no one within the Order, not even Obi-Wan, sensed his true intentions, Palpatine prepared Anakin for a dark future as his Sith apprentice with impunity. Skywalker's skill with a lightsaber and volatile personality made him the ideal candidate. While becoming one of Anakin's closest confidants, the calculating politician schemed to instill a dangerous sense of ambition in the already arrogant boy. As Anakin neared his teenage years, his roiling emotions called for the steady calm of Qui-Gon Jinn. Sheev Palpatine was a willing and welcoming substitute. When he called Anakin's son, the boy felt that he would do anything for him, just for the chance to feel part of a family. Using the seedy underworld of Coruscant as his classroom, Palpatine opened the young man's eyes to the suffering of those dwelling on the planet's lowest levels, far below the glittering cities where Palpatine ruled over the Senate and Anakin studied in the sacred Jedi Temple. Many residents of these gloomy subsurface levels had never even seen sunlight, a tragedy that a boy raised beneath the twin suns of Tatooine couldn't even imagine. Palpatine claimed these expeditions were a way of understanding some of the less fortunate inhabitants of the Republic's core world. In truth, they were ploys, tests, to not only see if Anakin was pliant, but to expose Anakin to the hypocrisies inherent in the Republic that, Palpatine confidently expected, would one day lead him to reject the Jedi Code. Right under the nose of Republic officials, sentient beings were being bought and sold as slaves in this hopeless district, a disturbing reminder of Anakin's own past. Although the young man claimed to rarely think about his childhood enslavement after his induction into the Order, Palpatine saw through the lie and into Anakin's heart, where he still hoped to help his mother and free other slaves, not only on Tatooine, but all across the galaxy. With a benevolent sigh, Palpatine deftly probed Anakin's insecurities, while praising the boy in the ways he craved. This was the first, but certainly not the last, time that Palpatine would feed Anakin's ego. Palpatine frequently hailed the young man as the most gifted Jedi he had ever met. To Anakin, Palpatine's praise, pointed questions, and insightful observations seemed to forge a strong connection, a bond that he rarely enjoyed with his fellow Jedi. Bit by bit, Palpatine cunningly stoked the young man's disillusion with the status quo on Coruscant's surface, where prosperity reigned, without a thought to the less fortunate souls below. This fresh way of thinking validated and mirrored many of Anakin's own concerns. He never suspected that Palpatine was quietly clawing at his emotional wounds. In this way, Palpatine forged the first link in this bond between himself and the young man he genially referred to as his boy. He made Anakin promise that he would not disclose what he had seen or learned on the sub-levels when he returned to the temple. It would be their secret. Knowing Anakin's doubts and fears enabled Palpatine to more easily expose the cracks in the boy's will, allowing the darkness in. Palpatine would sometimes confess to being wistfully envious of the predetermined life of a Jedi, when all of his own life had been made up of tough choices. Though Palpatine's words were seemingly kindly meant, to Anakin, the ability to choose his destiny was a freedom he was reluctant to relinquish. He had chosen to walk the Jedi path, but since his acceptance in the Order, every decision had been made for him. And in hindsight, even that first step seemed like a childish choice, made on a whim by an uneducated young slave because a magical man with a weapon made of light had offered him the chance to be free. Intellectually, Anakin knew that he was no prisoner. He could leave the Order at any time. But Palpatine's words struck home. The course of Anakin's life would indeed be predetermined if he remained on the path to become a Jedi Master. While Obi-Wan earnestly believed that being a part of the Jedi Order made him stronger than being an individual, Anakin felt more at ease being one half of a whole, even with all of his skills and talents. Anakin was quickly learning that the life of a peacekeeper was not free. A Jedi was devoted to the Order, and as such had to obey the Jedi Council, even when an individual's personal convictions clashed with their guidance. Far below the surface of Coruscant, Palpatine had surreptitiously exposed a different ideological path to the insecure Jedi. Under the sway of the Supreme Chancellor, skilled in the art of suggestion, Anakin was a more than willing recipient of the older man's insinuations. Anakin, with Obi-Wan's guidance, ultimately resolved to continue on the path toward becoming a Jedi Knight. But most importantly to him, Palpatine had offered him a place by his side once his training was complete. An alternate future, a door to be opened if Anakin desired after he had mastered all the Jedi had to offer. On the surface, Palpatine seemed to be promising the young man the sense of belonging that he searched for. In reality, Palpatine saw Anakin as a powerful tool for his master plan, a new galactic empire with himself as supreme ruler. For the first time, Anakin felt the weight of a predetermined future when, standing before the Jedi Council, he was hailed as the Chosen One. His pride swelled at the notion, the first seeds of an arrogance that would fully bloom when he reached adulthood. Qui-Gon maintained that finding Anakin was the will of the Force. Even those Jedi who scoffed at Qui-Gon's fervent belief in prophecy could not argue against the vergence in the Force that surrounded the boy, a cosmic supernova that seemed to dwell deep inside him. However, despite Anakin's predisposition and strength in the Force, his training would require him to overcome both emotional and physical obstacles. Even at the age of 9, he was already far behind other Padawans and younglings in basic lightsaber skills. He had often unwittingly called upon his strong connection to the Force while at the controls of a hurtling pod racer, but actually harnessing the power of the Force was a very different matter. Anakin had no real understanding and therefore little respect for the Force as a spiritual guide through life. He could not wrap his young mind around the idea that he was a part of some all-powerful energy at work in the galaxy when he had endured so many individual hardships. If he were truly as strong as they said, he wondered why he had been enslaved his whole life, and why couldn't he have freed his mother with a flick of his force-wielding hand? As the Jedi Council gazed upon Anakin for the first time, wise, diminutive Master Yoda sensed that Anakin was gripped by fear, and fear was a dangerous ally. For the Jedi, fear was a path to the dark side of the Force, an entry point to misgivings that could be nursed into anger and hate. Nevertheless, Anakin's emotional response to his situation, including his fears, was a very human reaction to the sudden upheaval he had experienced in his life. Qui-Gon believed that, with the proper guidance, Anakin's natural anxieties would subside and be replaced by a Jedi's clarity of vision. If Qui-Gon was correct, the boy would bring balance to the Force, defeating the creeping darkness that was already beginning to cloud both the Force itself and the Jedi Order's abilities to perceive the threat to it. However, where Qui-Gon saw promise, Obi-Wan and many on the Jedi Council sensed trouble. Obi-Wan did not hide his concern, even from Anakin himself. The boy's raw power in the Force was something to be wary of. He was malleable, and in the wrong hands, such explosive potential could be turned to evil. Qui-Gon's death on Naboo would have a monumentous impact on Anakin. In a few short days, Anakin's life was completely altered and reimagined by the guidance and teachings of this mysterious Jedi. With his swift demise, all Anakin could think was, what will happen to me now? In the darkest corners of his mind, fear sent him spiraling into hypothetical scenarios where he was forced back into servitude, never to see his mother again. Although no one realized what was at stake at the time, Anakin's very future hung in the balance. Had Qui-Gon survived and Maul been vanquished, Anakin would have been raised under the watchful, calm tutelage of a seasoned teacher. Although the two would likely have had their disagreements, Qui-Gon's compassion for the former slave might well have brought about a very different outcome. Perhaps Qui-Gon himself would have helped his Padawan return to Tatooine and free the slaves. At the very least, he would have empathized with Anakin's restlessness with the strict Jedi Code, offering solutions beyond the scope of Obi-Wan's regulation-driven mind. As it was, almost as quickly as he'd found it, Anakin lost the closest thing he had ever had to a paternal presence, a willing guide with an unshakable belief in his abilities. For those precious few days, Qui-Gon was a calm advisor, a much-needed buoy for the stormy passions of the young, Force-sensitive boy. The specter of Qui-Gon would loom large in Anakin's thoughts as he embarked on his quest to become a Jedi, and the trauma of losing his master would haunt Anakin in a very different way than the separation from his mother. While Shmi held the assurance of the comforts he knew, Qui-Gon had given him the promise of a meaningful future. The patient Jedi represented a bridge between Anakin's former enslaved self and the vast unknown, a future of infinite possibilities the boy was only beginning to grasp. The sole remaining constant in Anakin's life was the Force itself. The soon-to-be-trained Jedi Padawan could feel the thrum of energy binding the galaxy together. Watching Qui-Gon's body turn to ash on a sacred funeral pyre, Anakin felt a profound sense of loss. In light of the prophecy, Anakin wondered if his very existence had somehow brought danger upon his kind friend. With Obi-Wan's help, Anakin hoped to prove Qui-Gon's most earnest and heartfelt belief, that he was, truly, the Chosen One. With the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon gone, Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. As Anakin grew up, he idealized his memory of Qui-Gon, especially in the moments when he found himself at odds with Obi-Wan. The Jedi Knight made good on his promise to Qui-Gon, fulfilling his dying wish with the blessing of the Jedi Council to take Anakin as his Padawan. Master Yoda was a lone dissenting voice, concerned by the danger he felt inherent in the boy's training. In their first years together, Anakin came to see Obi-Wan in much the same reverent light he held Qui-Gon's memory, looking up to his master with awe and unwavering belief. But in his mind's darkest corners, Anakin's perception of his master was gradually colored by doubts he had overheard Obi-Wan express when Anakin was just a boy. Obi-Wan had called him dangerous, and no matter how hard he tried to shake the thought from his mind, the remark embedded itself in Anakin's subconscious. In moments of despair, Anakin's deepest fears appeared to him as an ugly truth. Because Qui-Gon Jinn had died, Obi-Wan was stuck with an apprentice he didn't want or ask for, and one whom he believed would do more harm than good. Anakin had great difficulty understanding the rules that governed the scope of the Jedi's activities. To his mind, their reticence to intervene and help systems outside the Republic's jurisdiction seemed to go against the Order's very principles. Already at the age of 12 and only a few years into his training under Obi-Wan, Anakin began to doubt his path as a Jedi Knight, and even considered leaving the Order altogether. Obi-Wan also had doubts about Anakin's future, but like his master before him, Obi-Wan was reluctant to blame Anakin. Instead, he tended to blame himself for the boy's troubles. Yet despite Obi-Wan's initial misgivings about Anakin and their near 20-year age gap, Kenobi came to see Skywalker as a brother, an equal, a partner. As Kenobi entered his 30s, he could see that Anakin still required his tutoring and guidance, but was on his way to becoming a Jedi Knight. However, that bond never seemed to be enough for the troubled young man who, above all, craved a parent's love and guidance. Anakin presented many difficulties to the Jedi shepherding his care. He was headstrong and given to challenging his master openly in front of others, when he should have been following Obi-Wan's lead. Kenobi could entertain a spirited debate behind closed doors in the name of education, but Anakin's unabashed defiance sometimes made the master feel as if he was losing control of his apprentice. Anakin's late entry into the Order meant years of lost training. To try to make up for that time, Anakin's teachers put him in classes with other Jedi learners who were far younger than him. Anakin felt out of place while also behind those in his age group. Early on, it became clear that Anakin could not follow the well-trodden path of an ordinary Padawan. His life experiences and genetic makeup set him apart, making the shelter of the Jedi Temple feel more like a cage than a sanctuary. Among the other Padawans, Anakin was thus something of an outcast. He was naturally curious, often asking questions about Qui-Gon Jinn's fatal duel, and once used his acumen with droids to alter a training program to battle a hollow creation that looked like Darth Maul. He seemed to be transfixed by the past. Whisperings that he was the chosen one certainly didn't help when he tried to blend in and convince the other young Jedi that he was just like them. But it was more than this prophecy that set him apart from the others. Acceptance in the Order does not dull the sharp tongue of a child, and Anakin's impoverished upbringing as a slave made him an easy target for ridicule. Fueled by jealousy of his abilities, the other students would murmur to each other that, skilled with a lightsaber though he was, Anakin Skywalker would never be a great Jedi. He was still too much of a slave to his emotions. Just a slave. The words infuriated Anakin, igniting the combination of fear and fury that so often threatened to boil over in the young man. In one instance, he turned to meet the gaze of his attackers, hatred for them coursing through his body. Reaching through the Force, he snatched their lightsabers from their belts, flipped the weapons and ignited them in the air, an emphatic challenge to their arrogance. It was not the Jedi way to use the Force for attack, nor to cut down mindless creatures merely following their nature. A well-trained knight should be able to send even the most threatening beast safely on its way without bloodshed simply by bending its will. However, this skill often eluded young Anakin. When seeking to calm a vicious creature, his own doubts and trepidations would get in the way. At those moments, hacking at the danger before him with his lightsaber was the only solution that presented itself. Anakin's deep well of unfettered rage made calming another creature's aggression virtually impossible. At these times, his master Obi-Wan would intervene, rebuking his Padawan for losing control of his emotions. For his part, Anakin seemed to accept that he still had much to do to contain his repressed feelings of anger and fear. In time, Obi-Wan convinced himself that, with enough training, Anakin's barely suppressed rage was simply an instability that, with patience, he would overcome in time. However, it was patience with himself and the system that Anakin found the most elusive of all the Jedi teachings. Anakin's curiosity and dissatisfaction with the status quo were natural for a boy of his age. However, while Anakin had respect for his master as an individual, he was far less impressed by the teachings they were sworn to follow. Obi-Wan wondered whether he was the best teacher for such a challenging and extraordinary student. He longed for Qui-Gon's guidance, even just a moment to commune with his former master and seek his counsel. As it was, he could only rely on the years he had spent with his mentor and the lessons acquired during their partnership in life. Anakin's rebellious ways reminded Obi-Wan of Qui-Gon's unorthodox methods. At times, it almost seemed to Obi-Wan that Anakin could have been Qui-Gon's son, no matter how unlikely the idea seemed. As it was, Obi-Wan was the closest thing Anakin had to a father, and just like many children across the galaxy, Anakin chafed when Obi-Wan showed disappointment in him and his actions. The young man convinced himself that his master failed to see his true strength, and that he was being stifled by his criticism. In time, according to the Jedi prophecy, Anakin would rival some of the greatest Jedi alive, including the legendary masters Yoda and Mace Windu, champions of the Jedi Order and its guardianship of the galaxy. Knowing that his future held such possibilities fueled Anakin's resentment against his master. This resentment fostered another perilous character trait for a future Jedi Knight: hubris. Over the course of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker would find himself tested in ways that pushed him ever closer to the dark side of the Force. His role as master to Ahsoka Tano was meant to rebalance him, teaching him the responsibility of guiding a student and the importance of the Jedi Code. Yet when Ahsoka left the Order, the repercussions would shake Anakin to his core, pushing him further down the path to darkness as his own fears and the execution of the Sith Grand Plan loomed closer. In the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, the intricacies of Anakin and Ahsoka's relationship, as well as his thoughts when she walked away from him, are explained. As the war raged on, Anakin found it analogous to the paradoxical nature of his own soul, where his desires were locked in battle with the emotions the Jedi forbade. He tried desperately to maintain some level of control. The prophetic weight of being heralded as the Chosen One, a mortal man on whose shoulders the fate of the galaxy rested, only added to his inner conflict. His future was thrown into uncertainty as he struggled to meet the expectations of the Jedi Order and its ideals amid the chaos of the Clone War. It was Grandmaster Yoda who assigned the young Ahsoka Tano to be Anakin's Padawan. Yoda hoped that the responsibility of guiding a young and powerful apprentice would help Anakin quell his turbulent nature. It was obvious that the young Jedi Knight still yearned for parental acceptance and support. By taking on a Padawan, Anakin could fulfill the nurturing role of a paternal presence himself, and emerge the powerful Jedi the prophecy needed him to be. Yoda hoped that Qui-Gon Jinn was right and Anakin would balance the Force, but first Anakin had to find his own internal peace, and teaching Ahsoka would make a fine test. Embracing the role of a master forced Anakin to confront his deepest fears and contend with some of his own most abrasive traits. Their partnership was not an easy one, as Anakin watched over her anxiously, like a worried parent. He was unaware that his fervent desire to keep her safe from harm was a manifestation of a secret desire to control the lives of those close to him, and in doing so control his own destiny. When Ahsoka was framed for bombing the Jedi Temple, Anakin stood by her side and never doubted her innocence. When she was ultimately exonerated, Anakin comforted himself with the thought that he alone had never doubted her. However, even this solace was to be denied him. Ahsoka refused to return to the ranks of the Jedi. Having been falsely accused and cast out of the Order, Ahsoka did something that few Jedi had dared to do before. Despite Anakin's heartfelt pleas to reconsider, she walked away. By doing so, Ahsoka accomplished something Anakin was too afraid to do himself. Like her, Anakin had also lost faith in the Jedi. He had spurned their strict code and violated their protocols countless times in the name of justice and desire. But he was not strong enough to take a stand and walk away. The Jedi Order had been his life. The Jedi had freed him from slavery and offered him a home. Despite all the reasons he had to follow Ahsoka, abandoning the Jedi felt like a terrible mistake. Anakin thought that he owed them too much. In the end, Yoda had succeeded in teaching the value of letting go of all one feared to lose. Only it was Ahsoka who had mastered the lesson, leaping into the unknown, while Anakin was left with familiar feelings of abandonment. Anakin's training of Ahsoka was essentially a test devised by the Council to discover if he was truly capable of following the Jedi path, by calming his turbulent mind and helping an apprentice learn the ways of the Force. After he exhibited overprotectiveness and Ahsoka rejected the Jedi altogether, it appeared that Anakin had resoundingly failed the test. Without Ahsoka to act as a counterbalance to his passions and fears, his attentions, even more than they had before, focused on Padme. Anakin was sure that she would never abandon him. The duel on Mustafar between Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, then active as the Sith Lord Darth Vader, was one of the most important confrontations during the fall of the Republic and the Jedi Order. The duel itself was a meeting of pure offense clashing with pure defense, and the novelization of Revenge of the Sith describes it as an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Not only that, but Obi-Wan and Anakin knew each other as closely as they possibly could, so close that they were regarded as forming two halves of one complete warrior. Their styles complemented each other perfectly, which is why their duel was one of the most complex and complicated engagements of all time. The most pivotal element of the duel that ultimately led to Anakin's defeat was Obi-Wan's absolute mastery of Form 3, Sorisu. Sorisu, also known as the Resilience Form and the Way of the Mynock, was the third form of lightsaber combat created by the Jedi Order. Developed in response to the introduction of blasters in the galaxy, Sorisu focused on defense more than offense. With the development of Sorisu, Jedi also discovered the ability to reflect blaster bolts back at their attackers, which was considered a breakthrough in overall lightsaber combat. However, the use of the form against blaster-wielding enemies was only one way to use Sorisu. Jedi also trained to block and parry lightsaber strikes, engage numerous opponents simultaneously, and above all, remain calm and focused in combat, allowing for the perfect defensive response to any threat. Sorisu required a thoughtful, intellectual approach to all aspects of combat, meaning the user needed to rely on their mental strength as much as agility and speed. Because the form maintained emphasis on tightly controlled movements to maintain total defensive positioning, the physical requirements of the user were somewhat more relaxed compared to the other forms. Sorisu emphasized not only immediate tactics based on the situation, but also a broader strategic view of whatever conflict the user was in. This allowed for the user to efficiently adapt to incoming attacks, using defensive strategy to withstand any enemy. This is also why Sorisu was known as the Resilience Form. Its use was heavily dependent on outlasting opponents by focusing entirely on defense. By committing all mental focus to the enemy, a true Sorisu master would be able to take full advantage of their enemy's most exploitable opening. While the enemy would gradually grow exhausted or frustrated, the Sorisu user would maintain their calm and tranquil focus, allowing their defense to remain impenetrable. This is exactly what Obi-Wan did to Anakin on Mustafar. By the time of their duel, Obi-Wan had achieved mastery of Sorisu, even being regarded as the ultimate master of the form by Mace Windu. His use of Sorisu was the perfect counter to Anakin's mastery of Form 5, which was entirely based on offense. Anakin utilized the Gem-So variant of Form 5 against Obi-Wan, which focused on aggressive counterattacks and using sheer strength to overwhelm the opponent through brute force. However, Obi-Wan's mastery of Sorisu and the way he utilized it allowed him to withstand Anakin's offensive onslaught. As Anakin attacked, Obi-Wan maintained his impenetrable defense, giving ground intentionally as he worked to outlast his fallen apprentice. As the duel progressed, Anakin grew increasingly frustrated by his inability to break through Obi-Wan's guard. This frustration, bolstered by the negative emotions of the dark side, caused Anakin's judgment to become clouded. He began to make mistakes and leave openings in his own defense. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan devoted himself fully to the practices of Sorisu, maintaining a calm state of mind and his defensive guard. Analyzing the tactical advantages of his surroundings, Obi-Wan was able to gain the high ground over Anakin, knowing that the latter was likely to make another mistake. Anakin's frustration did boil over, and he made the horrible decision of trying to jump over Obi-Wan, allowing the Jedi Master to mutilate him and end the duel. His victory was truly remarkable, given Anakin's raw power in the Force and unmatched skill in lightsaber combat. By following the way of Sorisu, perfectly embodying the name of the Resilience form, Obi-Wan used his defensive mastery to outlast Anakin for the entire duel and emerge victorious. As Obi-Wan knelt beside Padme's crumpled body, he felt for a pulse and wondered what Anakin had done. In the Force, he could feel Anakin burning like a fusion torch. Obi-Wan looked at the best friend he had ever had with sadness. Anakin offered to let him walk away, to hide in the peace granted by the new Empire, but Obi-Wan refused, and insisted that only a Sith dealt in absolutes. In response, Anakin ignited his lightsaber, and Obi-Wan sighed, bringing his own blade before him, stating that he would do what he must. Anakin leapt, and their blue blades crossed, clashing like lightning bolts as the volcano above them echoed with blasts of fire. Blade to blade, they were identical. After thousands of hours in lightsaber sparring, they knew each other better than brothers, more intimately than ever. They were complementary halves of a single warrior. In every exchange, Obi-Wan gave ground. It was his way, and he knew that to strike Anakin down would burn his own heart to ash. Exchanges flashed, leaps were sidestepped or met with flying kicks, ankle sweeps skipped over, and punches parried. Obi-Wan did anything he could to distract him, anything to slow him down, yet easily Anakin kept coming, taunting Obi-Wan in a deeper voice than ever about the power of the dark side. Obi-Wan had heard that before, but he could never have imagined that he would hear it from Anakin of all people. As they grappled with each other, Obi-Wan actually managed to reach through the Force and manipulate the electro drivers in Anakin's mechanical arm. He said to Anakin that the flaw of power was arrogance. In response, Anakin noticed how Obi-Wan was hesitating, the flaw of compassion. But Obi-Wan said that it was not compassion. It was reverence for life, respect for the man that Anakin had once been. His hesitation was regret for the man that Anakin should have become. As Anakin attempted to crush Obi-Wan with his bare hands, choking the life out of him, he furiously thought that he was sick and tired of Obi-Wan's lectures. With Anakin's grip nearly breaking his arm, his world almost blacking out, Obi-Wan let go of everything. His hopes, his fears, his obligation to the Jedi, his promise to Qui-Gon, his failure with Anakin. Startled, Anakin shifted his grip, and in that instant, Obi-Wan was able to break free as they traded blows once more. Eventually, they found their way out to a narrow balcony high above a lake of fire. Mustafar hummed with death behind Obi-Wan's back, only a moment away, somewhere out there among the rivers of molten rock and lava. Obi-Wan let Anakin drive him toward it. He decided that death was a place they should reach together. Anakin forced him back and back, slamming his blade down with strength that seemed to flow from the volcano overhead. Fire rained around them as Obi-Wan backed away to the end of the balcony, and the two of them proceeded downward to a tightrope of a power conduit, perfectly balanced, their blades blurring even faster than before. Smoke shrouded their battle, and now the only light came from the glow of the lava below them and their lightsaber blades themselves. As they fought, they both realized that this was not Sith against Jedi. This was not light against dark or good against evil. It had nothing to do with duty or philosophy, religion or morals. It was Anakin against Obi-Wan. Personally, just the two of them and the damage they had done to each other. As Obi-Wan deflected slashes and chops from the creature of rage that had once been his best friend, he suddenly comprehended an unexpectedly profound truth. The man he faced was everything he had devoted his life to destroying. Murderer, traitor, fallen Jedi, Dark Lord of the Sith. And despite it all, as they fought across the hellscape of Mustafar, Obi-Wan realized that he still loved Anakin. Yoda had warned him about attachments, but Obi-Wan had never let himself understand. He had argued for Anakin, made excuses, covered for him again and again. All the while, this attachment he denied even feeling had blinded him to the dark path that Anakin walked. Obi-Wan knew there was, in the end, only one answer for his attachment to Anakin, and he let it go. Now, where the book really differs from the movie is in the way that Obi-Wan defeats Anakin. He still cuts off his legs and his left arm, but the book describes it as an accident, as in Obi-Wan was trying to deflect Anakin's attack and instead sliced through his limbs as Anakin flew over him. I don't really like that description, but that's how it is in the book. Anyway, as Anakin slid down the bank of black sand, Obi-Wan noted how his severed limbs burned in flames of lava, which were the same color as a Sith blade. He picked up Anakin's lightsaber and lifted his own, weighing them both in his hands. He pondered how similar the weapons were, but how differently they had been used. As he screamed down at Anakin, he saw a flash of metal in the sky above him, and recognized it as Palpatine's personal shuttle. He realized that Yoda might have failed and died, making him the last Jedi. Obi-Wan looked down as below him, Darth Vader burst into flames. It would be a mercy to kill him, but Obi-Wan did not feel merciful, and he knew that to climb down the lava bank would cost more time than he had. In the end, there was only one choice. He was still Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he was still a Jedi, and he would not murder a helpless man. He would leave Anakin's fate to the will of the Force, so he turned and walked away. The novelization of Revenge of the Sith does not shift to Anakin's perspective during this scene, but luckily his thoughts are shown in the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader. So while the following lore isn't part of canon like the Revenge of the Sith book loosely is, it's still great. Anakin furiously thought that he would not die on the lava bank, that he was still stronger than Obi-Wan. Even in his injured state, as he was engulfed in flames, his screams filled with anger as well as pain, he knew he was stronger. As Obi-Wan walked away, leaving him to die, he could still feel a flicker of his old master in the Force, even through his agony. When the flames finally burned out, Anakin dug his mechanical arm into the sand, pulling himself up the slope a few millimeters at a time. With each movement, hot volcanic shards tore at his roasted flesh. It took all of his concentration and powers in the Force not to black out. Only his hatred for Obi-Wan made him want to live another day. When he finally saw his new master accompanied by 2 clone troopers, he allowed his body to go limp as darkness finally swept over him. After slaughtering the remaining members of the Separatist Council on Mustafar, Anakin Skywalker, or Darth Vader, took a moment to ponder his actions and the events of the day. So suddenly he had become a Sith Lord, betrayed the Jedi Order, and decimated them. He had committed terrible atrocities, done things he had never dreamed of, unspeakable things to increase his power in the dark side. After everything he had done, surely it would seem that Anakin was gone forever. And yet, he cried to himself, obviously showing some remorse and internal conflict. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith and the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, Anakin's thoughts are explained, revealing why he was crying. As he looked out at the lava river below and then the galaxy above, Anakin thought of the empire he would one day rule. He paid no attention to the litter of corpses around him. He would not mourn for any of the lives he had taken. He could feel his power in the dark side growing. He knew that he was already as powerful as his new master. Anakin thought of how soon he would kill Palpatine and take his place as Emperor, as soon as he learned the secret of Darth Plagueis' discovery to stop death. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned, and yet he could not shake a certain creeping sensation, a feeling like a cold, slimy ooze that slithered up the veins of his legs and spread its tendrils through his insides. It was almost as though he was still afraid. And suddenly, Anakin heard that familiar voice in his mind, the dragon of fear that had coiled around his heart since he was a boy, telling him that Padme would still die. Anakin shook himself, saying that was impossible, and reminded himself that he was not Anakin Skywalker anymore. He was Darth Vader. He had destroyed his fear, and it no longer had any power over him. Yet he still felt as though when he had destroyed that dragon of fear, it had sunk its venomous fangs into him, and now its poison was chilling him to the bone. He heard the dragon whisper that all things died, even stars burnt out. Vader was plagued with the feeling that Padme's death was inevitable, still looming in the future like some unavoidable calamity, and he was also overcome with a sudden sense of mourning. Not for those he had killed, but for his former self. For Anakin, the young boy from Tatooine that loved his mother, loved to fly, loved to help, and dreamed of becoming a Jedi. As he was overcome with grief and fear, Vader was unable to hold back the tears that streamed down his cheeks. He thought to himself that Anakin Skywalker was gone forever, but what did that truly mean? Was he truly gone? After all, he thought, Padme had fallen in love with Anakin, not Darth Vader. What's going on, guys? I hope that you are all doing well. Today, I want to talk about something that I always find very interesting, which is the corruption of the dark side of the Force and how that affects characters' minds. I want to talk about Anakin's thoughts when he turned to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith, because I think that this is a topic that is really helped by the supplemental material in the books. Let's jump right in. When Anakin Skywalker turned to the dark side of the Force, he experienced what all Darksiders go through, pure corruption of both mind and body. The dark side, fueled by negative emotions, influences the mind in dangerous and dark ways. Those who walk the path of darkness will begin to lose themselves immediately, and in Anakin's case, that came as he rationalized destroying the Jedi Order, betraying the only family he had ever known, and slaughtering children who viewed him as their protector. But even after that, when confronted by his wife Padme on Mustafar, Anakin was disinterested in saving her life, believing himself to be all-powerful and destined to take control of the new galactic empire. Although his fall had come as a result of his desperation to save Padme from his visions, even she couldn't get through to him, and he choked her into unconsciousness when he believed she had brought Obi-Wan to kill him in an act of betrayal. The one person that Anakin had been closer with longer than Padme was Obi-Wan. He was Anakin's master, father figure, and brother. They had become one, an unstoppable team within the Force during the Clone Wars, bonded closer than ever. So why did Anakin disregard all of that immediately when Obi-Wan confronted him on Mustafar? How could he look at his brother with nothing but pure hatred after everything they had been through? Luckily for us, Anakin's thoughts are explained in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, fully fleshing out how he perceived Obi-Wan through the corrupted vision of the dark side. As the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious, Anakin was once again an obedient slave, just like he had been during his childhood on Tatooine. As his mind became more and more twisted, Anakin persuaded himself that his brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end. When Padme informed him of the accusations Obi-Wan had made about his new allegiance to the dark side, Anakin was furious. Just as Palpatine had predicted, Obi-Wan had become his enemy. Anakin's mind was so poisoned by Palpatine's manipulations that he could see no other explanation. One of the most interesting things that this passage confirms for us is that Anakin was actually thinking of Darth Plagueis of all people at that very moment on Mustafar. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and taking his seat at the right hand of the newly crowned Emperor, Anakin felt more insecure than ever. Like a typical Sith Lord of old, he was not satisfied with the power he had gained, and was terrified of losing everything just as Plagueis had. When Anakin saw Obi-Wan's silhouette in the doorway of Padme's starship, he concluded that the two had conspired against him. Padme was the first to feel his wrath, being choked with the Force and then dropped to the ground unconscious. Furious and hurt by his delusions of their supposed betrayal, Anakin was desperate for someone to blame. He couldn't be angry at Padme for long, since he had always put her on a pedestal. He couldn't blame Palpatine, his new mentor who had helped him become more powerful than the Jedi who had held him back his entire life. Thus, from Anakin's twisted perspective, all roads led back to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Incapable of being the father figure that Anakin yearned for, Obi-Wan had failed to help him control the instincts that led him to become a Sith. To make matters worse, Obi-Wan had somehow managed to turn Padme against him too. As one of the last surviving Jedi, Anakin took Obi-Wan's mere existence as an insult to what he stood for as a Sith Lord. He seemed to embody everything Anakin sought to eliminate from the galaxy. Anakin was so far beyond reason that he viewed anyone who refused to bow before the Sith as his bitter enemy. As he prepared to fight his former master, Anakin felt that the Jedi he had once been was fully eradicated. He was something new, something darker, a warrior born of the dark side, eager to keep his power by any means. Darth Vader would gladly strike down Obi-Wan if it meant keeping his strength. The final duel between Anakin Skywalker and Count Dooku aboard the Invisible Hand was one of the most important moments in Anakin's life, serving as the tipping point for his inevitable fall to the dark side. During their fight, motivated by Palpatine's encouragement, Anakin tapped into his fear and anger to fuel his power, giving him the strength to kill Dooku. In doing so, he unknowingly cemented himself as Dooku's replacement as the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Anakin's thoughts as he defeated Dooku and decided to kill him are revealed, explaining exactly why he decided to follow Palpatine's orders and go against the way of the Jedi. The book explains how as the duel went on, Dooku could sense Anakin's power, and how the young Jedi Knight was holding himself back. As Anakin attacked, Dooku could sense a twist in the currents of the Force between the two of them as Anakin became stronger, becoming a machine of battle. Anakin was a natural fighter, gifted with more raw power in the Force than any other being, and a burning hot furnace where his heart should be. That fire burned through the restraint of his Jedi training as Anakin held the Force within him, and Dooku sensed that Anakin was already half a Sith and didn't even know it. Anakin was holding himself back, trying to restrain his fury behind the walls of his Jedi teachings, and then Palpatine called out, instructing Anakin to use his fury to kill Dooku. As their blades clashed again, Dooku suddenly saw a promise within Anakin's eyes, the promise of death. Anakin suddenly realized that the fear he had always held within his heart could be used as a weapon too, and at that moment, Dooku was already dead. The rest of the duel was mere detail. The fire inside Anakin's heart had devoured his Jedi restraint, and his rage became the very blade of his lightsaber. He knew that he was the only thing standing between death and the two men that he loved most in the world, Obi-Wan and Palpatine, and he could not afford to hold anything back. Palpatine's words, his instructions for using anger and fear as weapons, had given Anakin the permission to unseal the shield he had kept around his heart, and all the young Jedi had to do was decide what to do. He simply decided to win at all costs. He decided that Dooku should lose his hands for taking his arm on Geonosis. As Dooku crumpled to his knees, defeated, Anakin held both their blades, the blue saber of a Jedi and the red saber of a Sith. As Palpatine commanded Anakin to kill the older Sith Lord, his Jedi training made him hesitate. But when Palpatine barked the order again, Anakin realized that it wasn't actually an order. It was something that he had been waiting for his entire life. Permission. And the blades crossed at Dooku's throat. As Anakin stared down at Dooku's severed head, he told himself that he had just done that, had just murdered an unarmed prisoner. In his confusion, he questioned who he was. Was he a slave boy on a desert planet? A legendary pod racer? An unruly student of a great Jedi Master? A hero? A Jedi Knight? Could he be all of those things, or any of them, after what he had just done? He could hardly bear to look at Dooku's headless corpse, but he couldn't make himself look away. Anakin knew that he had really done that horrible deed, and it felt as though the ocean of wrong he dived into had closed over his head, and he was drowning. Even though Palpatine claimed that Anakin had done the right thing, that Dooku was too dangerous to be left alive, he knew that was a lie. The truth was that Dooku was an unarmed prisoner, and execution was not the Jedi way. That truth burned him, yet it somehow made him feel stronger to admit it. Anakin stated plainly that he shouldn't have done that, and he was then able to look at Dooku's corpse and see it for what it was, a crime. He had become a war criminal, and guilt struck him like a fist. It was a punch to his heart that knocked the air from his lungs and hung on his shoulders like an invisible weight. What he had done was wrong. He thought of the Tusken camp, but reasoned that his slaughter there was different than his killing of Dooku. On Tatooine that night, he had become a force of nature. It was beyond his control, as though it was done by someone else. But he knew that Dooku had been murdered by him on purpose. He could have chosen the Jedi way, but he didn't. He could never take back that choice. Anakin could hardly let himself continue to think about it, and he tried to scrub it from his mind, just as he did with the dead Tuskens on Tatooine. He wanted to disappear and hide somewhere, hoping that if things could just stop for a moment, he could pull himself together and move forward. Moving forward was all he could do, especially when he couldn't stand to look back. In just the span of a few days, Anakin Skywalker went from a beloved Jedi Knight, a famous hero of the Republic and symbol of peace and justice in the galaxy, to a Dark Lord of the Sith who mercilessly slaughtered children. In truth, Anakin's descent into darkness had been a gradual journey that began the moment he was initiated into the Jedi Order, with the catalyst being his slaughter of a Tusken camp 3 years prior. The added turmoil of the Clone Wars increased the rate of Anakin's descent into darkness as he stepped closer to the dark side with each passing day. While his visions of Padme's death and the corruption of the Jedi Order pushed him over the edge during the events of Revenge of the Sith, you have to admit, his pledge to become Palpatine's apprentice still feels kinda sudden. It almost seems like Anakin does a complete 180 in the span of a few hours, going from Jedi to Sith pretty quickly. He seems to be completely loyal to the Jedi Order when he informs Mace Windu that Palpatine is a Sith Lord, even though his trust in the Jedi was shaken. But a short time later, Anakin ends up siding with Palpatine, assisting in Windu's murder and pledging himself to the teachings of the Sith. So why did Anakin obey Palpatine so quickly? Why did he impulsively betray everything he had ever known in such a short amount of time? Luckily, the answer can be found in the canon book Skywalker: A Family at War, where we can take a look at Anakin's thoughts during the night that he was named Darth Vader. As Mace Windu's body plummeted to the surface of Coruscant, Anakin sank to his knees in shock. He had sacrificed everything he held dear, Padme being the only exception, denounced the Jedi teachings, assisted in the murder of a Jedi Master, and become the very thing he had sworn to oppose. Palpatine should have been weakened by the alleged assassination attempt. Instead, he rose up, stronger than ever, his eyes burning yellow with the power of the dark side, and loomed over the weakened Anakin. Such was the nature of the dark side, feeding on pain and fear. Anakin's spirit was completely broken. No longer bewildered by the choices before him, he understood that there was no going back. He had made too many mistakes, ended too many lives to walk among the Jedi ever again. Defeated, he made a deal with the dark side. His life, his very soul, and his allegiance as Darth Sidious's apprentice in exchange for the knowledge to cheat death and save Padme. Driven to near insanity by his confusion, Anakin knelt before Sidious, a new apprentice, pledging complete loyalty and posed to wield more power than every Sith Lord that came before him. The tragedy of Anakin was not that he was a powerful Jedi who fell to ruin, but was a mere mortal man praised as a messiah, deceived by a lie. Palpatine had exploited Anakin's weaknesses with deft skill. He spoke to Anakin's deepest desires, while Jedi teachings merely mandated that he repress and somehow move beyond them. However, it was not enough for Anakin to claim allegiance to the darkness. His next actions had to be so despicable that they would erase all the good he had done during his years as a Jedi Knight. As he pledged to serve Palpatine, embracing the dark side and all it had to offer, Anakin became an instrument of evil. Palpatine easily convinced him that he had witnessed Mace Windu's attempted assassination of the Supreme Chancellor with his own eyes, instead of being an accomplice in the murder of a Jedi Master. However, Palpatine's powers of persuasion extended far beyond his manipulations of Anakin Skywalker. His real genius was making the Republic as a whole accept that the Jedi were all traitors. That was Palpatine's final act in a cunning campaign of division, sowing discord in the galaxy for years to come. With Anakin, Palpatine had entered his life as a mentor and friend, and cleverly set the young Jedi apart from the order he was supposed to serve. He had helped inflate Anakin's ego, buoyed his confidence, and stoked his impulses to acquire, own, and control everything he ever wanted. In doing so, he had taken the supposed chosen one of Jedi prophecy and turned him into an agent of darkness. Palpatine told his new apprentice, Darth Vader, that he feared the Jedi would kill anyone who stood in their way, including the two of them and the members of the Senate. Anakin was so broken that he did not even protest for a moment. His new master sent him to eliminate all who remained in the Jedi Temple, and he instantly obeyed. Meanwhile, Palpatine executed Order 66. As Anakin marched toward his newly sworn enemies, the Force moved darkly around him. Holovids throughout the Jedi Temple captured the massacre in horrifying detail. Leading a battalion of clone troopers, Anakin stormed the hallowed ground where generations of Jedi had been trained. Many Jedi were murdered that night. Not even the terrified younglings were spared as they cowered in the council chambers. By cutting them down, Anakin wasn't just slaughtering the future of the Jedi Order, he was excising the last shreds of his own innocence. Each slice of his lightsaber was a sacrifice so that his child might survive. With every Jedi he slayed, Palpatine's hold on Anakin's soul grew tighter. What sweeter victory could there be for Sidious than to take control of the Chosen One and turn him into a tool of the Sith, forcing him to exterminate the Jedi and everything they held dear? And just as Palpatine had foretold, Anakin's pain, anger, and hatred made him stronger in the dark side of the Force. Now in complete servitude to his new master, Anakin once more took on a familiar role, one that had dominated his early years, that of a slave. For one who had struggled so much to bend events to his will, suddenly being stripped of his self-determination had an oddly freeing effect on Anakin. In some corner of his mind, he managed to persuade himself that his brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, after murdering the members of the Separatist Council, Anakin finally had time to reflect. In the calm following his carnage, his rage subsided, to be replaced with despair and self-loathing. He had lost count of how many had died upon the blade of his saber. Anakin mourned the man he had once been, a single tear streaming down his face as he gazed out on the lava rivers. By the time of Episode 2, Anakin already believed himself to be better than Yoda with a lightsaber. While this detail obviously just shows his arrogance and his need to excel and prove himself, the reasoning and backstory for this specific instance is explained in the Legends novel The Approaching Storm. Just before the events of Episode 2, Anakin and Obi-Wan, along with Luminara Unduli and Barriss Offee, were sent to Ancion to settle a border dispute. Their mission was to ensure that Ancion did not secede from the Republic, and they needed to settle the conflict between the city-dwelling residents and the nomadic tribes known as the Alwari. While they searched for the Alwari overclan, they were betrayed and captured by a smaller clan called the Kaloon. Eventually they escaped, and afterwards, Barriss complimented Anakin on his skills with a lightsaber. When Anakin rebuffed her compliment, modestly insisting that he was merely following Obi-Wan's orders, she told him that he was obviously very strong. Anakin replied that he practiced hard in his saber skills, explaining that there were those who said that you could define a Jedi by his skill with a lightsaber. He said he wanted his ability to be respected, because respect forestalled fights. Barriss was intrigued and mentioned that she thought Anakin was skilled enough to compete with Master Yoda. Anakin was openly confused, asking her if she was joking, which caused Barriss to become quite serious. She asked why he would think that she was joking, since Yoda was reputed to be the greatest lightsaber master of all time. Anakin admitted that Yoda was a fine teacher of strictly lightsaber technique, and that his dexterity was amazing considering how small he was. He continued, insisting that what Yoda taught at the temple was merely schooling. It was theory and supposition, not real fighting. He complimented Yoda's speed, however he stressed that all of those skills only existed for Yoda in the classroom. He told Barriss that teaching technique was nothing compared to actually using it in battle. He also added frankly that Yoda was very old. Barriss asked him if he thought that Yoda had never used his lightsaber in a real fight, which made Anakin laugh. He confirmed that that's exactly what he believed, and said he doubted Yoda ever dueled outside of the fencing arena. He wondered who Yoda could even fight, given his size. Barriss, growing annoyed, reminded him that it wasn't the size of a Jedi or the amount of power they held that mattered, but the strength of their heart. Anakin nodded, dismissing her claim, saying that he would take size and power over heart any day. Barriss was not impressed and told him that he should be ashamed to question the proficiency of Master Yoda. He quickly reminded her that a Jedi was supposed to question everything. Following the unprecedented First Battle of Geonosis, war between the Republic and Separatist forces waged for 3 years. Subsequently known as the Clone Wars, this would prove a tumultuous time of upheaval for the Republic, the Jedi Order, and Anakin Skywalker, a young man just barely into his 20s. In the new reality brought on by the conflict, the Jedi were forced to reevaluate their place as peacekeepers, and instead turned their attentions to commanding legions of clone troopers on the front lines. For Anakin specifically, his time as a soldier on the battlefield challenged what he had learned from the Jedi, turning the harsher aspects of his personality, which the Jedi had sought to subdue, into attributes that allowed him to excel in a time of war. His passionate nature and fiery temper made him a formidable warrior on the front lines. In the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War, it's explained how Anakin was able to flourish during the Clone Wars and why he genuinely loved fighting in the conflict. Anakin enthusiastically embraced his new role as a Jedi General and quickly came to trust his clone troopers like the loyal Captain Rex as much as he did his fellow Jedi Knights. While most Jedi struggled with their new role as soldiers, Anakin was a success by any measure. From his roots as a slave, he had risen to solidify his place among the greatest of Jedi, and he was sure that he would eventually become famous for his feats on the battlefield. As his old lightsaber was destroyed on Geonosis, he resolved to construct a new one. This weapon, built not for defense or sparring, but for battle, was stronger than the first and able to withstand the rigors of war. At the same time, Anakin brandished a new prosthetic arm to replace the one he had lost to Count Dooku. Over time, Anakin also added armored shielding to enhance his cybernetic replacement. The recognition that he was now part machine added a level of complexity to his place in the Clone Wars, commanding the soldiers who battled a Separatist army almost entirely comprised of droids. While the arm was a gruesome reminder of his potential for defeat, Anakin instead focused on his growing power to bolster his confidence. The same characteristics that made Anakin a difficult Padawan ensured that he excelled as a Jedi General and came to be known as a great warrior, although Master Yoda would argue that wars did not make anyone great. While other Jedi wrestled with the moral dilemmas the war posed, trying to find ways to remain righteous while fighting their enemy, Anakin's natural carelessness and inflexibility made him a decisive leader. He quickly realized that when his anger flared in the heat of battle, he did not have to shrink from it, but could instead allow it to fuel his powers. He never spoke of this to Obi-Wan or any other Jedi, since he knew they would attempt to remind him that a Jedi should move past anger to remain calm and focused, even in the most dire circumstances. In the thrill of combat, Anakin found that he could annihilate virtually any enemy with a combination of his intelligence, strategy, and instinct. Like the heroes of the stories his mother had told him as a child, Anakin Skywalker's name tumbled from the mouths of pirates and smugglers, spreading tales of his triumphs across the stars. While his newfound military rank gave him power over hundreds of clone troopers, Anakin struggled to comply with the chain of command. When duty took him to familiar places, or when facing the collateral destruction of innocents, his actions were strongly influenced by his personal feelings. With increasing frequency, Anakin's intentions to help the galaxy find the peace it found so elusive were being unconsciously thwarted by the dark side. Palpatine's influence helped persuade Anakin that the Jedi's ideals effectively made them incapable of the ruthlessness required for victory. As the months passed and the war showed no signs of abating, Anakin found it easier to justify his behavior to himself. Even as he slipped further and further away from the Jedi ideals, drawing ever closer to the dark side, he allowed himself to believe that what he was doing was right for the Republic cause. As the war entered its third and final year and Anakin turned 22, he found solace in the cacophony of battle and the unwavering loyalty of his troopers. The clones were literally born to be soldiers, dedicated to serving Anakin and the other Jedi generals. Among their ranks, it was understood and celebrated that General Skywalker would never ask his men to endure a risk he wasn't willing to undertake himself, nor send them to unknown locations while he remained safe on a ship's bridge. He never treated his troopers as dispensable, which was a point of pride for him and his clone troopers alike by the end of the war. In a rapid turn of events, Anakin Skywalker, hero of the Clone Wars and prophesied Chosen One, fell to the dark side of the Force and became the Sith Lord Darth Vader. He then led an attack on the Jedi Temple known as Operation Nightfall, decimating the Jedi Order, and slaughtered the leaders of the Separatist Council on Mustafar. Anakin's fall would culminate in a brutal duel with his former master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, in all of Star Wars, we know that the Jedi use lightsabers that are usually blue or green and sometimes yellow or purple. The Sith use red lightsabers. Yet even after Anakin became Darth Vader, he still wielded his blue Jedi saber throughout all of the heinous acts he committed during Order 66 and during his duel with Obi-Wan. One question that I always had was, why didn't he have a red one when he was already a Sith Lord? I'm sure there's tons of videos that have been made on this over the years, but I wanted to put my spin on it and combine all of the explanations from both Legends and Canon to explain why Anakin or Darth Vader didn't have a red lightsaber in Revenge of the Sith. First, let's look at what we know about Sith lightsabers in the Legends continuity. While the Jedi utilized natural crystals, the red lightsabers of the Sith were powered by synthetic crystals that they had to create themselves. The artificial crystals would need to be cooked inside a blast furnace and then shaped and molded with the Force in order to work inside a saber. This process could take an extended amount of time, from days to weeks. In the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, Palpatine simply gives Vader a red crystal a few weeks after the events of Revenge of the Sith, and he builds his new lightsaber hilt. So, because this was the method that Anakin would have needed to use, and assuming that Palpatine didn't have a spare red crystal in his pocket, that explains why Anakin didn't get a red saber immediately when he became Darth Vader. They didn't have a few days to fabricate a synthetic crystal. Let's not forget that all of these events were happening very quickly, and Anakin's attack on the Jedi Temple was a surprise, with the Jedi having no idea that he had turned to the dark side. Obviously, Palpatine immediately instructed Anakin to attack the temple, because the Jedi needed to be taken care of as soon as possible. But it's also reasonable to assume that Anakin kept his blue blade so that the Jedi would think he was still on their side. In my opinion, it would have been cool if Anakin had constructed a red saber while he was chilling on Mustafar crying, but then again, events were still moving very quickly. In the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, Palpatine warned Anakin that he was in danger while he was on Mustafar, because he sensed a disturbance in the Force that turned out to be Obi-Wan. So Anakin still didn't have any time to create a crystal or build a new hilt before Obi-Wan caught up to him. Not to mention, Anakin wielding a red saber on Mustafar would also bring us into plot hole territory, since Obi-Wan had to pass Anakin's blue saber to Luke in A New Hope. Now, the canon reasoning is a bit trickier, because the lore around lightsabers is very different in canon. Red kyber crystals are not synthetic. They are natural crystals that have been bled by a dark side user. The process of bleeding was basically the torture and corruption of a kyber crystal. A dark side user would pour all of their anger and fear into the crystal until it could no longer resist the pain, and it would turn a bright crimson. So this raises some confusion as to why Anakin's kyber crystal didn't turn red during all of the horrible things he did during Operation Nightfall. After all, he attacked the Jedi Temple and slaughtered not only his peers and his teachers, but innocent children. Palpatine said that the whole point of Anakin attacking the temple and killing there was to increase his power in the dark side so he could save Padme. So why didn't his kyber crystal bleed and turn red as his power in the dark side grew? The real-world answer is because Revenge of the Sith came out in 2005, and the bleeding lore wasn't established until 2016. But let's look at the in-universe reasoning. Basically, the process of bleeding was not something that happened automatically. It was like a ritual. It had to be done intentionally. Simply using your weapon to kill wouldn't cause the crystal to turn red, no matter what you did. So when Anakin used his saber to kill younglings or even the Separatist Council members, although the actions were evil and increased his power in the dark side, it didn't cause his crystal to turn red because that's just not how bleeding works. However, the bleeding process could be fairly quick, so that raises the question of why Anakin didn't bleed his crystal while he was on Mustafar. Obviously, he was very conflicted and mourning the loss of himself when he was crying on the balcony. And in the canon Darth Vader comics, he does bleed his crystal that he took from a Jedi survivor, and the process subjects him to a vision where he turned back to the light side and killed Palpatine. He did reject the vision and succeed in bleeding the crystal and building his Sith lightsaber, but the process of bleeding for him was very complicated because he was conflicted and the chosen one. So if he did try it on Mustafar, it would have been an insane process and it might not have worked the first time since he was so conflicted and he had just become a Sith Lord. By the time that Anakin Skywalker, now the Sith Lord Darth Vader, found himself on Mustafar, recalling the carnage he had left in his wake, he was fully immersed in the power of the dark side, corrupted to the point that he adopted a skewed perspective on the world. During his slaughter of the Separatist leaders, his eyes, deformed by the power of the dark side of the Force, had become a bright yellow. The man who had been a Jedi Knight only a day before was now a Dark Lord of the Sith, who had forgotten his desires to save his wife and was concerned with only power and control over a new empire. Thus, when Padme arrived to confront him, Anakin was no longer the man she knew. While his betrayal and conversion to the Sith had been in service of his larger goal to save Padme from death, Anakin seemed disinterested in finally running away with her. Believing himself to be all-powerful, poised to become Emperor and the reigning Sith Master of the galaxy, he was no longer concerned for Padme's life. It still seems shocking that Anakin choked Padme with the Force in his anger, believing that she had conspired against him and brought Obi-Wan to kill him. However, such are the complexities of the Force. The dark side is corruption, imbalance within the natural way of the Force itself, and thus it had twisted Anakin's mind through Palpatine's manipulation, as Obi-Wan had said. So why did Anakin choke and essentially kill Padme, when his main motive was to keep her alive? Thankfully, his thoughts are beautifully described in the canon book Skywalker, A Family at War. As the apprentice of Darth Sidious, Anakin once more took on a familiar role, that of obedient slave. In some corner of his mind, Anakin managed to persuade himself that he and his new master's brutal actions were the justified means to a noble end. However, on Mustafar, he had time to reflect, as his rage subsided and was replaced with grief and self-loathing. Anakin mourned the man he had once been as he cried. The arrival of Padme's gleaming ship woke him from his brooding, and he rushed to meet her. His mood swung from joy to fury as Padme informed him of every terrible accusation Obi-Wan had made about his new allegiance to the dark side, and the unspeakable murder of the younglings. Just as Palpatine had predicted, Obi-Wan had become his enemy. Anakin's mind was so poisoned by the darkness that he could see no other explanation. The problem with coveting power is that no amount of authority and influence is ever enough. Despite crushing those he believed to be his enemies and taking his place as the right hand of the newly crowned emperor, Anakin felt more insecure than ever, terrified of losing everything just as Darth Plagueis had. Padme begged Anakin to join her on Naboo. There, she could have their child and they could live as a family without interference from the outside world. Retreating to her homeworld was surely their only chance to escape, to salvage their relationship. For his entire life, Anakin was most comfortable bonded with another, two against the rest of the world. It was how he had been raised by his mother, how he had forged his marriage with Padme, how he had perceived his union with both Obi-Wan and Palpatine. He had always exalted Padme above all others. On that day, that meant that Darth Vader believed himself even stronger than his Sith master, and thus able to overthrow him. Believing that he had single-handedly brought peace to the Republic, blinded to the demise of the once great democracy, Anakin now craved dominion over the remade galaxy. Years before, Anakin had once told Padme that he didn't believe in democracy. Its wheels turned too slowly for him. He hungered for a system where a wise leader could force politicians to agree to solutions to political problems. At the time, she believed that the dictatorship he described was a boyish joke, a sly way of poking fun at her ardent belief in public service and the rights of individuals. On Mustafar, she knew by Anakin's tone and the fire in his eyes that what he was proposing was exactly that kind of tyrannical government. According to him, everyone and everything in the galaxy needed to be controlled by him alone. Something in Padme broke. Perhaps it was her heart, or simply her ability to continue concocting justifications for Anakin and his mounting transgressions. Fearless and decisive, Padme refused to follow her husband down the dark path he was so intent on treading. With one final plea, she begged him to stop before it was too late and return to the light. But Anakin's eyes had drifted from the face of his wife to rest on the silhouette of Obi-Wan Kenobi in the doorway of her starship. Concluding that Padme and Obi-Wan were conspiring against him, Anakin reached out with the Force, seizing his wife by the throat. Padme was entirely unprepared for the shocking intensity of Anakin's wrath, and she crumpled to the ground, unconscious but still alive. In his rage, Anakin was desperate for someone to blame. He couldn't blame Padme for long, and he couldn't find fault with Palpatine, who had helped him become more powerful than ever. Thus, from his twisted perspective, all roads led back to Obi-Wan. Incapable of being the father figure and teacher Anakin yearned for, Obi-Wan had failed to help him control the instincts that led him to the dark side. To make matters worse, Obi-Wan had somehow turned Padme against him. Darth Vader was so far beyond reason, so corrupted by the dark side, that he viewed anyone who stood against him, including Padme, as his bitter enemy. At the age of 9, raised by his birth mother outside the walls of the Jedi Temple, Anakin Skywalker was not prepared nor technically qualified to become a Jedi initiate. Such were the objections of the Council, given the boy's attachments and fears he had developed without the watchful training of the Jedi. The typical Jedi Knight would be brought into the Order as an infant, with the oldest being around 5 years old in extreme cases. Yet, due to the dying wish of Qui-Gon Jinn and the loyal stubbornness of his Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin became a Jedi Padawan at 9 years old. The conflicts and difficulties that Anakin endured as he went through a harsh transition into the Order are described in the canon book SKYWALKER: A Family at War, where Anakin's thoughts about the ways of the Jedi and his master are explained. For the first time, Anakin felt the weight of a predetermined future when, standing before the Jedi Council, he was hailed as the Chosen One. His pride swelled at the notion, the first seeds of an arrogance that would fully bloom when he reached adulthood. Qui-Gon maintained that finding Anakin was the will of the Force. Even those Jedi who scoffed at Qui-Gon's fervent belief in prophecy could not argue against the vergence in the Force that surrounded the boy, a cosmic supernova that seemed to dwell deep inside him. However, despite Anakin's predisposition and strength in the Force, his training would require him to overcome both emotional and physical obstacles. Even at the age of 9, he was already far behind other Padawans and younglings in basic lightsaber skills. He had often unwittingly called upon his strong connection to the Force while at the controls of a hurtling pod racer, but actually harnessing the power of the Force was a very different matter. Anakin had no real understanding and therefore little respect for the Force as a spiritual guide through life. He could not wrap his young mind around the idea that he was a part of some all-powerful energy at work in the galaxy when he had endured so many individual hardships. If he were truly as strong as they said, he wondered why he had been enslaved his whole life, and why couldn't he have freed his mother with a flick of his Force-wielding hand? As the Jedi Council gazed upon Anakin for the first time, wise, diminutive Master Yoda sensed that Anakin was gripped by fear, and fear was a dangerous ally. For the Jedi, fear was a path to the dark side of the Force, an entry point to misgivings that could be nursed into anger and hate. Nevertheless, Anakin's emotional response to his situation, including his fears, was a very human reaction to the sudden upheaval he had experienced in his life. Qui-Gon believed that, with the proper guidance, Anakin's natural anxieties would subside and be replaced by a Jedi's clarity of vision. If Qui-Gon was correct, the boy would bring balance to the Force, defeating the creeping darkness that was already beginning to cloud both the Force itself and the Jedi Order's abilities to perceive the threat to it. However, where Qui-Gon saw promise, Obi-Wan and many on the Jedi Council sensed trouble. Obi-Wan did not hide his concern, even from Anakin himself. The boy's raw power in the Force was something to be wary of. He was malleable, and in the wrong hands, such explosive potential could be turned to evil. Qui-Gon's death on Naboo would have a monumentous impact on Anakin. In a few short days, Anakin's life was completely altered and reimagined by the guidance and teachings of this mysterious Jedi. With his swift demise, all Anakin could think was, what will happen to me now? In the darkest corners of his mind, fear sent him spiraling into hypothetical scenarios where he was forced back into servitude, never to see his mother again. Although no one realized what was at stake at the time, Anakin's very future hung in the balance. Had Qui-Gon survived and Maul been vanquished, Anakin would have been raised under the watchful, calm tutelage of a seasoned teacher. Although the two would likely have had their disagreements, Qui-Gon's compassion for the former slave might well have brought about a very different outcome. Perhaps Qui-Gon himself would have helped his Padawan return to Tatooine and free the slaves. At the very least, he would have empathized with Anakin's restlessness with the strict Jedi Code, offering solutions beyond the scope of Obi-Wan's regulation-driven mind. As it was, almost as quickly as he'd found it, Anakin lost the closest thing he had ever had to a paternal presence, a willing guide with an unshakable belief in his abilities. For those precious few days, Qui-Gon was a calm advisor, a much-needed buoy for the stormy passions of the young, Force-sensitive boy. The specter of Qui-Gon would loom large in Anakin's thoughts as he embarked on his quest to become a Jedi, and the trauma of losing his master would haunt Anakin in a very different way than the separation from his mother. While Shmi held the assurance of the comforts he knew, Qui-Gon had given him the promise of a meaningful future. The patient Jedi represented a bridge between Anakin's former enslaved self and the vast unknown, a future of infinite possibilities the boy was only beginning to grasp. The sole remaining constant in Anakin's life was the Force itself. the soon-to-be trained Jedi Padawan could feel the thrum of energy binding the galaxy together. Watching Qui-Gon's body turn to ash on a sacred funeral pyre, Anakin felt a profound sense of loss. In light of the prophecy, Anakin wondered if his very existence had somehow brought danger upon his kind friend. With Obi-Wan's help, Anakin hoped to prove Qui-Gon's most earnest and heartfelt belief, that he was truly the Chosen One. With the calm, caring, guiding influence of Shmi and Qui-Gon gone, Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped into the breach to fill the emotional void in Anakin's life. As Anakin grew up, he idealized his memory of Qui-Gon, especially in the moments when he found himself at odds with Obi-Wan. The Jedi Knight made good on his promise to Qui-Gon, fulfilling his dying wish with the blessing of the Jedi Council to take Anakin as his Padawan. Master Yoda was a lone dissenting voice, concerned by the danger he felt inherent in the boy's training. In their first years together, Anakin came to see Obi-Wan in much the same reverent light he held Qui-Gon's memory, looking up to his master with awe and unwavering belief. But in his mind's darkest corners, Anakin's perception of his master was gradually colored by doubts he had overheard Obi-Wan express when Anakin was just a boy. Obi-Wan had called him dangerous, and no matter how hard he tried to shake the thought from his mind, the remark embedded itself in Anakin's subconscious. In moments of despair, Anakin's deepest fears appeared to him as an ugly truth. Because Qui-Gon Jinn had died, Obi-Wan was stuck with an apprentice he didn't want or ask for, and one whom he believed would do more harm than good. Anakin had great difficulty understanding the rules that governed the scope of the Jedi's activities. To his mind, their reticence to intervene and help systems outside the Republic's jurisdiction seemed to go against the Order's very principles. Already at the age of 12 and only a few years into his training under Obi-Wan, Anakin began to doubt his path as a Jedi Knight, and even considered leaving the Order altogether. Obi-Wan also had doubts about Anakin's future, but like his master before him, Obi-Wan was reluctant to blame Anakin. Instead, he tended to blame himself for the boy's troubles. Yet despite Obi-Wan's initial misgivings about Anakin and their near 20-year age gap, Kenobi came to see Skywalker as a brother, an equal, a partner. As Kenobi entered his 30s, he could see that Anakin still required his tutoring and guidance, but was on his way to becoming a Jedi Knight. However, that bond never seemed to be enough for the troubled young man who, above all, craved a parent's love and guidance. Anakin presented many difficulties to the Jedi shepherding his care. He was headstrong and given to challenging his master openly in front of others, when he should have been following Obi-Wan's lead. Kenobi could entertain a spirited debate behind closed doors in the name of education, but Anakin's unabashed defiance sometimes made the master feel as if he was losing control of his apprentice. Anakin's late entry into the Order meant years of lost training. To try to make up for that time, Anakin's teachers put him in classes with other Jedi learners who were far younger than him. Anakin felt out of place while also behind those in his age group. Early on, it became clear that Anakin could not follow the well-trodden path of an ordinary Padawan. His life experiences and genetic makeup set him apart, making the shelter of the Jedi Temple feel more like a cage than a sanctuary. Among the other Padawans, Anakin was thus something of an outcast. He was naturally curious, often asking questions about Qui-Gon Jinn's fatal duel, and once used his acumen with droids to alter a training program to battle a hollow creation that looked like Darth Maul. He seemed to be transfixed by the past. Whisperings that he was the Chosen One certainly didn't help when he tried to blend in and convince the other young Jedi that he was just like them. But it was more than this prophecy that set him apart from the others. Acceptance in the Order does not dull the sharp tongue of a child, and Anakin's impoverished upbringing as a slave made him an easy target for ridicule. Fueled by jealousy of his abilities, the other students would murmur to each other that, skilled with a lightsaber though he was, Anakin Skywalker would never be a great Jedi. He was still too much of a slave to his emotions. Just a slave. The words infuriated Anakin, igniting the combination of fear and fury that so often threatened to boil over in the young man. In one instance, he turned to meet the gaze of his attackers, hatred for them coursing through his body. Reaching through the Force, he snatched their lightsabers from their belts, flipped the weapons and ignited them in the air, an emphatic challenge to their arrogance. It was not the Jedi way to use the Force for attack, nor to cut down mindless creatures merely following their nature. A well-trained knight should be able to send even the most threatening beast safely on its way without bloodshed simply by bending its will. However, this skill often eluded young Anakin. When seeking to calm a vicious creature, his own doubts and trepidations would get in the way. At those moments, hacking at the danger before him with his lightsaber was the only solution that presented itself. Anakin's deep well of unfettered rage made calming another creature's aggression virtually impossible. At these times, his master Obi-Wan would intervene, rebuking his Padawan for losing control of his emotions. For his part, Anakin seemed to accept that he still had much to do to contain his repressed feelings of anger and fear. In time, Obi-Wan convinced himself that, with enough training, Anakin's barely suppressed rage was simply an instability that, with patience, he would overcome in time. However, it was patience with himself and the system that Anakin found the most elusive of all the Jedi teachings. Anakin's curiosity and dissatisfaction with the status quo were natural for a boy of his age. However, while Anakin had respect for his master as an individual, he was far less impressed by the teachings they were sworn to follow. Obi-Wan wondered whether he was the best teacher for such a challenging and extraordinary student. He longed for Qui-Gon's guidance, even just a moment to commune with his former master and seek his counsel. As it was, he could only rely on the years he had spent with his mentor and the lessons acquired during their partnership in life. Anakin's rebellious ways reminded Obi-Wan of Qui-Gon's unorthodox methods. At times, it almost seemed to Obi-Wan that Anakin could have been Qui-Gon's son, no matter how unlikely the idea seemed. As it was, Obi-Wan was the closest thing Anakin had to a father, and just like many children across the galaxy, Anakin chafed when Obi-Wan showed disappointment in him and his actions. The young man convinced himself that his master failed to see his true strength, and that he was being stifled by his criticism. In time, according to the Jedi prophecy, Anakin would rival some of the greatest Jedi alive, including the legendary masters Yoda and Mace Windu, champions of the Jedi Order and its guardianship of the galaxy. Knowing that his future held such possibilities fueled Anakin's resentment against his master. This resentment fostered another perilous character trait for a future Jedi Knight: hubris. The burden of being heralded as the chosen one of prophecy was something that weighed on Anakin Skywalker's shoulders from the moment he was brought before the Jedi Council. Supposedly destined to bring ultimate balance to the Force, the Jedi believed that Anakin would fulfill the prophecy by destroying the Sith once and for all. Yet the true meaning of balance or the prophecy itself was interpreted differently by some, and that uncertainty would be reflected in Anakin's own path as he fell to the dark side and became the Sith Lord Darth Vader. Nowhere in the prophecy did it say that the Chosen One would be a Jedi, yet it would seem that Anakin would not bring balance to the Force at all as a Dark Lord of the Sith. Interestingly enough, Vader's own thoughts on the prophecy, his supposed role as the Chosen One, and the Jedi Order are explained in the Legends novel Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader. A few weeks after his defeat on Mustafar, Vader meditated alone in his chambers, Pondering all that had occurred during Order 66 and his confrontation with Padme and Obi-Wan on Mustafar, he wondered if he should cast blame on Palpatine for his injuries, but then realized that it was only Obi-Wan who had sentenced him to the prison of his armor. He was sentenced by his wife and his alleged best friend, their love for him warped by what they perceived as betrayal. Obi-Wan was simply too brainwashed by the Jedi to recognize the true power of the dark side. Vader knew that Palpatine's machinations and his own defection to the Sith had been essential to bring peace to the galaxy, essential to place power in the hands of those resourceful enough to use it properly, in order to save the galaxy from itself, to end the incompetence of the Senate, to dissolve the bloated and entitled Jedi Order, whose masters were blind to the decay that they had fostered. Vader wondered why he, their chosen one, had seen the truth, yet they had refused to follow his lead by embracing the dark side. He thought that the Jedi were simply too set in their ways, too inflexible to adapt. Vader's rage grew inside as he thought of the prophecy and of the Force itself. He had simply wanted to save everyone, yet they were too blind to see it. In the end, everyone had failed to recognize his true power, to accept that he knew what was best for them. Instead, Vader was stripped of everything he once was, left without a purpose. Vader cursed the Force, wondering what it had ever brought him but pain, torturing him with premonitions, visions that he was unable to prevent, leading him to believe that he had great power and was destined to bring balance, when he was really little more than the Force's servant. But Vader promised himself that he would be a servant no longer. Through his own strength and the power of the dark side, he would render the Force subservient to him. Vader then thought to himself that while Anakin Skywalker had died on Coruscant, the Chosen One had truly died on Mustafar. Now, I think that this look into Vader's mind is incredible, and it's why I recommend that every single fan read this book. I think that Vader's thoughts could be interpreted a couple different ways. Perhaps he viewed his role in destroying the Jedi Order and forming the Empire as him fulfilling the prophecy and balancing the Force. Maybe Vader believed that it was the Jedi that needed to be destroyed and not the Sith in order to bring balance. Or perhaps Vader was so bitter and full of self-pity that he blamed the Force itself for his pain, and he renounced the prophecy and his role as the Chosen One. Either way, it's fairly clear that after the rise of the Empire, Vader either considered the prophecy fulfilled or didn't care about it at all, meaning that he did not consider himself to be the Chosen One, since he told himself that the Chosen One had died on Mustafar. Although he had renounced his former identity as Anakin Skywalker, hoping to fully embrace the dark side of the Force during the reign of the Empire, Darth Vader never managed to fully vanquish Anakin. The sacrifices that he had made, the things he had lost, and the horrible acts that he had performed inflicted deep psychological turmoil on him. He existed in a constant state of depression and emotional pain, as well as perpetual physical agony. Secretly in his mind, he grieved over the consequences of his decisions and mourned the loss of Padme, entering dreamlike visions of an alternate reality where he had never betrayed the Jedi. With the Sith destroyed by his own hand, Anakin became the youngest Grandmaster of the Jedi Order. Padme gave birth to their son, Jyn Skywalker, and became the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. Vader would use these dreams of a false reality to keep himself sane during his everyday life, begging Padme to help him as he suffered through the reassembly of his cybernetic limbs and the use of his life support armor. While in the real world, he tried to focus on all of his rage and hatred in order to become more powerful through the dark side. However, his mind still truly held on to his love for Padme, increasing his psychological instability and his emotional distress. In 19 BBY, a few months after the end of the Clone Wars, Vader was summoned before the Emperor and tasked with locating Grand Moff Tarkin's son, Garrosh, who had gone missing while battling insurgents in the Atoan system. Vader departed Coruscant along with 2 battalions of the 501st Legion and headed for the Atoan system. He began his search for Tarkin's son on the planet Atoa, and after encountering local resistance organized by the natives, Vader met an Atoan priestess named Lady Sorrow, who offered to help them find who they were searching for. Lady Sorrow did not offer her assistance without a price, and she insisted that in exchange, Vader support her bid to become queen of the Atoan system. While he was initially enraged at her request, he could not harm her since she was his only lead, and he agreed to her terms. Thus, Lady Sorrow directed Vader to the location of Garrosh Tarkin's missing Star Destroyer. When Vader launched a rescue attempt with his forces on the unknown planet, he found himself ambushed and betrayed by Atoan insurgents, under the orders of Lady Sorrow. His soldiers suffered massive casualties, and although Vader managed to kill many of his attackers, he found himself overwhelmed and severely injured in an explosion. He was then captured alive by the Atoans. When he awoke, he found himself restrained and in the presence of Garrosh Tarkin. Vader asked why he was still alive, and Tarkin replied that Lady Sorrow had said that Vader would somehow be able to will himself back from the dead, and she hoped that he could still be turned to join their cause. Tarkin explained that he had joined Lady Sorrow's ranks shortly after he had been assigned to wipe out the insurgents of the Atoan system, and he planned to rule by Lady Sorrow's side. As Tarkin left him alone, Vader was suddenly struck by a vision of Padme. She called him Anakin and said that she knew he would one day destroy them both, remarking how broken he now was. Vader replied that he was only what his masters had made him, deflecting blame for the consequences of his actions, and Padme said that self-pity did not suit him. He became angry, telling her not to speak the name Anakin again, that Anakin was gone and had died with her. Turning, Padme replied that there was no one there for her then, and she left. Hysterical, Vader screamed for her to come back, finding the strength to break from his restraints and proceed into the cathedral. He searched down darkened tunnels until he found Padme again, hooded and waiting for him. She said that she had never left him, but he retorted that she did leave when she died. Removing her hood, Padme revealed her face, decayed by death, and she corrected that she did not die, he killed her. Dropping to his knees, Vader was overcome with grief, and he finally admitted that he had killed her himself. Confronting the truth, he said that he had also killed Anakin and their unborn child, and that he hated himself for what he had done. Padme referred to him as his Sith title now, and said that she forgave him, which caused Vader to shed a single tear for everything that he had lost. She vanished once more, causing Vader to become hysterical again as Garrosh Tarkin and Lady Sorrow revealed themselves. Vader realized that Lady Sorrow had somehow induced the visions, and she explained that she simply possessed the ability to see and let others see, which allowed Vader to speak to Padme's spirit. He demanded that she bring Padme back, but Lady Sorrow refused. Instead, she attempted to redeem Vader by appealing to his human side, asking that he spare their lives and the life of their unborn child. While Vader initially hesitated, he ultimately decided to kill them and leave his fate up to the will of the Force, and he used his powers to bring the entire cathedral crashing down on top of them. Days later, Vader awoke to find himself on Coruscant, having his cybernetics repaired in the presence of the Emperor. Palpatine was impressed that Vader had survived, and praised him for the results of the mission. The insurgents had been destroyed, and Grand Moff Tarkin believed that they had killed his son, making him an even better and more focused servant of the Empire. As Vader's cybernetics were attached, he did not need to imagine Padme any longer, and he told his master that the power of the dark side gave him all that he needed. Fully suited in his repaired armor, Vader dropped to one knee, awaiting new orders from his master. As enemies, Anakin Skywalker and Count Dooku clashed many times during the Clone Wars. Anakin's hatred of Dooku even pushed him closer to the dark side over the course of the 3-year conflict, as Dooku had orchestrated assassination attempts against Padme and taken Anakin's arm on Geonosis. In their final confrontation, Anakin was able to use that hatred, bolstered by his fear of losing Obi-Wan and his anger over his lost arm, to defeat Dooku and execute him. There was a much larger significance to that defeat, however, as Anakin cemented himself as Dooku's replacement as the Sith apprentice of Darth Sidious. After becoming the Sith Lord Darth Vader, during the early days of the Galactic Empire after the end of the Clone Wars, one of Vader's first missions was to Serenno, Dooku's homeworld. There, Vader decided to take further revenge against the Count by punishing the Dooku family and all of the other great houses in an event that would come to be known as the Cleansing of Serenno. Vader summoned the heads of Serenno's great houses and their eldest sons to meet with him as a representative of the Empire, where Vader marked them all as traitors for supporting Count Dooku as he led the Separatist forces, for which they needed to answer for. The head of House Borgin protested, insisting that Dooku's position had made it impossible for them to defy him. Borgin said that Dooku possessed a formidable will and unmatched skills of persuasion, and that the other families had had no choice but to support him during the Clone Wars. Vader retorted that there was always a choice, stating how Aiden Dooku and his mother had gone into exile when Count Dooku had resumed his title on Serenno after leaving the Jedi Order, and any of them could have done the same, but did not. Vader then announced that they would be offered a choice. Each heir of a given house would assume the title of head of their house by killing the current title holder, and if any refused, all would die. Vader ignited his red lightsaber to emphasize his seriousness. All of the families immediately protested as the crowd shouted simultaneously, insisting that Vader's demands were preposterous. Aiden Dooku told Vader that the idea was barbaric, to which the Sith Lord coldly replied that the rest of the galaxy had suffered, so Serenno would too, with its houses being cleansed by blood. It was Rodas Borgin, heir to House Borgin, that acted first, drawing a knife from his belt and plunging it into his father's back as he yelled in anguish. For a moment, they all watched the elder Borgin's body fall, and then the slaughter began. The heirs of each house brutally murdered their fathers. Afterwards, they were all forced to kneel in the blood they had spilled and swear fealty to the new head of House Dooku, Count Aiden Dooku. Vader had only spared Aiden Dooku's life because he had been raised away from Serenno in hiding for most of his life. With Aiden Dooku acting as the liege lord over all other great houses on Serenno, the leadership of the planet was brought under the control of the Empire. The rest of the galaxy never learned the truth of Vader's actions there, or what really happened during the cleansing of Serenno. After the rise of the Empire, stripped of everything he had once been, Darth Vader existed only to serve Darth Sidious. His psyche cleaved in two by the dark side, Vader became a creature controlled by rage. Struggling to embrace his new existence as a Dark Lord of the Sith, Vader found himself obsessed with locating and destroying any Jedi that had survived Order 66, something that Sidious didn't approve of. In the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, this is a major focus, as Vader hunts down a group of Jedi survivors. Interestingly enough, this book reveals how and why Vader finally let go of his obsession with the Jedi, and lost his need to hunt them so viciously. As I mentioned, Sidious was disappointed with Vader's obsession with the Jedi. He told his new apprentice that the Jedi meant nothing to them, including Yoda and Obi-Wan. Sidious knew that dozens of Jedi must have survived the Purge, and that over time, Vader would indeed kill them. But to Sidious, the only important thing was that the Jedi Order as a whole had been destroyed. By hiding and running for their lives, the surviving Jedi humbled themselves before the Sith, and Sidious intended to let them, as atonement for 1,000 years of arrogance and self-absorption. But Vader did not agree. He believed that any surviving Jedi were major threats to the new Empire, and that Sidious was simply too blind to the fact because he had been victorious in his grand plans. Vader knew that some Jedi, the ones still devoted to their code and blinded by duty, would attempt to band together and restore the Order. Eventually, Vader found the Jedi he had been hunting on Kashyyyk, and a major conflict erupted between Imperial forces and the Wookiees. This is where it gets really interesting. Vader's greatest desire had been to catch the group of Jedi and kill them all, but in truth, Sidious was manipulating his apprentice yet again, hoping that Vader would learn an important lesson on Kashyyyk. When Vader defeated the Jedi Master Roan Shern, instead of killing him quickly, he took the time to speak to Shern. Shern, knowing that he was about to die, requested that Vader tell him the truth about the Clone Wars and Darth Sidious. So, Vader revealed that Emperor Palpatine was Sidious. Not only that, but he also told Shern that he was once the Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One. As Shern lay dying from his injuries, grappling with the revelation that the Sith Lord before him was Skywalker, Vader felt a deep change within himself, like a newfound satisfaction and closure. He was glad that Shern would die, knowing that the Jedi Order was betrayed by one of its own. More important, Vader's bloodlust had been appeased, replaced by self-possession of a sort he had never experienced. It was as if he had crossed some invisible threshold to a new world. He could feel the power of the dark side surging through him like an icy torrent. He felt invulnerable in a way that had nothing to do with his Durasteel prosthesis or his suit of armor. Interestingly, it had taken another Jedi to usher him over that threshold. Sidious sensed this change in Vader and was pleased. Now that Vader had begun to tap deeply into the power of the dark side, his true apprenticeship could begin. Later, aboard his Star Destroyer, Vader observed the galaxy. The Jedi no longer mattered to him. They were no different from other enemies who would interfere in the business of the Empire. His mission was only to maintain order, so that the dark side could continue to reign supreme. Anakin was gone, a memory so deeply buried he might have dreamed it rather than lived it. Just as Sidious had promised, Vader was now fully married to the Order of the Sith, and needed no other companion than the dark side of the Force. He embraced all that he had done to bring balance, by dismantling the Republic and destroying the Jedi, and he reveled in his new power. There would come a day where he and Sidious would be equals, and Vader would take an apprentice of his own to help him topple Sidious from his throne. The thought gave Vader something to live for. Contrary to popular belief, Force healing is not something that Lucasfilm created recently. While the first times that we saw it used on screen were in The Mandalorian and The Rise of Skywalker, the ability to heal injuries with the Force has been part of the expanded Star Wars lore for decades. There's even an old Clone Wars book called Jedi Healer, and one of Luke's students in the Legends Jedi Academy trilogy was a healer that saved Mon Mothma from a poisonous disease with the Force. But anyway, this video isn't about them, it's about Darth Vader, and possibly one of the earliest examples of Force healing in Star Wars. This lore comes from 1996's Shadows of the Empire, the Legends book that told the story of what happened between episodes 5 and 6. Keep in mind that this book released before the prequel trilogy, so this is even before we knew exactly what happened to Vader to cause all of his injuries on Mustafar. Suffering greatly for the rest of his life and relying on bacta-tanks and his hyperbaric chambers, Vader was unable to heal himself completely using any medical methods. That's why he would attempt to heal his injuries not with bacta or other surgeries or cybernetics, but with the Force. Specifically, as a Sith Lord, he attempted to use the dark side of the Force, which is incredibly interesting. Before we jump straight into the scene with Vader from Shadows of the Empire, I want to examine what we know about Force healing, at least in Legends, in order to align with this book, using the encyclopedia Jedi vs. Sith: The Essential Guide to the Force. I think this will add a good amount of insight and understanding into Vader's attempts through the dark side specifically. The ancient Jedi learned that the power of the Force could be used to ease pain, heal wounds, and cure various afflictions, and that these healing arts were effective on all living beings. As with other Force powers, some Jedi had a natural ability as healers, though it was uncommon. Some Jedi could even use a Force technique called the Art of the Small, producing natural antitoxins by manipulating things at a molecular level. Other Jedi had learned to place themselves into trances for long periods of time to accelerate the healing process. Notice how all of these healing methods refer to Jedi, meaning they flow through the light side of the Force. Now let's take a look at what Vader attempted to do through the dark side. Darth Vader sat naked inside his hyperbaric medical chamber. The interior lighting was turned off, and he was free of the armor that he had to wear to sustain himself in public. The Force was powerful. Vader thought the dark side even more so, but he had never been able to use it to heal his badly burned body to the extent that he wished. That he was alive at all was something of a miracle, but he had somehow failed to master the energies needed for complete regeneration. He believed that it was possible, that with sufficient meditation and training, he would someday be able to rebuild himself into the man he had once been. Physically, at least. He would never go back to what he had been mentally: weak, foolish, and idealistic. Anakin had been much like Luke Skywalker was now, mere potential. He decided it was time for another test. Vader waved his hand over the motion-sensitive controls in his chamber. The spherical chamber opened, and the lid lifted with a hydraulic hiss and escape of pressurized air. He sat exposed to the surrounding room, unprotected by the supermedicated and oxygenated field inside the chamber. He concentrated on the injustice of his condition, on his hatred of Obi-Wan, who had made him so. With the anger and hatred, the dark side of the Force permeated Vader. For a moment, his ruined tissues altered. His scarred lungs and dead cells and constricted passages smoothed out and became whole. For a moment, he could breathe as normal beings breathed. His sense of relief, his triumph, his joy at being able to do so drove the dark side from him as surely as a light chases away shadow. The dark side eagerly consumed anger, but it was poisoned by happiness. It left him, and when it did, he could breathe no longer. Vader waved his hand, and the half-dome lowered and sealed him into the chamber once again. He had achieved it briefly, as he had done several times before over the years. The trick was to maintain it. He must not allow himself to feel relief, but must somehow cling to his rage even as he healed. It was difficult. He had not purged all of Anakin Skywalker, that blemished and frail man from whom he had been born. Until he did, he could never give himself over totally to the dark side. It was his greatest weakness, his most terrible flaw. A single spot of light amid the dark that he had been unable to eradicate over all the years, no matter how hard he tried. Vader sighed. He would have to try harder. He could not afford any weaknesses given his enemies, and more especially, given his friends. So I just think that this passage is incredibly interesting and really expands upon what we know about the dark side. I think most people would assume Force healing is an ability that can only be used through the light side of the Force. After all, the dark side is corruption of the Force. It only affects the user negatively and can even disfigure them physically over time. To see that Vader had actually managed to use it to heal himself on multiple occasions is fascinating. But given what we've seen other Sith Lords do, it's not that far-fetched. If Maul was able to use his anger and hatred through the Force to survive being cut in half, why wouldn't Vader be able to heal his lungs? I feel that this ability through the dark side is somewhat similar to the Sith alchemy that we've seen across both Legends and Canon, like Vitiate being able to drain other life forces and live for 1,000 years, or Palpatine maintaining his consciousness in clone bodies. But overall, the most interesting part is how Vader was unable to maintain his anger and therefore his connection to the dark side in order to make the healing permanent. Since he felt relieved and even happy whenever he did heal himself, the healing would reverse immediately as the dark side withdrew from him. I think that's so interesting, specifically for Vader, because it shows that there was that small part of Anakin always inside of him. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story. Do you think force healing through the dark side should be possible, or should it be something that only the light side grants? How do you feel about Vader being able to heal himself completely as opposed to Maul surviving being cut in half? During his time as a Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker was regarded as one of the best swordsmen within the Order. As the Padawan of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin inherited a plethora of knowledge in the traditions of lightsaber combat, allowing him to incorporate elements from many masters of the past into his swordplay. By the time of the Clone Wars, Anakin achieved mastery of Form 5. However, his skill in Gem So was not enough to defeat Obi-Wan on Mustafar once he had become Darth Vader. After suffering gruesome injuries and being placed inside his life support suit of armor, Vader's lightsaber skill was never the same as it was. However, he did learn to overcome his physical limitations, developing his own hybrid form of lightsaber combat. But before we dive into his time as Vader, it's important to understand just how skilled Anakin was as a Jedi, and what exactly the specifics of Form 5 were. As Anakin progressed in his training, both variants of Form 5, Xian and Gem So, became his preferred styles. Form 5 had been developed as an improvement on the defensive Form 3, Sorisu, which required users to wait for an opportunity to strike instead of creating their own openings. The creators of Form 5 instead focused on using powerful attacks and quick counterattacks. Xian was considered the classical variant of Form 5, and focused on blocking blaster bolts. Gem So was developed later, and was specifically intended for use in lightsaber combat. Both variants were designed to use an opponent's attack against them, as Xian allowed for directing blaster bolts back at their origin, and Gem So prioritized immediate counterattacks after a defensive move. As Anakin progressed quickly through his training, his natural skill fed his ego, to the point that he even considered himself to be as good as Grandmaster Yoda. His skill in Xian served him well during the Battle of Geonosis, as he defended against blaster fire from an army of droids. However, Anakin was humbled when he faced Count Dooku. Reverting back to Form 5 after he briefly wielded two lightsabers and utilized Form 4, Ataru, Anakin was able to face Dooku even longer than Obi-Wan was, but was defeated and lost his arm. During the time of the Clone Wars, Anakin spent years developing and honing his skills with a lightsaber, focusing mostly on Gem So. As he utilized it more frequently, using brute strength and aggression to dominate his enemies, Anakin drew on his negative emotions constantly, pushing him progressively closer to the dark side. This reached a tipping point when he confronted Dooku for the final time, and after tapping into his anger and fear, he was able to defeat the Sith Lord and sever both of his hands. Before Dooku died, he realized that Anakin was the finest master of Gem So that he had ever seen. Once Anakin fell to the dark side, becoming the Sith Lord Darth Vader, his mastery of Gem So was brutally bolstered by the power of the darkness, and he became a terrifying warrior. However, that raw power was not enough to defeat his former master on Mustafar, and his aggression became his most fatal flaw. Vader was younger, stronger, and possessed more raw power in the Force than anyone. Yet he lacked the experience and focus that Obi-Wan had. Obi-Wan was also the definitive master of the defensive form Sorisu, and Vader's mounting emotions, such as his frustration with being unable to penetrate Obi-Wan's defense, caused him to become distracted as their duel went on. He began making mistakes, and his clouded judgment eventually caused him to make the crucial error of attempting to jump over Obi-Wan, leading to the loss of his limbs and his immolation on the lava bank. After being reborn and adapting to his new suit of armor, Vader initially relied on only his physical strength and bulk provided by the armor, utilizing a clumsy method of stiff vertical strikes with his lightsaber. Through sheer power, he sought to wear down his opponents, similar to Anakin's use of Gem So, but not refined at all. Vader sought to quickly overcome the physical limitations of his armor, developing a version of Gem So that incorporated the elements of many different forms. Instead of attempting to fight against his bulky armor, Vader fought with it, using its weight and powerful cybernetics to deliver blows with incredible strength. With the new hybrid form that he developed, Vader utilized killing blows, demonstrating incredible precision and speed. Although the added weight and bulk of his armor typically caused him to refrain from practicing the acrobatics of a Taru, Vader was still fully capable of doing so when he needed to. As he utilized his new form over time, he sometimes opted to fight one-handed, employing a version of Form 2, Makashi, that relied on precision, using his prosthetics to maintain immense power in his strikes. When he was forced onto the defensive, he would switch to his own variation of Sorisu, keeping his elbows at his sides and holding his blade straight out in front of him, which protected his vulnerable chest box. While he utilized his hybrid form to great effect, Vader also learned from his mental mistakes in lightsaber combat, mastering his emotions while fighting. He no longer allowed himself to be blinded by rage, instead attacking with determination and relentlessness bolstered by the power of the dark side, allowing him to become a terrifying Dark Lord as he mastered his ultimate lightsaber form. When Anakin Skywalker returned home to Tatooine, desperate to save his mother from an uncertain doom, he met the Lars family. Shmi had been purchased and then freed and married by Cliegg Lars, and it was Cliegg who told Anakin of the terrible fate that had befell his mother when she was abducted by Tusken Raiders. Obviously, Anakin was too late to save her from death, and his wrath was unleashed upon the entire Tusken camp. One detail that isn't touched on in the film is Anakin's feelings towards the Lars family afterwards, and how his anger would come to fruition with the death of Owen and Beru at the hands of Imperial stormtroopers. Insane details are provided in the Legends book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, showing Anakin's internal rage and Vader's brutality. When Anakin arrived back at the Lars homestead with his mother's blanket-wrapped body, Cliegg Lars, Owen, Beru, Padme, and C-3PO emerged from the entry dome. They watched in silence as he lifted his dead mother from the bike and carried her toward the dome's doorway. Anakin was in no mood to talk, and he had reconsidered his assessment that the Lars family was made up of good people. Anakin asked himself what was the advantage of being good if you were weak. His grim, scowling expression locked on to Cliegg Lars, who lowered his gaze. Anakin angrily thought that perhaps Cliegg was wishing he hadn't given up on Shmi so soon. Without breaking stride, he redirected his glare to Owen and Beru. The two of them must have never been taught how to take care of things. Anakin didn't even look at Padme or C-3PO as he descended with his mother into the underground dwelling, his resentment for the weak Lars family at a boiling point. That rage that he felt and the blame he cast upon them would resurface again, as Darth Vader and the Empire pursued the stolen Death Star plans on Tatooine. After meeting with Imperial leaders aboard the Death Star, Vader was informed that he had an incoming transmission from the Tatooine system. He had already been notified that Commander Praji's stormtrooper squad had learned that the Tantive 4's missing escape pod had carried 2 droids to Tatooine's surface, and that the droids had been picked up by a Jawa sandcrawler. Vader walked over to a communications console, where a holoprojector flickered to life and projected an image of 2 fully armed Imperial sandtroopers standing beside a middle-aged man and woman, who wore robes and were kneeling on the ground. Near the 4 figures, there was a partial view of a structure, which Vader recognized as an entry dome for a desert dwelling. Vader ordered the Sandtrooper squad leader to report, and was informed that the Jawas had sold 2 droids to the moisture farmers they had captured. Intrigued, Vader examined the holograms of the kneeling couple and asked for their names. The Sandtrooper responded that they were Owen and Beru Lars. The resolution of their holograms was clear enough that he could make out their worn, weathered features. Neither of them appeared to be comfortable having blaster rifles aimed at their backs. Remembering how they'd looked on the day Anakin Skywalker had met them, Vader thought that the years and Tatooine's twin sons had not been kind to them. He resolved that it was time for them to pay for their repeated weaknesses. When the Sandtrooper asked for Vader's orders, the Dark Lord replied that they could extend to the farmers every courtesy they had showed the Jawas, and then continue their search in the nearby spaceports. He also commanded that the troopers not stop transmitting until he broke the connection himself. Vader watched as the Sandtroopers carried out his brutal orders on their helpless victims, executing Owen and Beru with their blasters and then burning their bodies with flamethrowers. He found the sight of the rising flames, even holograms of flames burning light years away, to be most satisfying. When the Lars family homestead had been transformed into an inferno and Vader was pleased, he deactivated the holoprojector and left the room. So honestly, this is just an insane detail that adds some incredible weight to Owen and Beru's death, as well as Luke's story in the original trilogy. It brings up the question as to if Luke ever found out that Vader was directly responsible for having Owen and Beru killed. Would Luke have been able to forgive his father for that too? How would that information have changed things if Luke found out during the original trilogy? Darth Vader's injuries he suffered on Mustafar were incredibly extensive, as his entire body was practically ruined and he needed to rely on his life support armor to survive. While it is graphically shown that he burned alive, the true extent and severity of his injuries isn't blatantly explained in the films. However, in the Legends book Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader, there is an entire scene from Vader's perspective revealing his thoughts on his injuries and his armor. Vader stood for a long moment with his sheathed arms dangling at his sides, his head mournfully bowed. To the galaxy at large, Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, the hero with no fear, the Chosen One, had died on Coruscant during the siege of the Jedi Temple. And to some extent, that was true. Anakin is dead, Vader told himself. And yet, if not for events on Mustafar, Anakin would sit now on the Coruscant throne, his wife by his side, their child in her arms. Instead, Palpatine's plan could not have been more flawlessly executed. He had won it all: the war, the Republic, the fealty of the one Jedi Knight in whom the entire Jedi Order had placed its hope. The revenge of the self-exiled Sith had been complete, and Darth Vader was merely a minion, an errand boy, allegedly an apprentice, the public face of the dark side of the Force. While he retained his knowledge of the Jedi arts, he felt uncertain about his place in the Force. And while he had taken his first steps toward awakening the power of the dark side, he felt uncertain about his ability to sustain that power. How far he might have been now had fate not intervened to strip him of almost everything he possessed, as a means of remaking him. Or of humbling him, as Darth Maul and Tyrannus had been humbled before him, as indeed the Jedi Order itself had been humbled. Where Darth Sidious had gained everything, Vader had lost everything, including, for the moment at least, the self-confidence and unbridled skill he had demonstrated as Anakin Skywalker. Vader turned and began to move from the room. But this is not walking, he thought. Long accustomed to building and rebuilding droids, supercharging the engines of landspeeders and starfighters, upgrading the mechanisms that controlled the first of his artificial limbs, he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids responsible for his resurrection in Sidious' laboratory on Coruscant. His alloy lower legs were bulked by strips of armor similar to those that filled and gave form to the long glove Anakin had worn over his right arm. What remained of his real limbs ended in bulbs of grafted flesh, inserted into machines that triggered movement through the use of modules that interfaced with his damaged nerve endings. But instead of using Durasteel, the medical droids had substituted an inferior alloy and had failed to inspect the strips that protected the electromotive lines. As a result, the inner lining of the pressurized bodysuit was constantly snagging on places where the strips were anchored to knee and ankle joints. The tall boots were a poor fit for his artificial feet, whose claw-like toes lacked the electrostatic sensitivity of his equally false fingertips. Raised in the heel, the cumbersome footgear canted him slightly forward, forcing him to move with exaggerated caution lest he tumble or topple over. Worse, they were so heavy that he often felt rooted to the ground, or as if he were moving in high gravity. What good was motion of this sort if he was going to have to call on the Force even to walk from place to place? He may as well have resigned himself to using a repulsor chair and abandoned any hope of movement. The defects in his prosthetic arms mirrored those of his legs. Only the right one felt natural to him, though it too was artificial, and the pneumatic mechanisms that supplied articulation and support were sometimes slow to respond. The weighty cloak and pectoral plating so restricted his movement that he could scarcely lift his arms over his head, and he had already been forced to adapt his lightsaber technique to compensate. He could probably adjust the servo drivers and pistons in his forearms to provide his hands with strength enough to crush the hilt of his new lightsaber. With the power of his arms alone, he had the ability to lift an adult being off the ground. But the Force had always given him the ability to do that, especially in moments of rage. What's more, the sleeves of the bodysuit didn't hug the prostheses as they should, and the elbow-length gloves sagged and bunched at the wrists. Gazing at the gloves now, he thought, this is not seeing. The pressurized mask was goggle-eyed, fish-mouthed, short-snouted, and needlessly angular over the cheekbones. Coupled with a flaring dome of helmet, the mask gave him the forbidding appearance of an ancient Sith war droid. The dark lenses that covered his eyes filtered out light that might have caused further injury to his damaged corneas and retinas, but in enhanced mode, they reddened the light and prevented him from being able to see the toes of his boots without inclining his head almost 90 degrees. Listening to the servo motors that drove his limbs, he thought, this is not hearing. The Medroids rebuilt the cartilage of his outer ears, but his eardrums, having melted in Mustafar's heat, had been beyond repair. Sound waves now had to be transmitted directly to implants in his inner ear, and sounds registered as if issuing from underwater. Worse, the implanted sensors lacked sufficient discrimination, so that too many ambient sounds were picked up, and their distance and direction were difficult to determine. Sometimes the sensors needled him with feedback, or attached echo or vibrato effects to even the faintest noise. Allowing his lungs to fill with air, he thought, this is not breathing. Here, the Medroids had truly failed him. From a control box he wore strapped to his chest, a thick cable entered his torso, linked to a breathing apparatus and heartbeat regulator. The ventilator was implanted in his hideously scarred chest, along with tubes that ran directly into his damaged lungs, and others that entered his throat, so that should the chest plate or belt control panels develop a glitch, he could breathe unassisted for a limited time. But the monitoring panel beeped frequently and for no reason, and the constellation of lights served only as steady reminders of his vulnerability. The incessant rasp of his breathing interfered with his ability to rest, let alone sleep. And sleep, in the rare moments it came to him, was a nightmarish jumble of twisted, recurrent memories that unfolded to excruciating sounds. The Medroids had at least inserted the redundant breathing tubes low enough so that, with the aid of an enunciator, his scorched vocal cords could still form sounds and words. But absent the enunciator, which imparted a synthetic bass tone, his own voice was little more than a whisper. He could take food through his mouth as well, but only when he was inside a hyperbaric chamber, since he had to remove the triangular respiratory vent that was the mask's prominent feature. So it was easier to receive nourishment through liquids, intravenous and otherwise, and to rely on catheters, collection pouches, and recyclers to deal with his waste. But all those devices made it even more difficult for him to move with ease, much less with any grace. The pectoral armor that protected the artificial lung weighed him down, as did the electrode-studded collar that supported the outsized helmet, necessary to safeguard the cybernetic devices that replaced the uppermost of his vertebrae, the delicate systems of the mask, and the ragged scars in his hairless head, which owed as much to what he had endured on Mustafar as to attempts at emergency trephination during the trip back to Coruscant aboard Sidious's shuttle. The synth skin that substituted for what was seared from his bones itched incessantly, and his body needed to be periodically cleansed and scrubbed of necrotic flesh. Already he had experienced moments of claustrophobia, moments of desperation to be rid of the suit, to emerge from the shell. He needed to build, or have built, a chamber in which he could feel human again, if possible. All in all, he thought, this is not living. This was solitary confinement, prison of the worst sort, continual torture. He was nothing more than wreckage. Power without clear purpose. When Darth Vader laid his trap for the rebels on Bespin, hoping to lure Luke in, he was also reunited with C-3PO, the droid he had built in his youth as Anakin Skywalker. There were few relics of the past that reminded Vader of his life as Anakin, yet 3PO was one of them that remained. Fans have wondered if Vader had recognized the droid on Cloud City, and at least in the Legends continuity, there is an answer. In the comic series Star Wars Tales and the book The Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, it's revealed that Vader did recognize 3PO when he was presented with the droid's broken parts. As Vader and Boba Fett waited while the Imperials took their positions around Cloud City, they received word that one of the rebels' droids had fallen behind and stumbled upon a stormtrooper squad. The troopers had destroyed it, but luckily Leia, Han, and Chewie had not heard. Enraged, Vader commanded them to bring the droid to him at once, as its memory could contain valuable information. The lieutenant returned quickly with an open-topped container that held the captured droid's parts. The limbs had been torn from the torso, and a tangle of multicolored wires stuck out from the droid's neck socket. Lieutenant Shekel stated that the damage was extensive, and that the droid was probably made a long time ago, as he held up 3PO's head for Vader to see. Vader took the droid's head and examined it closely. Despite the wear and tear to the head, Vader recognized a few small details that indicated Anakin Skywalker's handiwork. He gazed into the decapitated droid's blank photoreceptors. It was C-3PO. The last time Vader had seen the golden droid was on Mustafar, as he recalled how he had seen 3PO through the window of Padme's ship as it landed. Holding this relic of his former life, Vader felt waves of anger and loss sweep over his dark soul. His memory flashed to the day that Anakin had found the droid's skeleton in Watto's junkyard, and Anakin had wondered if the repaired droid might help him and his mother leave Tatooine. Vader wondered whether C-3PO remembered anything of Anakin Skywalker. He doubted it. If the droid had had any knowledge of Anakin in his memory banks, then he would have shared it with Luke. But Vader was certain that Luke still remained ignorant of his father's true identity. As he looked into the droid's eyes, Vader thought that he should have left it in the scrapyard all those years ago. He had the sudden urge to crush the droid's head, but then realized that Lieutenant Shekel and Boba Fett were watching him closely. When Shekel inquired if he should have their technicians recover the droid's memory, Vader replied that the droid was useless and ordered them to destroy it. Returning 3PO's head to the container, Vader left the room, ordering Boba Fett to follow him as they prepared for their meeting with Lando Calrissian. The next day, after capturing the rebels and sensing that Luke was on his way to rescue them, Vader was informed that 3PO's parts had been found in Princess Leia's chambers. He was displeased that his order for the droid's destruction had not been fulfilled, and Lieutenant Shekel informed him that Chewbacca had retrieved the droid's parts, perhaps suggesting it was very important. Reaching into the storage bin, Vader picked up the droid's head again. Despite his desire to leave all of Anakin Skywalker's memories buried, another one surfaced, something Shmi Skywalker had told her son after she allowed him to keep the droid parts he had recovered. She told him that unless he was prepared to care for something, he didn't deserve to have it. Under his helmet, Vader winced at the memory. Watching Vader, Shekel asked again if the technicians should search the droid's memory, or if they should destroy it. Vader seemed to continue contemplating the droid's head, holding it closer to his helmet so he could see his dark, distorted reflection on the weathered gold surface of 3PO's lifeless face. He then slowly returned the head to the bin. Vader instructed Shekel to deliver the box to Chewbacca's cell. Shekel was very confused, and Vader mysteriously elaborated that he was giving the Wookiee what he deserved, before exiting the room to interrogate Han Solo. Darth Vader's armor was designed to protect and sustain the Sith Lord after his defeat on Mustafar. The suit acted as a life support system, encasing him completely and separating him from the outside world. While the suit was uncomfortable and incredibly painful, eventually Vader learned to live with it. The technology of the suit and cybernetics was outdated and was purposefully poorly made by the Emperor. This was to ensure that Vader would always be restricted and he could never try to overthrow the Emperor. The suit itself was incredibly sensitive to electrical charges, meaning that the Emperor could completely immobilize and hurt Vader with Force lightning if he needed to. With all of the shortcomings and weaknesses of the suit, one question is, why did Vader never upgrade his suit over time? He wore the same version of armor for over 20 years, yet he never changed it to be more comfortable or stronger. Or did he? First, before we get into the upgrades, I'd like to include a portion of a past video that explains Vader's injuries and the function of his suit in detail, to really give an understanding of just how poorly made the suit was. As Vader adjusted to life in his suit, he would bitterly think to himself that every one of his movements were abominations, and he was dismayed by the incompetence of the medical droids that had rebuilt him into the armor. For his mechanical legs, the droids had used an inferior alloy instead of durasteel, and they failed to inspect the strips of metal that covered the electrical wiring. As a result, the inner lining of his suit would constantly snag on his knee and ankle joints as he walked. The boots of his suit did not fit the mechanical feet, and they were raised in the heel, leaning him forward and forcing him to move with caution so he didn't stumble or fall over. It was so difficult for him to walk that he needed to call upon the Force for assistance, which infuriated him. His mechanical arms restricted his movement too, and they inhibited him so much that he couldn't even raise them above his head. While Vader knew that he could adjust them to deliver enhanced physical strength, he was not impressed by that, since he had always possessed the ability to crush anything through the power of the Force. He felt a seething hatred for his mask and helmet, which he despised the design of. He felt that it was needlessly angular, and with the helmet attached, he had to look down at almost a 90-degree angle just to see his feet. Because his eardrums had melted on Mustafar, sound waves were transmitted through implants inside his mask, but they distorted everything and made it sound as though he was underwater. Because the audio sensors were poor at distinction, Vader found it incredibly difficult to determine the distance and direction of whatever he was hearing. Despite all of these limitations and failures, he considered the biggest flaw to be his breathing apparatus. From the control box that stabbed through his chest, a thick cable entered directly into his torso, connecting his respirator and a heartbeat regulator. His chest also housed an implanted ventilator, with tubes running directly into his scorched lungs and into his throat. This additional tubing allowed for him to breathe unassisted for a limited amount of time if his suit ever encountered a glitch or stopped working. Now, in regards to Vader not upgrading his suit, there is a specific explanation given in the Legends book Death Star. In Year Zero, Vader was given the opportunity to have a new suit built for him, essentially acting as a 2.0 version of his old armor. The new suit would have been much more advanced, technologically superior, and more comfortable than his original armor. However, in order to be placed into the new suit, he would have to have his prosthetics and his life support systems disconnected and disabled for an extended period of time. Since the process of transference between suits was considered very risky and most likely would result in his death, he decided not to proceed. While this is essentially the main reason that Vader never upgraded to a new suit of armor, there is another reason he had for enduring the agony of his original armor. The perpetual pain and the anger it caused him made him stronger in the dark side. By being isolated from the world and existing in a constant state of distress, Vader was able to focus solely on honing his power in the dark side of the Force, which is exactly what Palpatine intended for him in the armor. After losing his second Jedi lightsaber to Obi-Wan on Mustafar, Darth Vader was forced to build a new one to use as a Sith Lord during the reign of the Empire. One interesting detail is how similar Vader's saber looked to Anakin's first lightsaber, which is something that is explained in the Legends books Jedi Quest and Dark Lord: The Rise of Darth Vader. To understand why the sabers are so similar in design, it's important to first know the origin of Anakin's first lightsaber and how he built it. I've actually already made a previous video explaining this full story, so I'll insert a clip here just for context, but I'll also add a card if you'd like to watch the full video. Anakin sat on the ground, listening to Obi-Wan's guiding words, and began to construct the lightsaber. However, once Anakin closed his eyes, Obi-Wan's form vanished and changed, becoming the Sith Lord Darth Maul.
Did I startle you? Perhaps you need to work on those Jedi reflexes. You're almost as clumsy as Qui-Gon Jinn.
Anakin prepared to battle the Spectre, reaching for his training saber, yet Maul snatched it with the Force, sending it into the wall and destroying it. He tossed Anakin a new lightsaber, taunting him and stoking his rage.
Why do you fear your anger? Why do you fear your hate? Perhaps you're afraid your new toy won't work. I can feel it. You hate me. It is natural after all. I gutted your friend like an animal.
Igniting the saber that Maul had given him, Anakin engaged the Vision in a lightsaber duel. As their blades clashed, Anakin wrestled with his own anger as Maul taunted him relentlessly.
You see what anger can do. It gives you power. It is something you can use like a weapon. You thought the same thing a moment ago. Why deny it?
Anakin, remembering his Jedi teaching, resisted the dark urges of the Vision. He told Maul that he would let his anger go, and he did not seek power because he was a Jedi.
Then you lie. How else will you save the poor mother you abandoned if you do not have power?
Anakin sliced through the Spectre, but the blade did no harm.
Don't you remember, boy? I am just a vision. Your vision. I am the master you secretly want. The dark side can deliver what you most desire. Admit it.
Finally, Anakin was able to banish the Vision, though the Spectre of Maul insisted that he would return, and that darkness would always remain in Anakin's soul. Sitting among the crystals and finally alone, Anakin looked down and saw that he still possessed the saber that the Vision of Maul had given to him. Obi-Wan found him in the cave, and after assuring Anakin that he was indeed real, he inspected the lightsaber. Anakin explained that he must have constructed it while he was in a trance, and that he didn't remember fashioning it. He also chose not to tell Obi-Wan about the vision of Maul. So, Anakin built his first lightsaber during a trance in the dark side, where it was given to him by a specter of Darth Maul. That's a very important detail to remember. Now, 1 week after the events of Order 66, Vader built his new Sith weapon in the shadow of the Death Star, as Sidious had instructed. His master had provided him with the synthetic red crystal that would power the blade, along with his own lightsaber to serve as design inspiration. However, Vader thought of Sidious' saber as an antique and was not fond of its design. While he could appreciate his master's weapon, he preferred a weapon with more ballast. Vader was determined to please Sidious in this test, and he had tried to create a saber that was novel. Instead, in his meditative trance of construction, he had fashioned a black version of the first lightsaber he had wielded in his youth as Anakin Skywalker. With a thick, ridged hand grip, dual-phase focusing crystal, and forward-mounted adjustment knob, down to every minute detail, his new Sith hilt mimicked Anakin's first. Vader was disappointed and longed for the day when memories of Anakin would finally fade from his heart. So, because Anakin had originally constructed his first lightsaber during a vision through the dark side, when he went to construct his Sith lightsaber as Darth Vader, the final hilt looked exactly the same. It's just an amazing connection across these legend stories, expanding upon Anakin's fall to the dark side of the Force. Thank you guys for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed it, and may the Force be with you.